Chapter 590. Devouring Demon Heart Sutra. As expected, as the former demon sect's crown prince, he had grasped the Devouring Demon Heart Sutra. Moreover, it was even more complete than Hua Yunlong's. However, Su Yan wasn't surprised by this. After all, this person was Duanmu Longhu. One could imagine how cunning he was. Hua Yunlong's death was very unjust. He probably still felt that he had been played by the Demon King. What he didn't know was that the real culprit was someone else. It was precisely because of his intervention that the Demon King had actually awoken. At this moment, Duanmu Longhu said, "What a powerful Demon King. He, venerable realm. I really miss this realm. But there's nothing I can do about it. Who told me to come back from the dead? My current strength is already amazing." Hydralisk directly said, "Of course, you're destined to become the strongest person in the history of the demon sect. You might even surpass the ancient Great Sky Demon Lord." Hydralisk's words were filled with endless fanaticism. The current him was completely convinced by Duanmu Longhu. He was so convinced that he wouldn't have any doubts even if Hydralisk asked him to die. However, when Su Yan first saw Hydralisk, he knew that Hydralisk was a self-centered person. He would never truly serve a single person. But now, he was like this. Needless to say, Duanmu Longhu must have done something in secret. Hydralisk couldn't discover it at all. This was similar to a spiritual suggestion. It would directly influence one's mind. Many times, religions use this method to brainwash their believers. Obviously, Hydralisk had already treated Duanmu Longhu as a god. Of course, Su Yan wasn't a kind person. He naturally wouldn't help Hydralisk. If possible, he wanted to directly kill Hydralisk. After all, Hydralisk was a dangerous person. However, now wasn't the time to act. What he needed to do now was to wait. Opportunities always came when one was waiting. Hydralisk walked towards the Demon King and said, "Your Highness Crown Prince, let me deal with this Demon King for you, then dig out its demon core." Duanmu Longhu nodded his head lightly and said, "Be careful. A worm that dies but never falls down." At this moment, the Hydralisks excitedly scuttled out. Compared to the last time they met, his strength had improved significantly. This was all thanks to Duanmu Longhu. This was because Su Yan was very clear that although this fellow's strength was not bad, based on his innate talent, breaking through to Dragon Realm Level 3 was probably his limit. But now, he had clearly broken through that limit. The Hydralisk approached like a specter, yet the Demon King didn't notice it at all. Until the Hydralisk jumped onto the Demon King's body. His hands began to congeal an extremely powerful energy, preparing to deal the final blow to the Demon King. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Just as he was about to make a move, a demonic aura ignited and turned into a terrifying flame fountain. This flame fountain appeared very suddenly. Even if the Hydralisk reacted in time and dodged, he was still contaminated by the flames and burned a little. He dodged in the air while congealing his energy, wanting to extinguish the flames. But at this moment, his body suddenly stiffened. Because at this moment, he was shocked to discover that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. Under this gaze, a bone-chilling coldness pierced through his bones. The Demon King. The guy who had been completely silent earlier had actually woken up at this moment, and was attacking him directly. He was careless. Previously, Duanmu Longhu clearly told him to be careful, but he was still careless. How terrifying was a venerable realm Demon King's strength. Even if the Demon King was heavily injured, this strength was definitely not something he could resist. At this moment, his entire body was filled with regret. If he wasn't so careless, he wouldn't have fallen to this point. Despicable, truly despicable. But now, no matter how he retreated, it was useless. The most important thing right now was to escape this fatal attack. But he was shocked to discover that he had no other way. That gaze had turned into a power that he could not understand, and it directly enveloped him. Under this terrifying power, he couldn't even move. If this continued, only death would await him. But at this moment, Duan Wulonghu actually acted as if he didn't see it. His gaze was always on the Demon King, and he didn't pay attention to the Hydralisk. Looking at the Hydralisk, Su Yan immediately understood that this guy was doing it on purpose. From the beginning, he knew that Duan Wulonghu would be in danger, even though he had warned him verbally. This guy is using the Hydralisk as bait, so that he can find out its weakness and then directly kill it. At this moment, Duan Wulonghu's gaze became even sharper. Previously, he was like a piece of rock. His gaze was frighteningly calm. However, at this moment, his gaze became incomparably sharp, like that of an eagle. Su Yan immediately understood that this guy was going to make a move. Indeed, at this moment, Duan Wulonghu's body leaped into the air. So fast. This was Su Yan's first reaction. Even with his current strength, he was still surprised by Duan Wulonghu's speed. From this, it could be seen that this guy's speed was truly terrifying. Unless he directly used the demonic dragon wings, Su Yan felt that he definitely wouldn't be able to compete with this guy. Under Su Yan's gaze, Duan Wulonghu gently stretched out his hand. In the next moment, his palm directly transformed into a cold black flame-like aura. The aura in his eyes unceasingly transformed into an extremely long blade. This long blade suddenly exploded, and an endless amount of light condensed at this moment. Between heaven and earth, all the light seemed to condense towards the black flame in his hand. Deity Vanquishing Blade. Su Yan immediately recognized that this was the Deity Vanquishing Blade. However, the Deity Vanquishing Blade displayed by Duan Wulonghu was much more powerful than his own. From the power displayed by Duan Wulonghu's attack, his realm had almost reached the Dragon Realm, the level of 6 dragons. His own cultivation speed was already considered fast, but this guy was simply flying. As expected of a former powerhouse, a guy who had awakened from ancient times. He was able to become the demon sect's crown prince in the past because he had sufficient strength. Duan Wulonghu's figure seemed to be flickering, and he quickly appeared in front of the Demon King. The Demon King quickly realized that compared to the Hydralisk, this was the real threat. The mysterious and powerful energy once again condensed towards Duan Wulonghu. However, at this moment, Duan Wulonghu was calm and unruffled. He only indifferently said, "Demon suppression." It was clearly a simple word, but at this moment, it exploded like a thunderclap. The Demon Lord immediately let out a pained roar. His demonic eyes were already filled with endless despair. Su Yan suddenly recalled the Hydralisk's words from before. Duan Wulonghu had done something to the Demon King's body. Terrifying. Duan Wulonghu had long expected this. The method he used before was not only to awaken the Demon King at the crucial moment, but also to restrain the Demon King. In front of Duan Wulonghu, the powerful Demon King was like a toy, toyed within the palm of his hand. The moment the Demon King let out a painful roar, the black light in Duan Wulonghu's hand flashed, and then shuttled through the Demon King's head. When this terrifying sword fell, the Demon King's head heavily fell to the ground. The heavy impact even caused the mountain to tremble. Su Yan's expression became even more solemn. This guy's attack was really powerful. It was practically an instant kill. Admittedly, he had already made arrangements to prevent the Demon King from displaying its true strength. However, to be able to kill the Demon King so easily, this kind of strength was also incomparably terrifying. He was probably not much weaker than Hua Yunlong. Hee, Demon King? It's just a beast. It's not like I haven't killed a Demon King in the past. However, this is also your fate. Duan Wulonghu muttered to himself. At this moment, Hydralisk finally regained his senses. Previously, when he was enveloped by the Demon King's power, he felt that he would definitely die this time. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. However, he didn't expect that not only did he not die, he actually escaped from death. For him, this was simply the greatest surprise. At the same time, he became even more respectful towards Duanmulonghu. Hydralisk, dig out his demon core. Duanmulonghu calmly said. Hydralisk immediately smiled and nodded. Demon core, this was the core of a demon. Moreover, it was such a powerful demon king. If he could directly devour this demon king's demon core, his strength would probably increase by a lot. Of course, he also knew that this demon core was definitely prepared for Duanmulonghu. At this moment, he directly took out a broadsword and began to cut open the demon king's flesh bit by bit. Then, he began to dig out the demon core inside. As for Duanmulonghu, he hovered slightly in the air. Around his body, there was a black radiance that constantly flashed. Su Yan felt a sense of déjà vu when he saw such a scene. It was the same for Hua Yunlong back then. Demon Devouring Heart Sutra. This guy wants to use this move to directly devour this demon king's body? Su Yan pondered. This Duanmulonghu's strength was already very terrifying. If he was allowed to use the Demon Devouring Heart Sutra, his strength would probably increase by another level. However, to stop him now? Chapter 591. It was impossible to stop him from devouring the Demon King. But there was another way, and that was the Demon Core. The body of a Demon King was meaningless to ordinary people. Only a terrifying method like the Demon Devouring Heart Sutra could devour it and absorb its power into one's own body. Su Yan couldn't stop him from using the Devouring Demon Heart Sutra, but he could do something else, and that was to seize the Demon Core. Compared to the Demon King's body, the Demon Core's power was more direct. Although Su Yan didn't know why Duanmulonghu wanted to dig out the Demon Core, since he did so, there must be other reasons. Hydralisk carried out Duanmulonghu's orders meticulously. He was very serious as he extracted the Demon Core. At this moment, Duanmulonghu's power had become very strong. Under this terrifying power, even Hydralisk felt apprehensive. He knew what his master was going to do, so he directly jumped down from the Demon King's body. After all, if he didn't do so, he might be implicated. But at this moment, another unforeseen event occurred. At this moment, a shadow rushed towards him at lightning speed. This unforeseen event was too unexpected. He only reacted when he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. He didn't expect that someone would dare to pull a tooth from the tiger's mouth. This was simply courting death. Get lost. Hydralisk couldn't see who attacked, but it didn't matter to him. He directly gathered his power, and then fiercely attacked the other party. He wanted to let the person who attacked know how stupid he was. Soon, the two people's power clashed. A powerful oppressive force was transmitted directly, and the terrifying impact caused his entire body to fly backward. It was also at this moment that he finally got a clear look at the person who had attacked. Su Yan. Hydralisk roared from his throat, but Su Yan didn't care at all. His strength directly crushed the Hydralisk's body, and the enormous power directly suppressed it. Su Yan's current battle strength was already above the Hydralisk's. What's more, he launched a sneak attack, while the Hydralisk only hastily met his attack head-on. Therefore, after the initial resistance, Su Yan was sent flying. Su Yan chuckled. Then, he took a step forward and reached for the monster core with one hand. You want to steal the magic core? Dream on. Hydralisk naturally knew what Su Yan was trying to do. He wanted to stop him, but how could he be Su Yan's opponent at this time? Just get the hell out of my way. Su Yan smiled calmly. Then, a violent power erupted from him. The terrifying power was like a tsunami as it slammed forward. At the same time, the Virokana glazed swordsmanship was activated, and an extremely dazzling light suddenly burst out. Hydralisk didn't expect such a dazzling light to burst out at this moment. The light almost blinded his eyes. Under the stimulation of the strong light, his eyes were temporarily blinded, and even his perception became sluggish. Su Yan smiled coldly. Then, he directly snatched the monster core from the hydralisk's hand. Then, a sword energy suddenly rushed towards the hydralisk. Not only did he want to snatch the monster core, but he also wanted to kill the hydralisk. After all, the hydralisk was Duanmu Longhu's fangs. If he could kill him, it would be the same as cutting off Duanmu Longhu's arm. There was no reason not to do such a thing. But just as he was about to kill the hydralisk, a terrifying power rushed towards him. Su Yan! Duanmu Longhu shouted, hiding the anger of Duanmu Longhu. Su Yan actually appeared at this time. This was really out of his expectations, because he couldn't sense the aura of his soul doppelganger. Moreover, this monster core was crucial to his plan, and the hydralisk was a character that he had carefully nurtured. Su Yan had already snatched the monster core. If Su Yan still killed the hydralisk, then his losses would be disastrous. Therefore, he directly attacked at this time. Unexpectedly, at the instant he attacked, Su Yan's sword chi suddenly dissipated, and then Su Yan's entire body vanished on the spot. Su Yan knew how strong Duanmu Longhu was. Now wasn't the time to fight him. If he directly fought with Duanmu Longhu, then he would naturally be delayed. Once the hydralisk recovered, they would immediately surround him. Therefore, when Duanmu Longhu attacked, he already knew that he wouldn't be able to kill the hydralisk today. Since that was the case, then he directly retreated without the slightest reluctance. Soon, Su Yan disappeared. Duanmu Longhu's expression was uncertain, and the hydralisk directly knelt down. Crown Prince, the hydralisk was incompetent, please punish me. His heart was filled with deep uneasiness, but of course, it was also filled with hatred. This damned Su Yan, he actually dared to steal from him. This was simply a crime that deserved to be punished with death. If Su Yan fell into his hands, he would definitely let this guy know what the suffering of the human world was. Duanmu Longhu looked in the direction Su Yan left, and finally let out a heavy breath, then directly said, "Forget it, I underestimated Su Yan, this matter has nothing to do with you." Although they didn't really fight just now, he already felt Su Yan's strength. Compared to the last time they met, Su Yan's strength had increased by a lot. That guy was already a freak who could fight against a Dragon Realm expert when he was in the Radius Realm, let alone now that he was in the Dragon Realm, and even had 2 dragons. Although the hydralisk's strength had also increased, compared to Su Yan, there was still a certain gap. Moreover, Su Yan had launched a sneak attack, so it was reasonable that the hydralisk couldn't protect the monster core. It's just that this ally of ours is really frightening. He actually had a way to directly seal my soul doppelganger, to the point that I couldn't even sense the aura of the soul doppelganger. Interesting, really interesting. Duanmu Longhu was so angry that he laughed. Forget it, although I've obtained the monster core, the Demon King's corpse is still here. For an ordinary Demon King, the monster core is the true core, but for a Demon King, his strength is already spread throughout his body, so the strength contained in his body is even more abundant than the monster core. However, this guy is very powerful, he directly saw the situation clearly, and acted decisively without being greedy. I underestimated you in the past. Duanmu Longhu quickly suppressed his anger. It was true that Su Yan had snatched away the devil core this time. However, it had also let him know how powerful Su Yan was. So, this might not be a bad thing. Hydralisk, you're in charge of guarding. I'm going to directly devour the Demon King's body. Duanmu Longhu directly said. Hydralisk solemnly promised, Prince, rest assured. If there's another accident this time, I, Hydralisk, will directly commit suicide as an apology. It had always been him, Hydralisk, who launched sneak attacks on others, but this time, he was the one who was sneak attacked. For him, this was simply a great humiliation. At this time, his whole body was on the verge of exploding, he couldn't wait to directly tear Su Yan into pieces. However, he couldn't do anything now, unless Su Yan appeared again. However, how could Su Yan, who had already obtained the monster core, return? Although he really wanted to stop Duan Mulonghu, he also understood that some things couldn't be done by force. He had already appeared once, so Duan Mulonghu knew that his soul doppelganger had already lost its perception of him. Therefore, he would naturally take precautions. Towards this resurrected Duan Mulonghu, Su Yan held an extremely strong sense of vigilance. Su Yan fled to a distant place, then bitterly smiled. The tree branch asking for directions is really amazing. Under such circumstances, I actually met them. This time, it could be considered a huge harvest. First, he had weakened the opponent, and second, he had obtained the Demon King's monster core. Previously, this Demon King had summoned many great demons to fight for him. At that time, Su Yan had already killed 5 great demons and obtained 5 monster cores. And now, he directly obtained the Demon King's monster core, so he now had 6 monster cores. Since I can't find a way out in a short time, I might as well directly refine these monster cores here. Su Yan found a secluded place, then took out all the monster cores. The 6 monster cores floated in front of him. Among them, the Demon King's monster core was the largest, and the light it emitted was incomparably deep. As for the other 5 monster cores, the difference was too big. Su Yan did not hesitate and immediately began to circulate his power. The powerful power covered the monster core bit by bit, and soon, the monster core emitted a bright light. Su Yan did not wait for too long, and directly circulated his power, then began to absorb the powerful energy within the monster core. The energy within the monster core was extremely terrifying. When Su Yan's power directly enveloped the monster core, it immediately erupted with an extremely strong light. The light power continued to circulate, then began to descend on the monster core. As the power circulated, the powerful energy began to enter Su Yan's body. However, along with the energy entering, there was also an extremely powerful evil and bloodthirsty energy. Su Yan knew that this was the terrifying killing intent of the Demon King within the monster core. One had to know that almost no one dared to directly devour the power within the monster core like Su Yan. Because the more powerful the monster core, the more powerful the Demon King within it. If one directly devoured the monster core like this, they were afraid that they would be contaminated by the Demon King, and then give birth to endless inner demons. In the end, it was possible that they would be directly incinerated by the inner demons, and die without a burial place. Chapter 592. A huge amount of energy continuously converged towards Su Yan's body. It took an entire hour for the 5 demon cores to be completely devoured. At this moment, Su Yan only felt that within his body, energy was surging, and powerful spiritual energy was constantly colliding. Such a powerful and dense spiritual energy made him feel extremely terrified. At this moment, he had already reached a critical point. It was the critical point of the 3-dragon realm. The power of this demon core was truly terrifying. No wonder even those venerables would make a move. His accumulation was so strong, and the energy needed to break through the realm was even more enormous. One had to know that he had just stepped into the 2-dragon realm not long ago. However, after absorbing 5 demon cores, his strength had reached the point where he could break through to the 3-dragon realm. Of course, Su Yan also knew that the reason why he could break through to the 3-dragon realm so quickly was related to devouring enough departed spirit spiders in the king's world. At this moment, the advantage of the powerful soul force had already been vividly displayed. It was precisely because his soul force was strong enough that he could quickly break through the realm and become even more powerful. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze had become extremely firm. Although his cultivation had increased rapidly, his combat strength was also very powerful. However, after witnessing the battle of the venerables with his own eyes, he knew that his strength was still too lacking. Not to mention those powerful venerables, just Duan Mulonghu alone was enough to make him feel as if there was a blade at his back. He did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Then, let's directly break through to the 3-dragon realm. Su Yan calmed down and directly began to attack the Demon King's demon core. When his power had just approached the demon core, an extremely huge consciousness directly attacked Su Yan. Su Yan knew that this was the Demon King's consciousness. This powerful Demon King possessed extremely terrifying power. Even though he was already dead, the huge consciousness left in the demon core was still unimaginable. Now, this consciousness actually wanted to directly rush into Su Yan's sea of consciousness and directly destroy Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Su Yan sneered, and then said, not to mention you're dead, even if you're alive, you can't kill me. Now you're still resisting? Soul-suppressing seal. In the sea of consciousness, the soul-suppressing seal bloomed with boundless golden light. The Demon King's consciousness, under the baptism of the golden light, let out a boundless wail. However, out of Su Yan's expectations. Su Yan originally thought that this consciousness would directly dissipate, but he did not expect that this consciousness would still struggle of consciousness. At this moment, a voice suddenly. It was Aya's voice, Big Brother Su Yan, this seems to be a half-complete soul. Aya was now the weapon spirit of the square seal. Su Yan was not surprised that he could hear her voice. However, what surprised Su Yan was that this was not a simple consciousness, but half of a soul. Aya continued, if I'm not wrong, this demon hid half of his soul in this demon core. Although I don't know why he did this, the current him obviously wants to erase Big Brother Su Yan's soul and replace it. Su Yan narrowed his eyes, and then said with a faint smile, Aya, since you've appeared, you must be interested in this soul. Aya's voice sounded again, indeed, this demon's soul is very powerful. I want to bring it into the temple in the square seal and suppress it with the power of the pagoda. It's a pity that Big Brother Su Yan did not get the Demon King's corpse this time. Otherwise, the square seal might be able to recover a lot of its power. Su Yan was a little surprised, but then said, so that's how it is. Can the square seal devour the demon's body? Yes, the square seal needs a huge amount of energy now. As long as there is enough energy, it can recover its former power. After hearing this, Su Yan nodded. The square seal was something found in the pagoda. It must be extremely powerful. But now, the square seal was in a half-broken state. He was looking forward to how powerful and terrifying the complete square seal would be. Big Brother Su Yan, if possible, try to collect more demon cores, or demon corpses. Aya is going to bring this demon's soul into the square seal now. After Aya finished speaking, a ray of light turned into a long whip and wrapped around the square seal. Then, with a slight movement, the Demon King's soul disappeared. Su Yan shook his head. This Demon King was probably the most miserable Demon King in history. Even its body was used as a test subject. However, Su Yan naturally would not pity a Demon King. For him, such an existence was a threat. Now, this threat was finally dead. The Demon King's demon core was finally directly absorbed by Su Yan. And it was also at this moment that Su Yan's power broke through the limit. Then, faint dragon roars continuously sounded outside his body. In the end, all the barriers finally disappeared, and Su Yan's power had reached a certain realm. Three Dragons Realm. At this moment, he finally reached the Three Dragons Realm. However, his power did not stop growing. His power was constantly increasing. The power of a Demon King's demon core was still beyond Su Yan's imagination. This terrifying power instantly filled up his entire realm. That terrifying power was even constantly attacking Su Yan's meridians. Su Yan knew that at this time, if he didn't limit himself from increasing his realm again, he would very likely be directly crushed by this terrifying power. Countless rays of light condensed at this moment, and all the power was also constantly expanding. For Dragon's Realm. The Dragon Realm was actually a process of accumulating energy. It contained all the energy in the body, and then directly caused a qualitative change. It allowed a person to become a powerful existence like a dragon. This was the true meaning of the dragon realm. Su Yan wanted to borrow the power of the demon core to break through the three dragons' realm and condense the third dragon shadow. In fact, he had indeed succeeded in doing so. However, he neglected a fact, and that was that the demon core at this moment belonged to the demon king. In other words, it was the essence of a venerable one's power. How could a few great evil demons compare to this kind of power? The power of 5 great evil demons allowed Su Yan to reach the peak of the two dragons' realm. However, how could 5 great evil demons compare to a demon king? No, not to mention 5, even 50 great evil demons would not be able to compare to a demon king. This powerful energy directly rushed into Su Yan's body. In just an instant, it had already helped Su Yan break through the barrier, allowing him to condense the third dragon shadow. However, this was only the beginning. The powerful energy was still instilling into Su Yan's body. If Su Yan's body had not been baptized by the demon dragon's blood and had the Buddha's heart, causing his power to become incomparably powerful, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand such a terrifying power. Such a terrifying power was simply frightening. His body was constantly trembling because at this moment, he was enduring the impact of this terrifying power. The dragon's roar became louder and louder, and at this moment, the power of the dragon's soul in Su Yan's body became more solid and heavy. To others, the dragon's shadow was just an appearance, but to Su Yan, this was the existence of a real dragon soul. This was because there was a dragon living in his body. This was a real dragon, and it was the top powerhouse of the dragon clan, the great demon dragon. Under the impact of the powerful aura, the dragon chi had become more and more powerful. In the end, it was like a flame that was constantly rolling. At this moment, Su Yan only felt that the great demon dragon's blood in his body was boiling. If this continued, the restriction that Yang Tai Yi had placed on him back then would not be able to suppress the demon dragon's blood. Su Yan was constantly roaring, "For Dragon's Realm, attack!" Fortunately, Su Yan's soul strength had been greatly improved in the netherworld. The improvement of his soul strength had caused his control to become even greater. With the support of his soul strength, the fourth dragon's shadow finally began to condense. For Dragon's Roar. When he had just entered the Taihang sword faction, he had just barely stepped into the dragon realm, but now, he had already condensed 4 dragons. This kind of cultivation speed was simply frightening. Most people would not even dare to think about it. Su Yan's strength was still constantly increasing. At this moment, he even felt that he could directly destroy a mountain. Su Yan did not expect his strength to increase to such a terrifying extent. Now, he had enough confidence to directly defeat Wang Baichuan. In fact, even if he were to face off against Duanmu Longhu, he was confident enough to do so. "I've finally broken through to the 4 dragons' realm." Su Yan exhaled heavily. Until now, he still felt that it was extremely dangerous. The previous impact, even if there was only a slight problem, would have been a disaster for him. It would have directly shattered his meridians from the impact of the terrifying energy. The strength of a venerable is truly terrifying. However, even though my strength has increased tremendously, I still can't let my guard down. That Duanmu Longhu has obtained the Devil King's body. Now that he's using the Devil Devouring Heart Sutra, I'm afraid his strength will increase by leaps and bounds. Although Su Yan's strength was increasing, he did not dare to be careless when facing someone like Duanmu Longhu. It was true that his strength was increasing, but Duanmu Longhu would not remain stagnant. Moreover, now was not the time for him to face Duanmu Longhu head-on. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly discovered that Duanmu Longhu's soul doppelganger, who was being suppressed by the soul-suppressing seal, suddenly transmitted a thought. Su Yan directly released his soul doppelganger. Chapter 593. Duanmu Longhu deduced that Su Yan would definitely use the power of the demon core to increase his strength. Su Yan directly said with a smile, "My strength has indeed increased a bit, but I think your strength has increased even more. However, I stole your demon core, are you not angry at all?" Facing Su Yan's question, Duan Mulonghu directly said, "Of course I am angry, but I am not angry at Brother Su Yan, but angry at my own methods. This demon king is right here, it just depends on one's own methods. Brother Su Yan was able to take it from my hands, this is your ability." Duan Mulonghu directly said generously. Hearing this, Su Yan secretly sneered, then didn't say anything. In the end, it was useless to say anything now. In any case, the demon core had already been absorbed by him. Su Yan directly said, "Duan Mulonghu, you activated the soul doppelganger, could it be that you just want to talk to me about this matter? Isn't this a little too laughable?" Hearing Su Yan's words, Duan Mulonghu directly said, "The one who knows me is Su Yan. I think Brother Su Yan is also suffering from not being able to leave this place, right?" When he said this, he immediately grasped Su Yan's weakness. Indeed, Su Yan was currently worried about this matter. Although his ability wasn't bad, but wanting to leave this collapsed ruin was still too difficult. This ruin had collapsed, the exit had been directly sealed, his sword dragon was completely unable to find a crack to leave this place. This was indeed the matter that he was worried about. Of course, if he could find a trace of a spatial crack, he could directly use the sword dragon as a bridge to leave this place. But it was a pity that until now, he still couldn't find a way to leave this place. This place seemed to have turned into a dead end. But at this time, Duan Mulonghu suddenly mentioned this matter. Moreover, Su Yan believed that Duan Mulonghu definitely had the ability to help him leave this place. However, he had just taken his demon core, how could this guy be so kind? Su Yan didn't believe that this guy would take care of him like this just because of his identity as a collaborator. Su Yan directly said, "Speak directly, what is your purpose?" Duan Mulonghu directly smiled and said, "Brother Su Yan is so smart, I believe you have already guessed that I actually need your power to leave this place." Su Yan's strength. Is it related to this demon core? This monster core was extremely powerful. If he could devour this monster core, Duan Mulonghu's strength would definitely rise to an unprecedented level. But he didn't do so, so there was only one possibility, and that was that he needed to use this demon core. And at this time, he took the initiative to contact Su Yan, so it could be inferred that he wanted to use this demon core to decipher this ruin and then find the power inside. Su Yan pondered for a while, and then directly said, "Okay, Duan Mulonghu, I will cooperate with you again." Duan Mulonghu said with a smile, "Then, let's work together happily. I will wait for you at the original place." After saying that, the soul doppelganger directly disappeared. Su Yan suppressed this soul doppelganger again. After being suppressed by Su Yan, this soul doppelganger's biggest use now was to communicate. If it was before he advanced, Su Yan definitely wouldn't go because he didn't have the confidence to leave safely when facing these two people together. But now it was different. After absorbing the power of the demon core, Su Yan had broken through to the realm of 4 dragons. When he was in the realm of 1 dragon, he could already compete with Wang Baichuan. At this time, he had advanced to the realm of 4 dragons, and his fighting power had become extremely terrible. At this time, Su Yan dared not say that he could defeat such a terrible person as Cui Tianlang. But for such a person as Wen Yunfeng, he could definitely defeat him. Therefore, he had enough confidence now. Su Yan was not in a hurry to go. Instead, he adjusted his state and went there. At this time, the body of the demon king had completely disappeared, and Duan Mulonghu was suspended in the sky. A pair of extremely deep black wings had appeared on his back. Those were the wings of the demon king. After seeing it, Su Yan was very surprised because he felt an extremely terrible aura on the wings. The power of this pair of wings was no less than that of his demon dragon wings. If he suddenly showed this pair of wings when fighting with Duan Mulonghu again, he was afraid that it would immediately cause a huge injury to Su Yan, or even directly kill Su Yan. But now that Su Yan had seen this pair of wings, he would naturally be on guard in his heart. As if he had seen through Su Yan's mind, he slowly descended and then said to Su Yan, this pair of demon wings is the ability I got after devouring the Demon King. Brother Su Yan, what do you think? Su Yan smiled coldly, then said, terrifying. Duan Mulonghu laughed, ha ha ha, to be able to get the two words Brother Su Yan is already a great honor. Of course, Su Yan did not comment on his words. At this time, Duan Mulonghu opened his mouth again. It's a pity that although I have obtained this pair of demon wings, I still can't control it freely. I can't directly absorb it into my body. In this regard, Su Yan was not surprised. If this guy could control it freely, he would definitely use this pair of demon wings as a trump card. At this time, Hydralisk stood in front of Su Yan, then directly said, hand over the demon core. The demon core was snatched by Su Yan from him. For him, this was simply a great insult. He was full of hatred towards Su Yan. He couldn't wait to turn Su Yan into ashes. However, Su Yan simply ignored him. He looked at Duan Mulonghu and said, your dog doesn't seem to welcome me. Do you want me to teach him a lesson for you? Su Yan's words directly angered Hydralisk. Hydralisk could no longer restrain himself. He directly bombarded Su Yan with a punch. Su Yan was still smiling, as if he didn't see this scene at all. When the powerful punch directly rushed towards him, Su Yan gently patted with his palm. It was as if he had just swatted away a rubber ball that had floated to his side. As the palm fell, Hydralisk's whole body directly flew upside down, then heavily hit the ground. Hydralisk's eyes directly revealed a confused look, because he didn't expect Su Yan to be able to do this. He directly sent him flying with a palm. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Hydralisk's whole body was trembling, like a pitiful ant. Impossible, how can this guy be so strong? Hydralisk crazily roared in his heart. How is this possible? With the help of Duan Mulonghu, his battle strength has greatly increased. He was very confident in himself, but at this moment, all his confidence disappeared with Su Yan's palm. His angry attack was directly neutralized by Su Yan, and his whole body was sent flying. As if he was just an insignificant ant, how can he accept this? Su Yan didn't care about his unwillingness, because there was no need to. The current his battle strength has increased too much. In the past, Hydralisk made him feel pressured. When he first encountered Hydralisk, he and Duan Mulonghu needed to work together to contend against Hydralisk. But now, the two of them had left the Hydralisks far behind. Duan Mulonghu's gaze fell on Su Yan, and at the same time, Su Yan's gaze also fell on Duan Mulonghu. Invisibly, the two people's divine sense rose at the same time, and then directly started a confrontation. This short confrontation ended in a draw. Duan Mulonghu smiled slightly, then said, Brother Su Yan is really amazing. In such a short time, your cultivation has increased to such a level. I'm really envious and jealous. Su Yan also directly said, what are you saying, Duan Mulonghu, your strength is admirable. This time, the two naturally didn't use their true strength, but this short confrontation allowed both sides to know each other's strength. The reason why Su Yan did this was to let Duan Mulonghu know that he was definitely not to be trifled with. The most important thing now was to leave the ruins. At this time, if Duan Mulonghu still wanted to do something, although he wasn't afraid, it would still be troublesome. However, he believed that Duan Mulonghu was a smart person. After seeing Su Yan's strength, he definitely wouldn't do that. Of course, from the perspective of cooperation, if the strength of both sides wasn't equal, they wouldn't be able to cooperate well. Duan Mulonghu was very smart. He already knew what Su Yan wanted to say. Therefore, he smiled and didn't say anything. Okay, Duan Mulonghu, I don't want to continue probing with you. Let's talk about business. Tell me your plan, what method do you have to let me leave here? Su Yan didn't want to beat around the bush and directly said. Duan Mulonghu didn't waste any more time. Chapter 594. Of course, this was impossible. After all, this thing had already been refined by Su Yan. It was impossible for Su Yan to take out something that he had already devoured. Su Yan said directly, "Okay, let's not talk about this nonsense. Just tell me what we should do." Su Yan's arrogance made Hydralisk very dissatisfied. But he had no way to deal with this because he had already experienced Su Yan's strength. Now, he no longer had the qualifications to talk to Su Yan. Duan Mulonghu didn't seem to mind this at all. He just smiled faintly. "Follow me." Then, he took the lead and walked forward. Su Yan followed closely behind. Even if they had the raging fire lightning bead, they still needed to find the weakest place in the space if they wanted to blow up this place. Obviously, Duan Mulonghu had already found this place. "Brother Su Yan, you should remember that this place is actually the place where the Demon King was previously immersed. After the ruins collapsed once, spatial vortexes appeared in other places one after another, causing the surroundings to become extremely unstable. But this place is still stable. So for us, this is the best place to break through." Su Yan's divine sense spread over and he immediately felt the changes. He wasn't wrong. This place was weaker than any other place. Duan Mulonghu gently pointed his finger, and a dark red fluorescent light appeared. After this fluorescent light appeared, it directly fell into this space, as if it had fallen into a spatial node. Su Yan's face showed a surprised expression. This was because he felt an extremely powerful and explosive energy from this red dot. Once this terrifying energy exploded, it would be incomparably terrifying. It would definitely not be inferior to a Venerable's attack. Of course, compared to a demon core, the power of this raging fire lightning bead was too violent. It was absolutely impossible for it to be absorbed and absorbed. The raging fire lightning bead floated gently, and ripples appeared around him. These ripples were like lake water. Upon closer inspection, they seemed to be somewhat beautiful. However, behind this beauty was extreme terror. If one was not careful, everything would be directly destroyed, and even bones would not be left behind. "Brother Su Yan, if you and I directly inject our power into this raging fire lightning bead at the same time, we should be able to fully stimulate the power of this bead, and then erupt with the most terrifying brilliance." Hearing this, Su Yan nodded directly. Without further ado, he began to channel his power, and directly activated the Virokana-colored sun sword scripture. The blazing brilliance rose, and the power of the flames turned Su Yan's surroundings into a blazing hot zone. "Brother Su Yan, you're really impressive to be able to cultivate the Virokana-colored sun sword scripture to such a level. Even during the peak of the Taihang sword faction in ancient times, there were not many who could reach Brother Su Yan's current level." Su Yan was not surprised that Duan Mulonghu could see the origin of the Buddha sword sect. After all, in ancient times, the Devil sect and the Buddha sword sect were the true enemies of the Buddha sword sect. As the saying went, the person who understood you the most was usually your enemy. He had already expected this when he performed the Virokana-colored sun sword scripture. At this time, Duan Mulonghu's power had also begun to circulate. His power was truly dark. No, to be more precise, it was lifeless. This heavy power constantly revolved around his body, and the terrifying brilliance seemed to want to directly devour the souls of others. Although Su Yan was circulating his own technique, his attention was completely focused on Duan Mulonghu. He saw an extremely extreme power in Duan Mulonghu. This power seemed to be the end and destruction of everything. Even the demon king of the demon race could not be compared to this power. At this time, Su Yan's heart was filled with fear. Looks like this guy is hiding a huge secret. Su Yan was very sure of his guess. This guy could be revived from ancient times. It would be strange if he did not have his own secret. The power of the two people rose at the same time. One was yin, one was yang. Two extremes, but equally powerful. Looking at the two of them, Hydralisk suddenly felt a chill in his heart. When he first saw these two people, they were much weaker than him. If they were to fight one-on-one, he had absolute confidence that he could kill them both. But now, the situation was completely different. Whether it was Su Yan or Duan Mulonghu, they were much stronger than him. Let's not talk about Duan Mulonghu. After all, he was a person who came back from the dead. Moreover, he was the crown prince of the demon sect. Hydralisk wasn't surprised that he could become so powerful. But this guy in front of him had become so strong that he could even fight against Duan Mulonghu. This made Hydralisk shocked. Every time he saw Su Yan's power would increase. It was even a terrifying increase. Although Su Yan was only at Dragon Realm level 2, he was clear that Su Yan's power was extremely frightening, as he was able to send him flying with just a casual blow. It was impossible for him to only be Dragon Realm level 2. But he did not know that in a certain sense, Su Yan was also a person who had come back from the dead. At this time, the power of the two people increased at the same time. Under the powerful aura, even a 4-Dragon Realm expert could not help but retreat. He knew that if he did not leave the core of the two people's power, it was very likely that he would be killed by this terrifying power. If that was really the case, it would be too sad. Su Yan's power and Duan Mulonghu's power directly mixed together. After the two powers merged, an extremely terrifying roar erupted. Then, this power directly landed on the blazing thunder pearl. It was at this moment that the terrifying thunder and fire exploded. Countless lightning flashes suddenly appeared. Regardless of whether it was Su Yan or Duan Mulonghu, both of them immediately retreated. This was because the power that suddenly erupted was too terrifying. This kind of light was simply like the end of the world. Regardless of whether it was Su Yan or Duan Mulonghu, they were all extremely powerful people. But when faced with such power, neither of them had any thoughts of resisting. Su Yan retreated quickly. At the same time, he focused even more. He was a cultivator of the thunder technique. Lei Wanjun had given him the 10,000 mammoth divine skill, thunder technique. He could almost exert 100% of its power. However, compared to the terrifying thunderstorm in front of him, it was just child's play. As expected of something that can compare to the power of a venerable. It's really powerful. If I didn't retreat in time and was caught in this terrifying power, I'm afraid that I would have been severely injured. Su Yan was shocked by the strength of this power. But in the next moment, he immediately focused his mind and directly observed this terrifying thunder. For him, this was a great opportunity. He firmly imprinted the scene of this thunderstorm into his mind. He knew that if he could directly comprehend the changes in this power one day, his thunder technique would have a great breakthrough. Thunder technique was originally one of the most tyrannical powers in this world. If he could completely control it and improve it, it would be a great help to his strength. The changes in thunder were really rapid. Moreover, this kind of explosion was so terrifying that it could directly shake a person's soul. If Su Yan's soul power wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to persist and imprint the scene of this thunderstorm into his mind. On the contrary, if he forced himself to do so, he might even directly damage his soul source. After an unknown period of time, the power of the thunderstorm finally weakened. At this moment, Duan Mulonghu directly grabbed the hydralisk and rushed towards the hole that suddenly appeared. Since Duan Mulonghu had already reacted, how could Su Yan not react? Almost at the same time, he also directly rushed towards the hole that had just formed. The two of them quickly reached the exit. At this moment, Su Yan felt that there seemed to be a barrier in front of him, preventing him from breaking through. He naturally didn't understand that this was the power of space. At this moment, a dark skull ring directly appeared between Duan Mulonghu's fingers. This skull ring directly exploded with a sharp roar, and then the power of the barrier directly dissipated bit by bit. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Yan directly left this place. This guy is really a child with many treasures. The treasures in his hands are endless. However, Su Yan didn't care about this little bit of power of space. His sword dragon directly appeared. The moment the sword dragon appeared, the power of the barrier immediately turned into flowing water and directly flowed past Su Yan. Then, he directly followed this power and left this extremely strange space. He finally left the ruins. He suddenly felt as if he had been reborn. Others might not know, but he couldn't be any clearer. This ruins was actually very terrifying. There was an extremely powerful and strange power inside. Moreover, according to the Black Dragon King Bard, the current gate of the void would only open bit by bit. When that time came, the Revenant's world and the real world would be connected. The first to be unlucky would be this ruins. If he couldn't escape from the ruins, he was afraid that he would directly die when the Revenant's world and the real world connected. Chapter 595. At this moment, Su Yan felt as if he had escaped from a cage. However, as soon as he left the ruins, he immediately felt that there were many people around him. Su Yan roughly estimated that there were close to 100 people here. What was even more shocking was that there were about 30 Dragon Realm experts among the 100 people. Every one of these people had a deep aura and wore black robes, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Devil Sect, it's actually the disciples of the Devil Sect. Su Yan immediately recognized the identity of these people. Devil Sect disciples, and these people were clearly not the ones who had entered the ruins earlier. The Devil Sect's foundation was actually so terrifying. At this moment, he finally understood why the Devil Sect was so domineering and yet not destroyed by the other sections. It was because the Devil Sect was now very powerful. This kind of strength had far surpassed the other sections. Unless there were 3 or even 4 sects working together, if it was just the Taihang Sword faction and the Raging Flame Sword sect, it would be impossible for them to do anything to the Devil Sect. As for the 10 great sects, other than the Taihang Sword faction, the Raging Flame Sword sect, and the Devil Sect, the others were extremely scattered. The other 7 sects would not provoke the Devil Sect for no reason. However, these matters were unrelated to Su Yan right now, because right now, he had to deal with the problem in front of him first. These people were not weak, and there were many of them. Since they appeared at the edge of the ruins, they probably had other motives. However, Su Yan and Duanmu Longhu were now surrounded by them. Duanmu Longhu and the Hydralisk stood at the side, looking at the people who had suddenly appeared. Obviously, these Devil Sect disciples also saw the 2 of them as targets. When Su Yan appeared, everyone's gaze focused on him. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. "It's the Hydralisk? You've been missing for so long, and you actually appeared here today." The Hydralisk mysteriously disappeared, and many people from the Devil Sect thought that he was dead. After all, although he was a good assassin, it was common for assassins to be killed by others. But now, they saw Hydralisks here. How could they not be shocked? Hydralisk looked at the person who recognized him, then the corners of his mouth slightly moved, revealing a strange smile. The person who exposed his identity was a fellow disciple of his. Just like him, this guy used to be an assassin. Moreover, his strength was outstanding, not inferior to the Hydralisk. Naturally, there would be fights within the Devil Sect, and this guy was his main opponent. "Hydralisk, you really have guts. Since you didn't die, why didn't you return to the sect? Are you planning to betray the sect?" The demon sect was like this. If there was a chance to hit someone while they were down, they would definitely not hesitate. His gaze was so cold, and there was even an extremely cold smile in his eyes. Under the watchful eyes of so many people, no matter how Hydralisk tried to defend himself, it was futile. Moreover, this time, there was an elder here. Hydralisk's death was certain. At this moment, the vocabulary answered him. Hydralisk laughed and said, "Betray the sect? Hee, you got it right." The Hydralisk's bold words stunned him. Is this Hydralisk crazy? He actually dared to say such words. Doesn't he know how powerful the demon sect is? Betraying the sect means death. How can this guy be so calm? But at this moment, his eyebrows suddenly twitched. An extremely dangerous feeling directly pounced on him. As a powerful person, he immediately realized that something mysterious had happened. Someone attacked him. In front of so many demon sect experts, Hydralisk actually chose to attack him. This was no longer something that could be described as gutsy. But in the next moment, his heart calmed down. Hydralisk's and him were on par. How could he possibly assassinate him? Moreover, because of his great contribution in the previous operation, he received a reward from the sect and his strength improved. Stupid idiot. As long as you don't kill me in the first strike, you'll be the next one to die. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes turned cold. Because the result of the battle between Hydralisk and the demon sect expert was self-evident. Although he could send Hydralisk flying with a slap, he had to admit that Hydralisk's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. That guy wasn't Hydralisk's opponent at all. But at this moment, he didn't realize this at all. Even now, he was still complacent. This was the path to his death. Sure enough, in the next moment, Hydralisk's speed suddenly increased. This kind of extremely unusual speed stunned the other party. He even thought in his heart, how is this possible? But at this moment, it was too late. Because in front of a peak expert, he had no chance of surviving. In the next moment, Hydralisk's palm directly pierced the opponent's heart. Blood surged out and sprinkled on the ground. While the blood was surging, Hydralisk calmly returned to his original position. A Three Dragons Realm expert had died. At this moment, everyone's gaze towards Hydralisk changed. This guy actually became so terrifying. Why did Hydralisk become so powerful? Those who knew Hydralisk couldn't believe that Hydralisk had become so powerful. In just an instant, it killed a Three-Dragon Realm expert. Unconsciously, many people took a step back. During this process, Duan Mulonghu didn't say a word. He just looked at everyone calmly, thinking about something. Clap clap clap. At this moment, the sound of hands clapping broke the silence. Then, a figure slowly walked out. As soon as he appeared, many demon sect disciples were in awe. It's a Six-Dragon Realm expert. Su Yan immediately recognized this person's strength. If it was in the past, he would have some misgivings when he saw the Six-Dragon expert. After all, although he had killed the Six-Dragon expert last time, he had still paid a great price. At that time, he had almost not been able to return. But now, Su Yan didn't put this person in his eyes. If he wanted to kill him, it was just a matter of raising his hand. This Six-Dragon Realm expert only had Hydralisk in his eyes. He directly said, "Good, good, good. Hydralisk, I really didn't expect your strength to increase so much after not seeing you for a while." "Heh, so it's old man Mo. What, I killed him, are you not going to attack me? This guy is your nephew," Hydralisk said with a smile. "But Hydralisk, you're different. You've already become a Quad-Dragon expert. Moreover, the strength you displayed just now was extremely powerful. Clearly, your foundation is abnormally stable. So, come back. Don't worry, I'll definitely give you better conditions so that you can step into the Quad-Dragon realm as soon as possible." Hydralisk, don't worry, I'll definitely give you better conditions so that you can step into the Quad-Dragon realm as soon as possible. He, old man, didn't you hear what he said just now? He's already betrayed the Devil sect. No, it should be the current Devil sect. At this moment, a gentle and refined voice sounded in Old Man Mo's ears. Old Man Mo looked at Duan Mulonghu and frowned. Because before this young guy spoke, he had actually completely ignored his existence. This was too terrifying. As a Six-Dragon Realm expert, his vision was naturally incomparably sinister. Towards Duan Mulonghu, he felt a trace of fear. That's right, he was truly afraid. Moreover, it was an instinctive fear. "Who are you?" Hydralisk, you should know the price of betraying the devil's sect. You'll be thrown into the devil's den and eaten alive by those demons. It's a life worse than death. Throwing him into the devil's den was the punishment for traitors. These 4 simple words were, in fact, extremely terrifying. In the devil's den, there were some low-level demons captured by the devil's sect. Since they were demons, the thing they yearned for the most was naturally eating humans. Once thrown into the devil's den, these low-level demons would swarm over. And these low-level demons were unable to kill people in an instant. Therefore, those who were thrown into the devil's den would enjoy a long period of pain. This kind of pain was countless times more terrifying than death by 1,000 cuts. Duanmu Longhu smiled and said, "Elder, can you please tell me the purpose of your visit?" Duanmu Longhu asked politely. However, this sentence caused Elder Mo to go completely berserk. Because this guy did not take his words to heart at all. However, due to his fear of the other party, Elder Mo did not immediately make a move. His gaze became gloomy and he finally said, "Friend, who exactly are you? Do you want to interfere with the matters of my devil sect?" At this moment, Duanmu Longhu smiled and said, "Your devil sect?" No, that's my devil sect." Duanmu Longhu's gaze fell on Su Yan, then he smiled and asked, "Brother Su Yan, I think you'll help me this time, right?" Su Yan's expression did not change, but he could see that Duanmu Longhu had the intention to kill. Su Yan naturally did not have a good impression of the devil sect, but he did not want to make a move at this time. Being treated as a stupid chess piece by Duanmu Longhu for no reason was definitely not a good thing. Chapter 596. After Su Yan finished speaking, he prepared to leave. But at this moment, a disciple of the devil's sect blocked his path. At this moment, Elder Mo spoke, "I don't care if you are mysterious people or what your identities are, but since you have appeared in the territory of the devil's sect, you better behave yourselves." "Humph, the strength of the devil's sect is far from what you can belittle," Elder Mo said proudly. In fact, what he said was the truth. The strength of the devil's sect was simply unimaginable. Otherwise, it would not be able to suppress the Raging Inferno sect and the Taihang sword faction. Even in the Jiuzhou continent, the devil's sect was fearless. If it was an ordinary person, their legs would have gone weak when they heard the words devil's sect. But unfortunately, the people he met today were not ordinary people. Su Yan waved his hand, and a faint light flashed. The disciple of the devil's sect in front of him fell to the ground. There was a thin line of blood on his neck. If it was an ordinary person, Su Yan would not have gone so far. But against someone from the devil's sect, he would not be courteous at all. At this moment, it was already good that he did not cooperate with Duanmu Longhu to open the world channel. But this guy did not know what was good for him and actually blocked his path. He was simply courting death. And Su Yan would not be courteous to someone who was courting death. Elder Mo became even more furious at Su Yan's sudden attack, but also more fearful. Because from Su Yan's previous attack, he had already judged how terrifying Su Yan was. In his eyes, Su Yan was only at the Two-Dragon realm. But how could an ordinary Two-Dragon realm expert be so strong that he was afraid of him? Gulp. Elder Mo subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, he was already panicking. Why? Why did so many fiends suddenly appear today? Whether it was Duanmu Longhu or Su Yan, they were all listed by Elder Mo as terrifying fiends. Su Yan no longer cared about the gazes of these fellows. He directly soared into the air and flew off into the distance. This time, no one dared to stop Su Yan. One had to know that even Elder Mo did not dare to open his mouth to stop them at this moment. If they still did not open their eyes, wouldn't they be looking for trouble? When Su Yan left, Duanmu Longhu didn't say anything. However, his gaze returned to Elder Mo. He wanted to see how Elder Mo would deal with this. At this moment, Elder Mo was under immense pressure. This kind of power made his heart extremely heavy. However, there were many disciples here after all. If they really fought, he was not afraid. Thus, he took a deep breath and shouted, "I don't care who you are. If you surrender now, perhaps I can spare your life. Otherwise, now is the time of your death." Duanmu Longhu chuckled, "It seems that you still don't understand the situation. Hydralisk, make your move. Leave this old man to me. As for the rest, kill as many as you can." In the next moment, Duanmu Longhu had already made his move. His speed was simply too fast. His entire body was constantly moving, just like an illusory shadow. At this moment, Elder Mo's eyebrows twitched. Obviously, he did not expect the opponent to appear in front of him so quickly. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to brace himself and face the enemy head-on. Duanmu Longhu directly sent a palm strike over. Since Elder Mo was going all out to meet it, it was clear that Duanmu Longhu's cultivation level was higher. However, when they actually exchanged blows, Duanmu Longhu felt that he was the weaker party. This feeling was really terrible. It made him feel indescribably sullen. At this moment, Hydralisk also began his massacre with a sinister smile. As an assassin, he naturally would not choose those who were stronger. Instead, he chose those who were relatively stronger. His speed was extremely fast. As he attacked, lives were constantly falling in his hands. Su Yan had already left this place. He had no interest in continuing to watch because he knew that this was simply a massacre. Unless a Seven Dragons realm expert appeared to suppress Duanmu Longhu, with the current strength of these people, they would not be able to stop the two of them. Su Yan left, but now he found a more serious problem, and that was that he was lost. After all, this was the first time he left the Taihang sword faction. And now, this problem was placed in front of him. The method of throwing the tree branch was naturally stupid and unreliable. What a headache. If I knew this would happen, I would have caught one of them to be my guide. Su Yan twitched on the spot. If he came out from the original entrance of the ruin, he could still remember the way back. But now, how was he supposed to find the way back? He sighed helplessly. He could not think of a better way. It was at this moment that a familiar voice sounded. "Brother Su Yan, you're actually not dead." This surprised voice entered Su Yan's ears. It made Su Yan feel like he was bathing in a spring breeze. Although the voice itself was not pleasant to hear. Meng Yang. It was actually Meng Yang. He never thought that he would meet Meng Yang again here. And at this moment, Meng Yang was obviously very happy. He ran over with a smile and then patted Su Yan. "Ha ha ha, brother Su Yan, you're really not dead. I thought I saw a ghost, so I immediately ran over excitedly." Su Yan realized that Meng Yang always had the ability to make people not know whether to laugh or cry. Originally, it was not a bad thing, but when it came out of his mouth, it immediately made people want to kill him. Of course, Su Yan did not forget this guy's unique skill. It was already good enough that he did not directly hit him with a stick. But just as he thought this, he immediately noticed that this guy was actually hiding a stone behind his back. Damn, so this guy just changed his weapon. "Meng Yang, you're not going to hit me with a brick, right?" Su Yan said vigilantly. After being exposed by Su Yan, Meng Yang just smiled awkwardly, and then said, "Ha ha ha, no, I thought you were just a ghost, so I wanted to try and see if I could knock a ghost out with a brick." "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." Meng Yang said in his heart, "Fortunately, I was half a beat slower at that time, otherwise, would have directly hit you with a brick, but why was I suddenly half a beat slower at that time? In fact, I was still looking forward to directly taking a picture of you." Listening to these unreliable words, Su Yan's eyebrows twitched again. "Damn, you guy, do you have to be so direct?" But soon Su Yan returned to the topic, and then asked directly, "By the way, why are you here?" Su Yan asked directly. When he heard Su Yan's question, he remembered the purpose of his appearance here, so he directly said, "Hey, actually, it's nothing much. I'm here to find trouble with the Devil sect. Damn it, this bunch of dogs, they made me so miserable. If I don't do something, wouldn't it be very embarrassing? The people of the Taihang Sword faction and the Blazing Flame sect are too cowardly, they actually left with their tails between their legs." Meng Yang's look of disdain was directly ignored by Su Yan. The Taihang Sword faction and the Blazing Flame sect chose to leave, of course, not because they were cowards, but because they were considering the overall situation. After all, at this time, the disciples of the sects were extremely tired, and their morale was low. If they were ambushed at this time, it would be very bad. This time, both the Blazing Flame sect and the Taihang Sword faction had paid a huge price, and the two sects would definitely not let this go, so this time, no matter what, they would get back at the Devil sect. However, now was not the time, there was still a long way to go. Of course, now he had a clearer understanding of this joking and scolding guy in front of him. In short, this guy would definitely seek revenge for the smallest grievance. However, Su Yan felt that this kind of personality was quite good. Of course, the most important thing was that he had the strength. He was able to directly hit the Demon King's bludgeon, no matter if it was courage or strength, there was no need to prove these things. However, at this time, Su Yan said, "Meng Yang, if you go there earlier, you might have a chance to take revenge." Looking at Su Yan, Meng Yang immediately asked for it. Su Yan directly said, "Someone is slaughtering the disciples of the Devil sect. If you go there now, you should be able to see this scene." Meng Yang immediately became spirited when he heard this. There's actually a kindred spirit, I have to go take a look." After saying this, he directly ran over. This guy was really like the wind. Su Yan's hand froze on the spot. At this time, he really wanted to slap himself. He didn't even ask for directions. Why was he talking to that bastard about this? With a sigh, Su Yan finally decided to turn his head around. Asking for directions was one thing, but on the other hand, he was worried about Meng Yang. After all, he had to face the Duanmu Longhu, who was really a terrifying person. Meng Yang's strength was not bad, but it was inevitable that he would be at a disadvantage. However, just as Su Yan was about to move over to help, he realized that Meng Yang was running towards him at an even faster speed. "Su Yan, run!" Before Su Yan could reach him, Meng Yang had already grabbed Su Yan and fled to the back. At this time, an extremely deep voice sounded, "How dare you kill my Devil Sect's people, you're courting death." This huge consciousness was directly released like a ripple, and the terrifying voice made one's heart tremble. Venerable One. It was actually a Venerable One who made a move. It was no wonder Meng Yang was like this. After all, facing a powerful Venerable One, Meng Yang was no match at all. Even the mysterious Duanmu Longhu was no match for a Venerable One. Chapter 597. What was he in front of the three Venerables? Although his strength had increased tremendously, he was not arrogant enough to challenge a Venerable. At this moment, there was no need for Meng Yang to hold him back. Su Yan had also unleashed his own power and began to flee. As he fled, he said, "You bastard, what kind of heinous thing did you do? Why is the Venerable One chasing after you?" If Su Yan didn't remember wrongly, these three supremacies should have been the first to chase after Duanmu Longhu. After all, Meng Yang was only there to join in the fun, but Duanmu Longhu had killed a large number of Devil Sect's powerhouses. No matter how one looked at it, these guys should not be looking for trouble with him. However, the Venerable came. Furthermore, Su Yan could tell that the Martial Highness was infuriated at the moment. His eyebrows suddenly twitched, and he immediately thought of something. He directly asked Meng Yang, "Meng Yang, did you do something to anger that Venerable One?" Su Yan was sure that Meng Yang had done something. At this moment, Meng Yang said righteously, "Brother Su Yan, how can you blame me? It's his fault. His head is like a moon, so I couldn't help but hit him with a brick. Hearing this, Su Yan broke out in cold sweat. Sure enough, this guy was truly audacious. He actually did such a thing. He actually moved a brick in front of the Venerable One. What was there that this guy didn't dare to do? Su Yan felt that his life seemed to be bleak. Why did he meet him here? What was wrong with him? Why did he worry about his safety? If he had known this would happen, he would have chosen the path with a tree branch. He was careless in making friends. Su Yan felt that he should have stayed away from this guy long ago. Walking with this guy was a huge danger. However, at this moment, he laughed and did not care at all. Brother Su Yan, you're loyal. You're still willing to accompany me at this time. Good, good, I, Meng Yang, will never forget you. It was unknown whether this guy was doing it on purpose or was born so cute, but he almost shouted that sentence. Anyone could hear him, let alone a Venerable One. Good, Su Yan, Meng Yang, I'll remember your names. You better be fast enough to escape from me, or I'll make sure you die without a burial ground. Su Yan wailed. It was definitely not a good thing to be remembered by a venerable. Originally, he wanted to keep a low profile before facing the devil sect head-on so that he could catch them off guard. Now, it seemed that it was useless. At least, this venerable had remembered his name. This time, he was really doomed by Meng Yang. However, Meng Yang, the instigator, was still laughing loudly. He then said, Big Baldy, come at me if you have the ability. Let's see if you can catch up to yours truly. Meng Yang did not take the devil sect's venerable to heart at all. Su Yan and Meng Yang were fast, but the Venerable One was faster. Although they were trying their best to circulate their powers, the distance between them was still closing bit by bit. If this continued, they would be caught up sooner or later. Su Yan's heart was already somewhat anxious. He was thinking of a way to escape. But no matter how hard he thought, he could not think of a good way. At this moment, Meng Yang suddenly chuckled and said, Brother Su Yan, don't worry. I, Meng Yang, am not a reckless person. This guy will definitely not catch up to us. Don't worry. Su Yan was not at ease at all. No matter how he looked at it, this guy did not look like a person who would kill. He was a guy who directly went to beat the Demon King. His skill of courting death had already reached the peak of perfection. How could he be at ease in such a situation? At this moment, Su Yan was crying and laughing. He was really sad and wronged. At this time, he really wanted to pretend that he did not know Meng Yang and leave quietly. But unfortunately, he had no other choice now. However, at this moment, Meng Yang suddenly took out a rune in his hand, and then he said to Su Yan proudly, Brother Su Yan, look, this is a speed rune. It was made by my master. As long as you stick this rune on your body, you will be able to erupt with the most terrifying speed. It is simply wishful thinking for this ordinary bald guy to catch up to us. Su Yan's gaze fell on this speed rune. Above this rune, Su Yan felt an extremely powerful energy fluctuation. An extremely terrifying power was contained in it. If such a rune was directly activated, it would probably erupt with a very fast speed. Seeing this rune, Su Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this guy was indeed prepared in advance this time. At this moment, Meng Yang laughed and said, Brother Su Yan, you definitely don't believe me, right? After all, it's indeed ridiculous that a rune can erupt with a speed faster than a Venerable One. But it doesn't matter, I'll show you now. After saying that, Meng Yang directly stuck the rune on his body, and then began to activate it. At the same time, he shouted, You big bald bear, come and chase me, come and chase me. If you can't catch up to me, we'll just kick your bald head like a ball. Meng Yang laughed. The moment he finished speaking, the speed rune was instantly activated. At this moment, his entire body sped up. Puff! A sharp sound burst out. Then, Meng Yang directly shook off the Venerable One's pursuit and moved forward. However, at the same time that he shook off the Venerable One, he also shook off Su Yan. Hey, hey, hey. At this moment, Su Yan simply wanted to cry but had no tears. Shake off? I didn't say that I didn't believe you, and I also didn't say that I wanted you to show me. Now that you've run away, what should I do? At this moment, Su Yan had been completely betrayed by Meng Yang. Meeting Meng Yang was really his tragedy. At this moment, the distance between the Venerable One and Su Yan was shortened again. Damn it, I actually let one of you escape. But it doesn't matter. Humph, I'll catch you first, then turn you into ashes. Behind Su Yan, the bald Venerable One directly roared. His speed increased a little, and then he closed in on Su Yan. Su Yan had successfully pulled the aggro of the other party to himself. At this time, he was really speechless to the extreme. Phew. Su Yan took a deep breath and then calmed himself down. He had always been a very calm person, but as long as he met Meng Yang, he would be in a mess. In fact, it was not only him. Anyone who met Meng Yang would be like this. At this time, since Meng Yang had disappeared, he would have to face the Venerable One's anger directly. If he were to fight with the Venerable One now, he would probably have no chance unless he really transformed into a great demonic dragon. However, to achieve such power, after transforming into a great demonic dragon, he would probably never have the chance to recover. Demonic dragon wings, fully activate. Fortunately, he had directly devoured the power of the demon core, so his strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. At this moment, his demonic dragon wings were activated, and the terrifying power of flames also directly erupted. As soon as the burning wings appeared, Su Yan's speed suddenly increased. The distance between him and the Venerable One finally stopped shrinking. At this time, the bald Venerable One was very surprised. Damn it, these two guys are weird. How dare they play with me like this? They are simply courting death. But the wings that appeared on this kid's back are clearly a pair of dragon wings. His talent is so strong that he can condense dragon wings. That's really amazing. If he has enough time, I'm afraid he will be a very troublesome genius. But it doesn't matter. Since he dares to go against me, I will let him die in pain. Hee, killing a genius is really something to be excited about. The Venerable One once again activated his power, and then suddenly increased his speed. Su Yan and him directly began to chase. But then again, that extreme speed rune was truly terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan had already unfurled his demonic dragon wings. However, compared to Meng Yang, who had the extreme speed rune pasted on him, there was still a huge gap. Su Yan suddenly remembered a word that he had almost forgotten for a long time: cheating. This was simply cheating. Yiksha Mo Luo, reveal your true body. The bald Venerable One was probably really angry to the extreme. In order to catch up to Su Yan, he actually began to activate his power, and then revealed an extremely terrifying figure. That was the legendary Yiksha Mo Luo. It was one of the most powerful techniques in the Devil sect. It could summon the illusory Yiksha Mo Luo to help him, allowing him to have the most terrifying speed. Damn it! Su Yan cursed secretly. This guy was actually cheating. After this Yiksha Mo Luo's figure appeared, the Venerable One's speed increased by more than half. No matter how abnormal his demonic dragon wings were, it could not be compared to this speed. Humph, kid, your name is Su Yan, right? I want to see how you are going to escape at this time. Now, stop obediently, and I will consider letting you suffer less. At this time, he had already stretched out a palm. Chapter 598. Su Yan knew that this was a matter of life and death. If he were to slow down at this time, he would immediately die without a burial place. Of course, he did not want to be killed just like that. Since he could not escape, he could only fight. Even if he had to transform into the great demonic dragon, he would kill this guy to accompany him in death. Since he had made up his mind, Su Yan stopped and took out the scorching sun sword. His chi power rose crazily. At this moment, when the bald Venerable One saw Su Yan's appearance, he immediately began to laugh out loud. "You're just like a little dog. You know that you have nowhere to go, so you want to fight to the death. Come on, let me see just how capable you are." In order to catch up to Su Yan, he even used the means of Yakshamara. Therefore, this time, he would not let Su Yan die easily. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly flew over from afar. The bald Venerable One recognized the guy in an instant. That's right, he was Meng Yang, the guy who threw a brick at him. This little thief is the most hateful. He actually dared to come back. At this time, he was about to make a move to kill both of them at the same time. However, he heard Meng Yang laugh loudly. Then, he opened his mouth again and said, "You damned idiot, you think you can kill me?" He suddenly approached Su Yan and grabbed Su Yan's hand. Then, he raised his butt and patted the bald Venerable One. "Damn Baldy, big Baldy, catch up to me and I'll feed you fart." Even Su Yan felt that this sentence was extremely shameless. However, he did not care at all. Instead, he felt very happy at this moment. The bald-headed Venerable One's power immediately descended. However, just as his power was about to envelop the two of them, Meng Yang and Su Yan immediately escaped from the range of his power. Damn it! The Speed Talisman is the Frenzied Blade Venerable's Speed Talisman. At this moment, he finally remembered the origin of this Speed Rune. This Speed Rune played an important role in the Frenzied Blade Venerable's growth. With his existence, he could fight and escape. Ordinary people couldn't do anything to him. As time passed, the Frenzied Saber Venerable became more and more powerful. In the end, he directly stepped into the Venerable realm. After that, no one dared to provoke him. The bald Venerable One was actually fearful of the Frenzied Saber Venerable One. If it was in the past, he would never be so reckless. But today, Meng Yang had truly provoked him too much. A dignified Venerable was directly smacked by a junior. If this news were to spread, where would he put his face? Therefore, he had made up his mind to kill Meng Yang no matter what. What's more, he knew that the Speed Rune couldn't be activated endlessly. It would absorb the spirit chi in the person's body. Once the spirit chi decreased slightly, the rune's speed would slow down too. When that happened, it would be his time of death. The Frenzied Saber Venerable One was a tricky figure, but he couldn't care less now. Besides, would he still be afraid of the Venerable One now that he had the Speed Rune? Therefore, he simply followed Yang Ming. You're not only by yourself, but you're also bringing someone else with you. I'd like to see how long you can last. With that being the case, a chase began. Meng Yang was humming a tune proudly when Su Yan suddenly asked, "Meng Yang, didn't you notice that we seem to have slowed down?" Meng Yang simply responded, "Slowed down? It's fine, it's fine. Brother Su Yan, don't worry, this old tortoise can't catch up with us." Su Yan immediately turned around to look. He helplessly realized that the distance between them and the bald Venerable One was slowly closing. Is this really fine? At this moment, Su Yan couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In the end, Su Yan decided to remind him, so he said, "Meng Yang has caught up with us. Moreover, the Speed Rune's speed seems to have decreased a lot." This time, Meng Yang finally became serious. He sighed and said, "Brother Su Yan, you're too heavy." Su Yan's face darkened. "What does this have to do with me? I'm the one who's hurt the most. If this guy didn't like to hit people with bricks, how could he have provoked the bald Venerable One? This should be Duan Mulonghu's trouble. I should have been able to return to the Taihang sword faction happily." Su Yan sighed and prepared himself for battle once again. Who asked me to treat Meng Yang as a friend for no reason? If I have to die, let's die together. However, at this moment, Meng Yang spoke again, "Brother Su Yan, I told you not to worry. Hee, it's fine if he catches up with us. I'm just afraid that he won't catch up with us. Looking at Meng Yang's serious expression, Su Yan felt strange. This guy's serious look is even more annoying. At this moment, Meng Yang spoke again, Brother Su Yan, you haven't killed a venerable yet, right? When he said this, Su Yan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Kill a venerable? Does this Meng Yang want to kill the bald venerable of the devil sect? In fact, Su Yan had killed a venerable before. However, the ones he killed were those who had died in ancient times and only had remnant souls left, such as the Ghost Flame Venerable and the White Bone Venerable. Of course, these people used to be very strong, but that was in the past. They could not be compared with a real venerable at all. What exactly is Meng Yang relying on? How dare he say that he wants to kill a venerable? However, he could tell that Meng Yang was not joking at all. He was serious. Although Su Yan usually behaved indecently, his killing intent could not be concealed at this time. Su Yan asked directly, Meng Yang, do you have any plans? Tell me quickly. Meng Yang smiled and said, Hee, you'll know later. At this point, the speed of the two of them had completely slowed down. If compared to the extreme speed at the beginning, it was like a child running. At this moment, the bald-headed honorable one's voice was heard, ha ha ha, damn brat. I would like to see how you guys are going to escape from my hands now. Humph, I know that you are the disciple of the Frenzied Blade Venerable, but so what? Since you have angered me, even if the Frenzied Blade Venerable is here, I will bury him here today. At that moment, the bald Venerable One laughed out loud. He was indescribably arrogant. At this point, Meng Yang simply stopped running. He turned around, played with the brick in his hand, and said, Damn Baldy, you only know how to be stubborn in front of me. If you have the ability, don't be a coward when this old man comes. If you're a coward, you're a bastard. Meng Yang hooted directly, and the bald venerable sneered. Kid, say no more. No matter what, you're dead today. Even your master can't kill you. Su Yan, you should be the young genius who just rose in the Taihang sword faction. You're good, but because of this, you must die. His words were cold and full of killing intent. As soon as he finished speaking, a playful voice was heard, Is that so? You're saying that I can't save my disciple? Huh, I don't believe it. Come, let me see what means you have that I can't even save my disciple. The voice appeared so suddenly that it gave the bald venerable one a fright. In fact, Su Yan was the same, because he didn't even see how this person appeared. He just appeared here out of thin air, which made people feel terrified. He's a venerable one indeed. I actually didn't notice when he appeared here. Su Yan's perceptive power was great, but he really did not notice how the Frenzied Blade Venerable One appeared. This showed how powerful the Venerable One was. At this moment, the bald-headed Venerable One's expression had turned extremely ugly. He was not stupid. Obviously, he had already guessed that this brat named Meng Yang was deliberately provoking him earlier to lure him here. Frenzied Blade Venerable One, this must be all part of your plan. What? Do you want to kill me? The bald Venerable One said coldly. At this moment, the Frenzied Blade Venerable One chuckled and shook his head, Ha, Baldy, do you think I can't kill you? Do you really think that the identity of a demonic sex elder can scare me? The Frenzied Blade Venerable One took a step forward. An extremely terrifying aura rose and pressed toward the bald Venerable One directly. At this moment, the bald Venerable One's face was filled with fear. 2 essences, you're already a 2 essences venerable. One must know that the higher one's cultivation level, the harder it was to improve. Although the Frenzied Blade Venerable One was famous, he was still a rogue cultivator. But now, he was already a 2 essences venerable, which had surpassed the bald Venerable One. If the bald Venerable One fought head-on, this guy might really kill the bald Venerable One. At this moment, the bald Venerable One understood that he absolutely could not make a move at this moment. He said, "You've already become a two essences venerable. I can't beat you, but you're underestimating me too much if you want to kill me. If I want to leave, I'm afraid you can't stop me." However, at this moment, another cold voice sounded, baldly, "You seem to want to kill my Taihang sword faction's disciple? Humph, if that's the case, then you can stay here forever." The appearance of this person completely changed the expression of the demonic sect's Venerable Li. Chapter 599. The moment Cui Tianlang appeared, the bald Venerable One knew that things had gone awry. Just the frenzied blade Venerable was not someone he could deal with. If he fought with him, only death awaited him. However, another Cui Tianlang had appeared. In this area, Cui Tianlang's reputation was definitely not inferior to any Venerable One. It could even be said that his reputation was greater than that of ordinary venerables. One had to know that his reputation was built from killing. He had not reached the Venerable One realm yet, but no Venerable One would underestimate him. After all, he had directly killed a Venerable One from the Devil sect. Therefore, even though the frenzied blade Venerable was already a two-origin expert, he was still more afraid of Cui Tianlang. However, at that moment, those two insanely powerful fellows had appeared at the same time. At that moment, he knew that he was most likely going to die today. "Cui Tianlang, frenzied blade, do the two of you really want to become enemies with the Devil sect?" He said that in a stern voice. Cui Tianlang simply ignored him and said indifferently, "Devil sect? Hee, how interesting. Do you still think that this kind of nonsense can scare us?" While speaking, Cui Tianlang's sword intent had already been activated. The dense sword intent directly turned into threads that instantly locked onto the bald Venerable One. Seeing such a scene, Su Yan became extremely solemn. Cui Tianlang's seemingly ordinary move had allowed Su Yan to see a new direction. Sword silk transformation. Such a technique could be said to be magical. Stepping into such a realm meant that his strength had reached a whole new level. His entire person had entered a whole new realm. One heart into 1,000 thoughts. Such a method was truly incomparably powerful. Among the people that Su Yan had seen so far, there were definitely less than 5 who could display such a sword technique. Sword silk transformation was really powerful. As for the even more powerful sword thunder transformation, it was even more terrifying. Su Yan did not even dare to imagine such a realm at the moment. At that moment, the bald Venerable One also felt that something was wrong. That powerful and terrifying power was simply terrifying. With just this move, he knew that he was in real danger today. In the history of the Taihang sword faction, wasn't it only possible for those who had reached the Venerable realm to perform this technique? However, Cui Tianlang was actually able to do it so casually. He was truly the most terrifying person in history. If this continued, he would definitely die in his hands today. At this moment, he let out a roar. Then, an extremely violent force appeared. Yiksha Mara, obliterate. At this moment, the bald Venerable One did not dare to be careless. At this moment, he let out a furious roar and unleashed his strongest power. The shadow of the Yiksha continued to transform, and in the end, it turned into a terrifying shadow. The shadow lingered, and the bald Venerable One's figure also became erratic. At this moment, he did not think about going head-on against Cui Tianlang at all because he knew very well that he would not stand a chance at all if he did that. Therefore, he flashed away. Despite that, Cui Tianlang sneered, "I'd like to see if your shadow flight light is faster or if my sword is faster." As he spoke, the shadow of a sword soared across the sky, and the silk threads chased after the bald Venerable One like long snakes. Seeing this, the bald Venerable One was simply heartbroken. Cui Tianlang is really going too far. Just as he was about to counterattack, another laugh was heard. "Ha ha ha, bald, you're quite strong-willed to have the guts to face him head-on." At this moment, the bald Venerable One from the Devil's sect raised his eyebrows again because Fury Saber the Venerable One's terrifying saber light was flying toward him. These two people, no matter who it was, were enough to kill him, not to mention that they were his colleagues at this time. His soul and body were both trembling. He wanted to break out of the situation, but how could it be so easy for him to break out of the ambush of the two Venerable Ones? Amidst the chaos, he looked at Su Yan and Meng Yang. At this moment, he finally knew how he should break out of this situation. He could not defeat Cui Tian Lang and Fury Saber, but Su Yan and Meng Yang were definitely not his match. He knew that if he wanted to live today, all of his hopes would be placed on these two people. Only by holding these two people in his hands as hostages would he have a chance to escape. Old farts, you'll have to pay a price if you want to kill me. Let's perish together. He roared furiously, and his aura rose to its peak. From the looks of it, it was clear that he wanted to perish together with the two of them. No matter what, he was a Venerable One. If he wanted to perish together with the two Venerable Ones, even someone like Fury Saber the Venerable One would have to pay a certain price. At this instant, a hint of hesitation appeared on the frenzied Blade Venerable One's face. The bald Venerable One had been waiting for this opportunity. Taking advantage of the hesitation, he turned around and pounced on Su Yan and Meng Yang. His eyes were filled with anger and madness when he looked at Su Yan and Meng Yang. This was because it was these two D*MN fellas. If it was not for them, he would not be in such a sorry state and be blocked by two Venerable Ones. Since they dared to scheme against me, they must pay the price. He had already made up his mind. Once he caught Su Yan, he would directly cut off Su Yan and Meng Yang's hands and feet. He would not give them any chance. At this moment, Su Yan's expression changed because he had already seen through his opponent's intention. As expected of a Venerable One, he's very terrifying. Even at such a time, he's still quick-witted enough to come up with a plan to take drastic measures. Meng Yang, run! Su Yan yelled. At the same time, the scorching sun sword in his hand suddenly released a scarlet divine light, and the scorching aura of fire directly burst out. Dance of the Fish Dragons. Su Yan could not care about anything else at this moment. Of course, he was not confident that he could block a Venerable One's attack, so he could only take the initiative to attack. Using offense as a form of defense seemed to have become his only method and means. At this moment, all of the lights kept surging. The power that he devoured from the fire dragon's tooth had been integrated into his essential chi. The dance of the fish dragon seemed to have evolved into a new form at this moment. In the past, when the dance of the fish dragons was slashed out, it would be a flying fish dragon. Its shape would be very strange and ferocious. However, at this moment, when the sword fell, it directly transformed into a fire dragon. The terrifying fire dragon gently flew into the sky. The terrifying and oppressive power made people's hearts tremble. The burst of such violent power shocked even Su Yan himself. This was because he never thought that his power would have such a change. However, the change in his power was a good thing for him. This gave him more confidence when facing this Venerable One, who had fallen into madness in order to survive. The bald Venerable One's eyes became extremely cold. When Su Yan used that sword, he already had the intention to kill in his heart. Su Yan must die. At this moment, that violent and terrifying light was like the wings of thunder. The powerful and terrifying light had risen to the extreme. Yiksha Mara, destroy the world. At this moment, the mysterious and unfathomable light directly condensed, forming terrifying sparks one after another. Su Yan's sword was naturally powerful. If he was facing a powerhouse of the dragon realm, even if it was an 8-dragon or 9-dragon powerhouse, he might have a chance to fight. However, he was facing a Venerable One right now. The strength of a Venerable One was not something that Su Yan could imagine at this moment. His flaming sword light was immediately flattened. The terrifying power of a Yiksha directly descended, making it very difficult for him to even breathe. At this moment, Su Yan was like a child facing a tyrannosaurus. Under the threat of death, this bald venerable one had to say that under the threat of death, this venerable one had directly exploded with all of his power. That terrifying power swept over. Facing such a terrifying person, Su Yan could not block at all. This terrifying radiance of destruction was even more terrifying than the ever-expanding gale. The world was terrifyingly quiet. At this moment, everything seemed to have stopped. At this moment, Meng Yang was at a loss. When the Venerable One directly descended, he did not have the strength to resist at all. At this moment, the speed talisman had already lost its effect. The bald Venerable One laughed sinisterly. Then, he thought that the two of them were getting closer and closer. However, at this moment, in front of Su Yan and Meng Yang, a shadow suddenly appeared. This shadow was very blurry, it was just a faint black shadow. However, in the blink of an eye, this shadow had already condensed into a solid form. Cui Tianlang. This shadow transformed into a person, it was Cui Tianlang. Seeing this figure, the bald Venerable One was simply shocked. He did not expect Cui Tianlang to suddenly appear at this moment. However, in his perception, Cui Tianlang was clearly still at the same place. Suddenly, he thought of a word. Shadow Sword Doppelganger. These words filled him with despair. Shadow Sword Clone was a realm that was close to the legendary realm. It was an extremely powerful secret technique of the Taihang sword faction, it had terrifying power. Chapter 600. The so-called sword Shadow Doppelganger was actually an external incarnation. The method of external incarnation had existed since ancient times, but the sword Shadow Doppelganger was different from the external incarnation. As the name suggested, the sword Shadow Doppelganger condensed the doppelganger with sword chi. The doppelganger formed by sword chi was only born for battle, and its body was filled with terrifying sword chi. When the sword chi burst out, that kind of destructive power was simply beyond anyone's imagination. Of course, it was also extremely difficult to condense the sword Shadow Doppelganger. A swordsman had to condense and compress his sword chi day and night to have the chance to cultivate the terrifying sword Shadow Doppelganger. It sounded like a simple sentence, but when it was actually done, it was incomparably difficult. Every cultivator would want to improve their own plane as much as possible. This was because the improvement of one's realm meant an improvement of one's combat strength, lifespan, and other aspects. At this moment, he finally understood why such a powerful and terrifying person like Cui Tianlang had not broken through to the Venerable One realm until now. It turned out that he was condensing the sword Shadow Doppelganger. It was no wonder that he could directly kill the Venerable One of the Devil's sect back then. However, it was a kind of despair for him now. However, even if it was the legendary sword Shadow Doppelganger, it could not make him give up his life directly. When the Yiksha descends, all things will be destroyed. Let me see how terrifying your sword Shadow Doppelganger is. At this moment, he had already begun to burn his life force. The terrifying power of the radiance was constantly rising. Previously, he was just putting on an act and making a false move. But now, he had truly begun to fight for his life. This was because he knew very well that if he did not go all out at this moment, he would only die. After burning his life force, the Yiksha suddenly soared. At this moment, the powerful force condensed into a terrifying position for the Commission for Discipline Inspection. This position directly enveloped everyone in it. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze began to condense. This terrifying power was simply like a volcano that was about to erupt. However, at this moment, there was not the slightest bit of fear in his heart. In fact, there was not even the slightest bit of fear. This was because he believed in Cui Tianlang's strength. At this moment, Cui Tianlang seemed to have transformed into boundless sword chi. His figure elongated and finally disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, when he reappeared, he was already at another pole. In an instant, this was truly just an instant. From the beginning to the end, the speed was simply too fast. Fortunately, Su Yan concentrated all of his attention, and only then did he get a general idea. Just as Cui Tianlang's figure passed through the terrifying Yiksha, the boundless light exploded and bombarded the Yiksha's body. And this boundless radiance was actually one sword shadow after another. This kind of power was truly terrifying. This was the adjective Su Yan came up with at this moment, terrifying. Then, he fell into deep thought. He was naturally shocked by such a powerful force. However, Su Yan seemed to have grasped something amidst the shock. If he could grasp such power, then his combat strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Of course, the current him might not be able to unleash such terrifying power. But as long as he continued to cultivate, he believed that one day, he would be able to unleash such sword chi. Cui Tianlang's figure from before constantly lingered in Su Yan's mind. Now, he no longer looked at the bald venerable from the demonic sect, because he knew very well that there was no need to. This venerable from the demonic sect could not possibly survive. His life had already come to an end. Cui Tianlang's previous sword strike had already severed all of his vitality. Ha ha ha, brother Tianlang is truly powerful. This Baldy Li is quite capable, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from your sword shadow doppelganger. This is truly admirable. If Su Yan could see some clues from it, then the frenzied blade venerable naturally saw it even more clearly. It was precisely because of this that he was shocked. He even wondered if he would be unable to block such a sword strike if he was in Lu Xian's place. He was a two-origin expert, stronger than Baldy Li. However, in his mind, even if he could block that sword strike, he would definitely have to pay a huge price. If he had to use a word to describe that sword strike, it would be ethereal and terrifying. Cui Tianlang was truly Cui Tianlang. He was truly terrifying. More importantly, Cui Tianlang had not truly stepped into the venerable realm yet. Then, what would happen if he stepped into the venerable realm? How powerful would he become with the sword shadow doppelganger? By then, the frenzied blade venerable would probably be no match for him. At that moment, he suddenly felt powerless. He, the frenzied blade venerable, was quite famous, but his foundation was still too weak. The foundations of those powerful sects were truly incomparable. Now that Cui Tianlang had appeared in the Taihang sword faction, their strength would probably increase even further. He naturally knew about Cui Tianlang. If the Taihang sword faction sect master had not forcefully protected him back then, he would probably have died at the hands of the three great clans. It had to be said that the mysterious sect master of the Taihang sword faction was truly an incredible figure. Putting everything else aside, Cui Tianlang alone was enough to make him think highly of him. Cui Tianlang's sword shadow doppelganger disappeared right away. He was not bothered by the frenzied blade venerable one's compliment at all, and he responded calmly, "Frenzied blade venerable one, you must be joking. I'm still far from you." The two venerable ones were secretly discussing something, but Su Yan was naturally unaware of it. In actuality, he was not qualified to find out about it at all. "Meng Yang, you be **starred, why aren't you getting your ass over here? We should leave now," the frenzied blade venerable one yelled at Meng Yang. Meng Yang was clearly unwilling to return with the frenzied blade venerable one, but the frenzied blade venerable one simply waved his hand to capture him. He could not escape even if he wanted to. If he could escape from the frenzied blade venerable one's grasp, his strength would be extremely terrifying. Now that the devil sect had lost a venerable one, it was definitely a huge matter. For any sect, a venerable one was an extremely precious combat power. However, this time, the bald venerable one had died without a sound, so the devil sect would definitely not let this matter rest. This time, both the Taihang sword faction and the Blazing Inferno sect suffered heavy losses. Many of the younger generation's genius disciples were killed or injured, and the Blazing Inferno sect's disciple, who was one of the 10 great powerhouses, had even died. How could they tolerate this? Since both sides could not tolerate and restrain themselves, there was only one outcome left: a war. A war would truly begin. A chaotic world was about to arrive, and the frenzied Blade Venerable One would definitely not be at ease with his disciple wandering around outside at such a critical juncture. His disciple was extremely talented and learned everything quickly. His cultivation base was also improving rapidly, but he liked to fool around too much. Moreover, the other two Venerable Ones from the Devil's sect knew that the Bald Venerable One had come here to pursue Meng Yang. Even someone as powerful as the frenzied Blade Venerable One could only bring his disciple to lie low for a while. After all, the Devil's sect had a strong foundation, and it was not something that he could provoke alone. Seeing the frenzied Blade Venerable leave with Meng Yang, Su Yan was slightly relieved. Although they had not known each other for a long time, he had already treated Meng Yang as his friend. At this moment, Cui Tianlang arrived in front of Su Yan and said to Su Yan, "You're actually able to come out alive. That's not bad." Back then, Cui Tianlang directly cut off the Demon King's tail, but to be honest, he did not expect Su Yan to survive at all. He only thought that it was the last thing he could do for Su Yan. However, he did not expect Su Yan to miraculously survive. Moreover, with his sharp eyes, he could naturally tell that Su Yan's strength had increased by a lot. In the Taihang sword faction, he rarely liked anyone. However, Su Yan was to his liking. Although Su Yan was now a disciple of the Shui family, he could tell that Su Yan's heart was actually as free as his. Su Yan survived all thanks to Senior's sword. "If it wasn't for Senior, I'm afraid that I would have died too," Su Yan said respectfully. That was true. If Cui Tianlang did not cut off the Demon King's tail at the last moment, allowing Su Yan to break free, he would have died together with the Demon King. Su Yan will definitely repay Senior's kindness. Cui Tianlang smiled faintly and said, "It's up to you whether you want to repay me or not. What's your plan now? Will you return to the sect with me?" Su Yan said, "It's best that Senior can bring me back to the sect. To be honest, I can't find the way back." If he knew the way back to the sect, he might not have seen Cui Tianlang's terrifying sword. "Okay, then follow me back. By the way, you're from the Five Counties continent?" Su Yan nodded directly. Cui Tianlang asked again, then, "Do you know someone called Su Lin?" Su Lin. How could Su Yan not remember this name? This was his father. Although he was only the father of this body, now that he had merged with him, he had inherited everything from him, including his feelings. Even with his strong self-control, when he heard this name, his body trembled. Chapter 601. Senior, do you know my father? Even the original body didn't have much memory of his father. He only knew that his father, Su Lin, was the pride of the Su family and had an extremely powerful talent. When his father was still alive, the entire Su family was thriving. However, in a later mission, his father, Su Lin, and his mother both died. This was the reason why Su Yan became all alone and was bullied by the Su family. But now, it seemed that his understanding of his father was completely wrong. Because if his father was really just a powerhouse of the Su family, how could Cui Tianlang know about it? One must know that the Su family was indeed a prominent family in Tianshuang City and could dominate a region. However, the Su family couldn't even be compared to the Burial Sword Tomb. And compared to the Taihang sword faction in 9 regions, what was the Burial Sword Tomb? However, Cui Tianlang asked him about Su Lin at this time. Cui Tianlang was silent for a long time and finally said, "Since you are Su Lin's child, then you are my child." Su Yan was shocked again. He could hear how serious Cui Tianlang was when he said this sentence. From this, it could be seen that the relationship between him and his father was certainly not shallow. Perhaps the two of them were even friends of life and death. Cui Tianlang said again, "Back then, your father saved my life." Cui Tianlang became a little sad at this time. Su Yan didn't know what he saw in his eyes, but he thought it must be a sad picture. Moreover, this sad picture seemed to be related to his father. Su Yan finally summoned up the courage and asked directly, "Senior, can you tell me where my father and mother went? Or, can you tell me more about my father?" Su Yan's mood was already a bit excited. Now, he could no longer control his heart. Even he couldn't control himself when facing his parents' affection. In his previous life, he once heard that the legendary immortal Dao was the Dao of indifference. Parents, friends, feelings, all feelings were forgotten, and then one could cultivate to become an immortal. However, if one was heartless, what was the point of becoming an immortal? He couldn't let go of his feelings, and he didn't want to. In the end, Cui Tianlang sighed and said, "Forget it, let's go back to the sect." Su Yan asked, but Cui Tianlang didn't answer. Su Yan didn't continue to ask because he knew that even if he continued to ask, he wouldn't tell him. As for what exactly happened back then, he would have to wait until he was strong enough to investigate. As for now, it was time to return to the sect. In the Taihang sword faction, Xue Xinyue was having a hard time every day. So many days had passed, but she still had no news of Su Yan. It was as if Su Yan had disappeared from the face of the earth. This made her very uneasy, although Cui Tianlang had told her that Su Yan would not die so easily. However, the terrifying scene when the ruins collapsed was still replaying in her mind. That kind of terrifying doomsday-like scene simply made one's heart tremble. It was simply too terrifying, like the end of the world. Even if a venerable one wanted to come out alive, it would not be easy. She held a long sword in her hand, but found that she was not in the mood to practice swordsmanship. At this moment, a person walked in. He was Wuya, the disciple of the sword-forging Peaks Venerable, and his status in the Taihang sword faction was extraordinary. As long as one was a sword cultivator, they would want a divine weapon of their own. Naturally, a divine sword was not something that could be asked for, or even encountered, but if one could obtain a famed sword, it was already a great fortune. After all, even a powerful famed sword could increase one's battle strength by a bit. Therefore, Wuya had a special privilege. He could go anywhere in the sect, except for the forbidden areas. Wuya walked to Xue Xinyue's side and said gently, "Xinyue, what's wrong? Are you still unhappy?" Of course, he knew why Xue Xinyue was unhappy. It was all because of that guy called Su Yan. If it were not for him, how could Xue Xinyue ignore him? Before he met Xue Xinyue, he was obsessed with sword forging and treated everything as nothing. It was not until he met Xue Xinyue that he realized that there was actually someone in this world who could be so beautiful. The moment she saw Xue Xinyue, she was already deeply engrossed. However, just as he expressed his feelings to Xue Xinyue, Su Yan appeared. The appearance of this guy had destroyed everything. Fortunately, the heavens were watching over him. This damned guy was just a flash in the pan. He was dead. Wuya personally experienced the collapse of the ruins, and the disaster was still fresh in his memory. If the sect's venerable did not arrive in time and teleport them out, everyone would have died inside. That terrifying power could only be described with one word, and that was destruction. Even if Su Yan really had some ability, it was absolutely impossible for him to survive in there. Therefore, he would definitely die. Therefore, it was not worthwhile for him to be angry with a dead person. The most important thing for him now was to comfort this beautiful woman. He had asked someone before that when a girl was sad and lost, she was at her weakest. This was the best time to enter her heart. "Xinyue, don't be sad. I think that if Su Yan knows that you're so unhappy, he won't have a good time even if he dies." After a day of research, he felt that he should change his method. Since Xue Xinyue cared about Su Yan, he should start with Su Yan. Xue Xinyue was stunned when she heard Su Yan's name. At this moment, Wuya was overjoyed and thought to himself, "This method is really good. It seems that I can really enter Xue Xinyue's heart. It seems that I have to forge a good sword for this junior brother." Just as Wuya was about to say something, Xue Xinyue spoke up. Her voice was very cold as she said indifferently, "You can leave." Her voice was very calm and pleasant to the ears, but it was filled with a feeling of being thousands of miles away. No matter how thick-headed Wuya was, he could hear the coldness in her voice. Junior Xianxia, before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. "Didn't I tell you to leave? Also, from today onwards, don't come. I don't want to see you." She was so direct and cold. Wuya's face immediately turned cold. His teeth were trembling, and he wanted to say something but could not. Finally, Wuya could not take it anymore. "Shui Xianxia, that Su Yan is already dead. You better accept reality, he is already dead. He is only a dead man, why are you fighting with me? Listen, you are mine, you will be mine. I am not afraid to tell you that I have already asked my master to propose marriage to the Shui ancestor. Moreover, the Shui ancestor has already agreed. So what if you can't forget? You will be mine sooner or later, so you better accept reality." Boundless practically roared out these words. As he roared out these words, Boundless felt a burst of relief. There was even a trace of pride. This was his declaration of victory. Yes, no matter what, the Shui ancestor had already promised his master to betroth Shui Xianxia to him. Since this was the case, then from today onwards, Shui Xianxia was his woman. He originally wanted to slowly enter this woman's heart, but he didn't expect Shui Xianxia to be so decisive. However, he suddenly didn't care at this moment. "Can't have your heart? It doesn't matter, you are already mine anyway. As long as I can have you, why should I be afraid that I can't have your heart?" Therefore, Wuya was very proud of himself. His gaze was fixed on Shui Xianxia's beautiful face. He wanted to see anger or some other expression on Shui Xianxia's face. This was because in his opinion, no matter what expression Shui Xianxia had, it would be his victory. Unfortunately, he was still disappointed in the end. Shui Xianxia did not say anything. Her expression was still as cold as ever, just like Bing Shan that never melted. A wave of anger rose from the bottom of Wuya's heart. He walked over and hugged Shui Xianxia, saying, "Shui Xianxia, you are mine. You will always be mine." What made Wuya even angrier was that Shui Xianxia did not even resist. He could feel that Shui Xianxia's heart seemed to have died. However, why did she let her heart die for that damned Su Yan? At this moment, a voice directly entered their ears. "Let go of your claws." The voice was familiar, but it also seemed like a dream. Su Yan. Wuya couldn't believe his ears. Shui Xianxia was the same. However, at this moment, another voice sounded. "I said, let go of your claws. Otherwise, die." As the voice fell, a strong murderous intent directly pierced into Wuya's mind. In Wuya's mind, an extremely terrifying demon king appeared. At this moment, he only felt that his heart and soul were torn apart. In the end, he actually let out a miserable howl. At this moment, Shui Xianxia was sure that she hadn't heard wrongly and that she hadn't seen wrongly. Su Yan. It was indeed Su Yan. Big brother Su Yan. It's really you, big brother Su Yan. She looked at Su Yan, who suddenly appeared in surprise. She only felt that the originally dark world had been restored to light. Su Yan walked in front of her and said, "It's me." After receiving a positive answer, Shui Xianxia said with tears in her eyes, that's great, big brother Su Yan. You're not dead." She threw everything aside and directly jumped into Su Yan's arms. Then, she began to cry. Chapter 602. Let go, Su Yan. You bastard. Let go of Shui Xianxia. She's my fiancée. He roared at the top of his lungs. However, he suddenly realized how powerless he was. Because at this moment, he actually didn't dare to stop Su Yan. He realized that he was afraid of Su Yan. Even now, the terrifying shadow of the Demon King still appeared in his mind. Wuya used to be so proud that he didn't fear Wang Baichuan or Feng Yuhai. But now, he was afraid of Su Yan. He was afraid before the battle. He was a swordsmith, but he was also a swordsman. It was a great shame for a swordsman to only roar at the top of his lungs when facing his enemy. However, he couldn't do anything at this moment. Su Yan turned his head and looked at him. Fiancé? Wuya said, yes, she's my fiancé. The Shui family's ancestor has already betrothed Xianxia to me. She's mine, so if you don't want to face the ancestor's anger, you'd better let go of her. Wuya didn't expect that Su Yan would really let go of Shui Xianxia. In fact, from the beginning, it was only Shui Xianxia who was hugging Su Yan, unwilling to let go. After the initial excitement, Shui Xianxia calmed down and realized that her current actions were really ambiguous. Su Yan looked at Wuya and suddenly chuckled. Then, he said, Wuya, although you are a sword forger, don't forget that you are also a sword cultivator. Since that is the case, take out your sword. Let's fight. Wuya suddenly took a step back when facing Su Yan. He didn't realize that he had lost his composure until he took a step back. He couldn't believe that he had done that. It was really humiliating for him. However, he didn't have the guts to fight with Su Yan with a sword. Until now, he was still wondering if he was in a dream. Su Yan actually came out of the ruins alive. The ruins that could devour everything actually didn't devour Su Yan. It was really unfair, really unfair. Hee, so you're a coward. Forget it, you'd better go away. From now on, don't harass Xianxia anymore. Su Yan said it calmly, but his overbearing attitude was vividly displayed. As for the fiancé you mentioned, she won't. As long as Xianxia is unwilling, she won't be your fiancé. Su Yan was so domineering that it was suffocating. Boundless was furious, but he also knew that there was nothing he could do at this time. In the end, he left in anger. Looking at Wuya's back, Shui Xianxia suddenly felt a little worried. One had to know that she had already given up, so no matter what Wuya said, she didn't care because she felt that she was already a dead person. However, at this moment, Su Yan had returned to her side. Her heart came back to life again. At this time, she naturally didn't want to die. She didn't want to marry Wuya, because she only wanted to marry Su Yan. However, she also saw Wuya's madness. Wuya had always been a stubborn person, and when a stubborn person fell into madness, they would become extremely terrifying and extreme. More importantly, the Shui family's ancestor had already agreed to his master. Ancestor Hai Chuan had a very high status in the Taihang sword faction. Even the mysterious sect leader had to be polite to him. He controlled the entire sword-forging peak and was very powerful. If the Shui family's ancestor didn't agree, it would be fine. However, since he had already agreed, it wouldn't be easy for him to go back on his word. Xianxia. At this moment, a voice was heard. It was Xuecheng, Shui Xianxia's father, who had come. These few days, Xuecheng didn't have a good time. Ever since he found out that Su Yan might have died, he knew that his daughter would be very sad. As expected, Shui Xianxia seemed to have lost her soul these few days. Just a moment ago, he saw Wuya leave in anger. Of course, he knew about the matter between Wuya and Shui Xianxia. He knew very well that his daughter would definitely not agree to the marriage with Wuya, but there was nothing he could do. After all, it was the ancestor's decision. Hai Chuan had already agreed to forge a high-grade saint sword for the Shui family as a betrothal gift. Even the Shui family's ancestor couldn't refuse such an offer. He naturally knew that Wuya had been coming to his daughter's place these few days, but he had never seen Wuya so flustered and exasperated. Therefore, he was very worried that his daughter would do something stupid. But as soon as he entered his daughter's courtyard, he was directly stunned. Because he saw a person. Su Yan. Like Shui Xianxia and Wuya, he also didn't believe that Su Yan could still be alive. He had already inquired about this action from Wen Yunfeng and others, and he had a general understanding of the horror of the collapse of the relics. That kind of horrible thing of space breaking, even if he only heard about it, made his heart tremble. He also believed that Su Yan had no chance to survive anyway. But now he actually saw Su Yan standing in front of him alive. He almost felt that he had seen a ghost. "Brother Xue, long time no see." Su Yan greeted Xuecheng with a smile. Xuecheng breathed heavily, then ran directly to Su Yan's side, and directly bombarded him with a heavy punch. Because he was too excited, he had forgotten to hold back his strength in this punch, and directly punched out. His punch directly fell on Su Yan's body. At this moment, an extremely terrifying repulsive force was transmitted over, causing him to take a step back. Faintly, he even felt pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger. How is it possible? Xuecheng was shocked. His punch with all his strength not only didn't hurt Su Yan, but also hurt his hand. It was really an incredible thing. At this time, he couldn't help but have a question in his mind. How powerful had Su Yan become now? "Brother Xue, your way of greeting is really unique," Su Yan said with a smile. At this time, Xuecheng's old face was red. He ignored Su Yan's ridicule and said directly, "You actually came out of the relics alive? Also, how did you become so powerful? Are you a monster?" Su Yan said, "I was lucky to escape." "Ha ha ha, good, it's good that you're back. I know you won't be so short-lived. Ha ha ha." He kept laughing, and he was a little bit carried away. After a long time, he finally calmed down. "Su Yan, since you're back, then you have to be responsible for one thing," Xuecheng said very seriously. "My baby daughter, you also know that I, Xuecheng, only have one baby daughter. So, no matter what, I can't let her suffer the slightest bit. You should know my daughter's thoughts." Xuecheng didn't continue, but Su Yan already knew what he was thinking. He said directly, "Don't worry, Xianxia doesn't want to marry Wuya. I'll do my best in this matter. I definitely won't let her suffer." Xuecheng chuckled, then nodded and said, "Okay, since you said so, then I'll remember it." "You must remember what you said." Su Yan knew that this old man was setting a trap for him. However, he also knew that he had to do this. Otherwise, Xianxia would be sad. Just as he said last time, he had always treated Xianxia as his sister. It was because of this that he absolutely couldn't let his sister be sad. As for Xianxia's feelings for him, he would take it one step at a time. "There's no time to lose. I'll go see the ancestor now." Since he had returned, he had to meet the Xue family's ancestor no matter what. After all, this ancestor had treated him well. The Xue family's ancestor's courtyard was very quiet. After all, older people liked peace and quiet. If the ancestor did not summon him, the people from the Xue family would not dare to disturb him. Su Yan walked to the front of the courtyard and said respectfully, "Junior Su Yan greets Ancestor Xue." Not a single sound came from the courtyard. It was as if there was no one there. Su Yan did not speak again because he knew that the Xue family's ancestor was definitely in the courtyard. Just like that, he waited quietly. He actually waited for a full 4 hours. After 4 hours, a sigh suddenly sounded from the courtyard, "Come in." Su Yan stepped into the courtyard and finally saw the Xue family's ancestor. Su Yan jumped in fright when he suddenly saw the Xue family's ancestor. This was because the Xue family's ancestor had actually aged a lot. The Xue family's ancestor was very powerful, much more powerful than the frenzied Blade Venerable, who was at 2 origin. Su Yan had no idea what his cultivation level was. However, a person at his level possessed extremely powerful strength. Not to mention a short period of a month, even 10 years or even 100 years would not have much of a change in appearance. Now that the Xue family's ancestor was in such a state, it could only mean one thing: his lifespan had come to an end. You're a smart person. I'm sure you've already seen through the clues. You're right. My lifespan has indeed come to an end. I'm afraid I'll die soon. Su Yan did not speak. He was waiting for the old ancestor to speak. He knew that the ancestor had something to say to him. Chapter 603. I don't have much time left. The great ancestor sighed softly. For some reason, Su Yan suddenly felt a sense of sadness when he heard that. Time was running out. Of course, I know that this is very unfair to that child, Xianxia, but I have to take the risk for this opportunity. You can say that I'm very selfish, and I've never denied that. Therefore, I know why you're here this time, but I'm sorry, Su Yan. Since I've already promised Haichuan, I won't go back on my word. His answer was so firm and resolute. Since I've already promised, I won't go back on my word. In other words, this was a path to the end. Su Yan was silent. He was thinking about how he could persuade the great ancestor of the Shui family. Before coming here, he swore that he would do his best to persuade the great ancestor. However, when he really met the great ancestor, he realized that he was speechless. The current Shui family seemed to be peaceful, but in reality, there was a huge problem. The Shui family had no successor. Apart from the great ancestor, there was no one else in the huge Shui family who was a venerable one. When the great ancestor was still alive, the others naturally dared not act rashly. However, what if the great ancestor was dead? Although they were all part of the Taihang sword faction, the conflicts between families had always been cruel. In fact, when the Taihang sword faction was first established, there were a total of 8 families, but now, only 3 families were left. At this time, if the great ancestor of the Shui family died, and there was no new venerable one in the family, the Shui family would definitely decline. As the great ancestor of the Shui family, he had to consider this point. If the family declined, many people would suffer misfortune. Su Yan sighed. It was really difficult to choose such a thing. At this moment, he said directly, "Is there no other way? A sacred sword, I have a sacred sword too. Can't I help you comprehend it?" Su Yan took out the scorching sun sword. The Shui family's great ancestor gently stretched out his hand, and the sword landed in his hand. At this moment, the divine sword emitted a dazzling radiance, and the crimson flames filled the entire courtyard. Vaguely, there seemed to be a fire dragon dancing in the air. It's a good sword. The person who made this sword is a rare expert. If his cultivation was stronger, he might be able to make this sword stronger. The Shui family's ancestor continued, sword cultivation is also divided into grades, especially saint swords, which are divided into high, middle, and low grades. Although this sword is also a saint sword, it is only a low-grade one. The difference between a low-grade saint sword and a high-grade saint sword was simply unimaginable. Actually, to me, if I could obtain the divine sword, my chances of comprehending the great path would increase. However, the divine sword is incomparably precious and has its own divinity. Back then, when I wanted to comprehend the Taihang divine sword, I was rejected by the divine sword. Su Yan was not surprised by this because he had a divine sword with him. This sword was called Immortal Slaying. Even now, the Immortal Slaying sword was still lying in his scarlet sword case. Su Yan did not dare to touch this sword at all, because once he touched it, he would suffer from the sword's backlash. When the terrifying power of the sword burst out, it was simply earth-shattering. If he was not careful, Su Yan would be killed by this sword. This was not a joke, but the truth. However, even if he had the divine sword, he could not lend it to the Shui family's great ancestor. The divine sword was so precious that even the powerful Taihang sword faction only had one divine sword to protect their sect. If the fact that Su Yan had the divine sword was revealed, he would die without a doubt. For the sake of his own safety, he would definitely not reveal this matter. Su Yan was silent for a while, then said, since you let me in here, I believe there is still room for negotiation. Why don't you tell me about it? Su Yan had already seen through all of this very clearly. If the Shui family's great ancestor had made up his mind and would not allow any changes, then he wouldn't be standing here today. The Shui family's great ancestor shook his head, then smiled, "Haha, you're a cunning one. Since that's the case, I'll tell you that there is still room for negotiation." The Shui family's great ancestor continued, "Right now, the Shui family's great ancestor is in urgent need of venerables. You are indeed a genius. In such a short time, your cultivation has broken through consecutively. However, you are still far from becoming a venerable, so you have two choices." Su Yan nodded, then said, "I'd like to hear the details." The Shui family's great ancestor said, "The first is that you can take out a high-grade saint sword, and the second is to find someone." "I obviously can't take out a high-grade saint sword. May I ask who you're looking for?" The Shui family's great ancestor said, "My Shui family once had a genius. His name was Shui Xianxia, and he was Shui Chang's brother. Back then, he had already become a venerable. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have been the successor of my sect. However, something unexpected just had to happen. He just had to go missing at a time when something unexpected shouldn't have happened." Su Yan's face became stern when he heard the Shui family's great ancestor's words. Since that senior was already a venerable, his battle prowess would definitely be extremely terrifying. Moreover, someone who could be called a genius by the Shui family's great ancestor would definitely be extremely terrifying. However, a genius like that had gone missing just like that. Over all these years, I've always believed that he's not dead. I've tried to find him before, but it's a pity that no one in the Shui family, or even the Taihang sword faction, can enter to find him. Of course, the reason why I made this request is because you were able to come back alive this time." Su Yan's heart skipped a beat when he heard the great ancestor's words. He immediately asked, could it be that senior Shui Xianxia also fell into a place similar to the ruins this time? "You're right. That place is also a battlefield of ruins. Just like this time, the battlefield of ruins has already collapsed, and he fell into it. Cultivators above the venerable realm are simply too powerful. They'll cause changes to the entire environment, so I don't dare to rashly enter it." Su Yan had already guessed a little when he heard the great ancestor's words. The reason for the creation of the ruins was probably similar to the ruins he entered last time. It was formed by an ancient battlefield. The matter of the ancient battlefield was too terrifying. It even involved the mysterious world of the dead. Su Yan had once considered revealing this matter, but he gave up in the end. Firstly, even if he revealed this matter, not many people would believe him. Secondly, what kind of identity did he need to reveal this matter? This matter had already involved his own safety, so Su Yan could only remember this matter in his heart. "Su Yan, you can actually stay out of this matter. In the end, your identity is just a guest of my Shui family. It's not worth it to take another risk for this matter," the great ancestor of the Shui family said again. The great ancestor spoke very sincerely. In the end, Su Yan had nothing to do with their family. Instead, the Shui family was indebted to him. However, entering the ruins again would be life-threatening. Su Yan really did not need to do this. To be honest, when the great ancestor of the Shui family made this request, he did not expect Su Yan to agree. Just as he was about to sigh, Su Yan said, "All right, I agree to this matter. No matter what, I'll go to the place you mentioned." Shui Xianxia had been missing for at least 8 years. No one could predict what could have happened in these 8 years. Even if Shui Xianxia was still alive back then, he might have died 8 years later. And if he was still alive, why didn't he return to the Shui family by himself? There were many things that Su Yan did not know, but in the end, he still felt that he should go and take a look. After Su Yan agreed, he didn't say anything else. He only said, "Senior Shui, I will leave tomorrow." After Su Yan finished speaking, he turned around and left. he left so straightforwardly. The great ancestor of the Shui family looked at Su Yan's departing figure and silently sighed. Su Yan did not tell Shui Xianxia or Shui Cheng about this matter, because there was no point in telling them. It would only make them worry. Su Yan had just returned to the Taihang sword faction today, so he immediately left the Taihang sword faction. The ruins that the great ancestor of the Shui family spoke of were extremely far away from the ruins they had entered. It could even be said that they were in opposite directions. But Su Yan felt that the two places were definitely connected. Just as Su Yan was about to leave the Taihang sword faction, he noticed a person in front of him. He stood there with a hint of anxiety on his face. It was obvious that he had been waiting for him here. When he saw Su Yan, he immediately ran over to Su Yan and said, "Big brother Su Yan, this is great. I thought you wouldn't come." Very few people knew that Su Yan had returned, let alone that he had left again. Thus, the great ancestor of the Shui family must have informed him. Su Yan asked, "Shui Dong, why are you here? Did the great ancestor arrange for you to come?" Naturally, the only person who could make such an arrangement was that ancestor. Shui Dong said directly, "Big brother Su Yan, you're really smart. I'm here because of the great ancestor's arrangement. He told me that you were going to look for my father, so I had to come." Su Yan frowned slightly and said, "This trip is full of dangers. Even I am not confident that I can come back alive. You should know what I mean. If anything happens, I can't take care of you." Chapter 604. Big brother Su Yan, I know that my cultivation base is low, and I can't be compared to you at all. Father used to be a genius in the family, but I'm just a piece of rotten wood, and I've embarrassed him. Don't worry, I won't overestimate myself and follow you into the ruins. My duty is only to bring big brother Su Yan there. Shui Dong's expression was calm, but he was obviously very uncomfortable. In Su Yan's impression, Shui Dong was a very weak person. Back then, he was forced by his cousin to lead him in the wrong direction. He did not expect that he had such a background and identity. "Well, in that case, you can follow me. I'll take you as far as I can, but once there's danger, don't be impulsive." Su Yan was carrying Shui Dong, so his speed was naturally greatly reduced. However, he also saw another side of Shui Dong. At this level, unless it was some powerful beasts, it was impossible to catch up with Su Yan's speed. In order to wait for Shui Dong, Su Yan had already slowed down his speed, but for Shui Dong, it was still too fast. However, this brat actually didn't have any intention of slowing down, he just stubbornly followed. Every time it was time to rest, he would be completely exhausted. He would lie on the ground as if he was already dead. However, on the second day, he would still insist on following Su Yan. Gradually, Su Yan began to speed up. For Shui Dong, it was simply torture, but this stubborn guy still tried his best to follow. After all, he was a child of the Shui family, and Su Yan also had the intention of training him in the past few days. Although he had agreed to join the Shui family, he knew very well that for him, the Shui family was just a stop on his journey. Once the conditions were right, he would leave directly. Moreover, he believed that the time to leave this stop was not far away. Therefore, before he left, if there was anything he could do for the Shui family, he would be very happy. Shui Dong might have also noticed this. During these few days, he kept asking Su Yan for advice, learning like a madman. The more he talked to Su Yan, the more he worshipped Su Yan. This kind of worship had even reached the point of no return. There were naturally outstanding people in the Shui clan, such as his cousin and the others. Their cultivation levels were all higher than Shui Dong's. As for Shui Dong himself, his innate talent was just that. He had never felt that he could break through to the dragon realm. Because his father was too outstanding, he was entrusted with too much hope. Especially after his father, Shui Xingchuan, disappeared, many people hoped that he could be like his father, become the hope of the entire clan. However, as the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The talent that Xue Dong displayed could not be compared to his father at all. At best, it could only be considered to be above average. Because of this, Xue Dong slowly sank under the disappointed gazes of the crowd. In the end, he even gave up on himself. In fact, Su Yan did not do much. Other than taking care of him during the journey and telling him what he knew when Xue Dong asked for advice, he did not do anything else. Even so, he still saw rare and precious things in Su Yan. For example, Su Yan's crazy cultivation. Xue Dong never thought that cultivation could be so crazy and so unsparing. Even when he was standing, Su Yan was constantly circulating his power to increase it. He did not treat himself as a person at all. He was just constantly working hard to cultivate. This kind of attitude made him feel somewhat at a loss. Another 2 days passed, and they were getting closer to the ruins. Xue Dong's heart became inexplicably complicated. Once upon a time, he had wanted to step into this place and bring his father out. However, in the face of increasingly cruel reality, he had even given up all hope. This time, if the great ancestor had not mentioned it, he would not even be willing to think of this place. In the past, he had worked so hard to reach this place, but in the end, he found that it was impossible to reach this place no matter what. This kind of pain was not something that those who had always been smooth sailing could imagine. Now, he was finally standing here again. Looking in the direction in front of him, he could not sleep well every night. Finally, he summoned the courage to stand in front of Su Yan. Big brother Su Yan. Xue Dong's voice was full of hesitation. Su Yan stopped cultivating and said, "What's wrong? Did you encounter any problems in your cultivation? If so, just say it." Xue Dong was silent for a while, then said, "Big brother Su Yan, I just want to know why you can be so persistent and work so hard to cultivate." Su Yan was stunned. He did not expect Xue Dong to ask such a question. But then he said directly, "It's nothing. It's because I know that I have to become stronger, so I can only keep cultivating." Xue Dong's tone had become a little hurried, and then he asked, "Have you never been desperate? Although I don't know why big brother Su Yan works so hard to cultivate, have you never been desperate? It must be something that can make you work so hard and even go crazy." Su Yan smiled and said, "Well, you're right. It's indeed not simple. In fact, I don't have much confidence in completing it. But, do I give up just because the goal is difficult to achieve?" Xue Dong's eyes were a little blank. Since the goal was difficult to achieve, no, even impossible to achieve, then what was the use of continuing to work hard? Wasn't this wasting his life? In that case, why not live a carefree life? At least this way, he would not be too tired. When you were a child, you didn't know how to walk at all. But now, not to mention walking, you can even fly for a short time, right? Then, when you were a child, did you ever think about whether you could learn to walk? Su Yan's words stunned him. Yes, when he was a child, did he ever think about this question? No, the answer was definitely no. At that time, why would he think about whether he could walk? But that was when he was a child, and now, at this time, Su Yan continued, "I think that you must be very confused. After all, you are Xue Xingchuan's son. Although I haven't met your father, he must be very extraordinary to be praised by the Xue family's ancestor. Then, as his son, you must be coveted and full of hope. This kind of hope will make your life very tiring." At this time, Xue Dong really wanted to cry. Because since he was a child, he could only silently hide these thoughts in his heart. He did not even dare to say it to his mother because he was afraid to see her disappointed eyes. However, as he gradually grew up, his heart became more and more fragile. In the end, he even lost a little bit of sharpness. At this time, he raised his head. Today's weather was not bad. The bright starry sky was so beautiful and dazzling. He remembered that when he was a child, his favorite thing to do was to stare blankly at the stars in the sky after cultivating. He really missed that man. I know that your life must be very tiring, but so what? We should still work hard because before we reach the end of our lives, no one can say that they are the true victor. In your heart, do you really not have any hope? Su Yan asked directly. When he heard Su Yan's words, his entire body trembled, and he was at a loss for words. That's right, do I really have no more thoughts and hope? No, he definitely did. If he really had lost all hope, how could he cultivate so crazily like now? Since you want to do it, then do it. Sometimes, it is not that your ability is not enough, but how much effort you put in. I think that if you really put in everything, then even if you die on the road in the end, it would be much better than now. After Su Yan finished speaking, he continued to cultivate. There were many things that needed to be comprehended by oneself. For Xuedong, he only helped Xuedong to understand a direction. As for whether he could reach the next step, it all depended on him. The stars tonight were very beautiful. Xuedong finally returned to his tent. Unexpectedly, he slept exceptionally peacefully tonight. When the sky was just beginning to brighten, the two set off again. Xuedong didn't say anything else. However, there was a different look in his eyes that was as fiery and scarlet as the rising sun. The two continued to hurry. Today, Su Yan's speed increased a little. No, it should be said that it increased a lot. Xuedong could only see Su Yan's shadow. In the past, Xuedong would have slowed down a little at this time. Although he would still try his best to follow, he would always fight for some time to catch his breath. But this time, he did not. He ignored everything and directly burned the spiritual power in his body, then ran with all his might. He remembered Su Yan's words. Since he still had the thought in his heart, then he should do it. As long as he was not dead, the Hope sect would not be so easily destroyed. And even if he died, as long as he died on the road of the gone border, it was actually not bad. Just like that, the two people gradually drifted apart on the road of life. Finally, they were about to reach their destination. Chapter 605. Back then, Xue Xingchuan was already an expert above the 8 dragons realm. Among his peers in the Taihang sword faction, no one could compete with him. He was fully deserving of the title of sword leader. However, when he was at the peak of his fame, he disappeared. This matter caused quite a stir, but strangely, it was suppressed in the end. The experts of the Taihang sword faction kept their mouths shut and refused to say anything. Even Xue Xingchuan's son, Xuedong, knew very little about this matter. Furthermore, after the first few times, no one from the Taihang sword faction came to investigate this place again. At that time, Xue Xingchuan's mother begged the ancestor of the Xue family to save Xue Xingchuan. In fact, the ancestor of the Xue family wanted to, but in the end, he refused. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but that he couldn't. This place seemed to be a forbidden land. Many experts had died here in the past. This was also one of the reasons why the middle class of the Xue family was so severely cut off. Thus, when Su Yan was asked to come here to find Xue Xingchuan, the ancestor of the Xue family warned Su Yan that this place was extremely dangerous. And it was obvious that Su Yan had also realized this at this moment. For a genius from back then to be buried here, this place was definitely not to be underestimated. However, he was now in a difficult situation. Since he was already here, there was no reason for him to retreat. Furthermore, he really wanted to enter this place. If his guess was correct, then this place and the last historical remnant must have some sort of connection. If possible, Su Yan would like to enter the mysterious world of the dead souls. Although the spectral world was filled with great danger, it was also filled with great opportunities. Disregarding everything else, just the soul spider alone had greatly benefited him. If he could capture another soul spider, perhaps his cultivation would increase again. Although he had already devoured many soul spiders and his soul cultivation could not increase by leaps and bounds like last time, this was still a glimmer of hope. As long as there was hope, he wanted to try. Moreover, if it was possible, he wanted to bring the departed soul spider out as well. He hoped that it could help Xue Dong improve his cultivation. This could be considered his meager strength. After going a little deeper, Su Yan finally said to Xue Dong, "Stop here. Don't follow us in." Xue Dong was stunned and then said, "No, Brother Su, believe me. I have enough strength to go one step further. I can still hold on." No matter what, he had already come this far. He wanted to move forward a little, even if it was just one more step. Su Yan understood his mentality, but in the end, he still chose to refuse and said, "I know what you're thinking, but you should remember what I told you at the beginning. If I feel that this place is very dangerous, then I won't let you continue to follow me." Xue Dong finally sighed and said, "Okay, Brother Su, I'll listen to you." Xue Dong had great respect for Su Yan. Although he still didn't sense any danger, he believed that Su Yan would never lie to him. The reason why he didn't let Xue Dong continue to follow him was that he did sense danger here. This kind of dangerous aura was not obvious. This kind of feeling was like a faint speck of dust, making it difficult for people to grasp it thoroughly. If his strength hadn't been greatly improved, he wouldn't even be able to sense the existence of this danger. However, it was precisely because of this that he was vigilant. At this point, even he wasn't confident that he could be safe, let alone let Xue Dong enter. Out of caution, Su Yan said, "Xue Dong, remember my words. Try to stay away from this place. It's best if you return to the Taihang sword faction now." This time, Xue Dong shook his head firmly and said, "Brother Su, I'm not strong enough, so I can't go in with you. However, I'll wait for you nearby. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't force myself." Seeing how determined and persistent he was, Su Yan didn't force him. After all, everyone chose their own path. That was all he could say. Since Xue Dong was so insistent, he could only hope that Xue Dong would be safe. As for what would happen in the end, there was nothing he could do. After all, he had already entered this dangerous place. After Su Yan agreed, he directly walked forward. As Su Yan moved forward, the frost on both sides of the road became thicker and thicker. Unknowingly, he had already entered a world of ice and snow. Su Yan stopped and carefully sensed. Only now did he realize that this was actually another space. The last time he entered the world of ruins, he had to go through a spatial portal at least. However, here, he had already entered a new world without even realizing it. This was really strange, even terrifying. Looking back, the original road had long disappeared. There was white ice and snow everywhere. The bone-piercing chill directly slanted, making people tremble uncontrollably. When Su Yan entered this world of ice and snow, the faint killing intent had become more obvious. Su Yan could feel the eyes looking at him. The kind of despair and fear was simply unimaginable. He raised his head and saw a backlight. This backlight was incompatible with the entire world. This was clearly a world of white, but this black light seemed to directly tear apart the white that filled this world. Such a scene was really indescribably strange. Su Yan looked straight at the sky. He wanted to find a trace in the sky, but he was disappointed in the end. This silence was simply silent. Gradually, streams of light like fireflies began to appear. After the fluorescence appeared, they surrounded Su Yan, making Su Yan's aura sacred and dignified. Such power was really an indescribable fear. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes began to become firm. The power of the whole world became extremely clear. He found that under the ice and snow, there were actually corpses. These corpses had been in a good state until now. The strange thing was that there was no pain on their faces at all. It was as if they were just sleeping. However, Su Yan probed with his soul consciousness and was shocked to find that although these corpses seemed to be intact, they had actually turned into scattered sand. In other words, if they had not been frozen by the ice, they would have disappeared long ago. The various scenes that did not fit in caused Su Yan to become even more solemn. It was at this moment that he suddenly felt that someone had broken into this world. He was originally an unexpected guest of this world, but he did not expect that someone would break into this place. Moreover, what made Su Yan feel even more surprised was that these people were from the Devil's Sect. He had already dealt with the Devil's Sect in the Jianghu continent. The mysterious aura on their bodies was very recognizable. Su Yan had never been courteous to the people from the Devil's Sect. Moreover, he understood that the people from the Devil's Sect would never attack for no reason. Since they had appeared here this time, they must have some unspeakable purpose. Su Yan had made up his mind. He would take advantage of this opportunity to start hunting and kill as many powerhouses from the Devil's Sect as possible. In this world of ice and snow, there was nothing to hide. Therefore, Su Yan stood and waited for the people from the Devil's Sect to arrive. What was even more coincidental was that Su Yan's old friend, Rosen from the Devil's Sect, was among them. However, this time, he was not the real leader. There was another person in front of him who was about the same age as him. However, Su Yan felt an extremely powerful aura from him. This person's strength surpassed Rosen's. He was afraid that he could fight Wang Baichuan and Xiang Yunfei to a draw. If it was in the past, Su Yan would have felt that it was very troublesome to deal with such a person. After all, if he and Rosen joined forces, they would be able to pose a threat to Su Yan's life. However, it was different now. Firstly, Su Yan's strength had increased greatly. At this time, he was confident that he had surpassed Wang Baichuan and Xiang Yunfei. However, the appearance of these two people just so happened to let him know exactly how strong his strength had become. In addition, if he really could not win, he could use the Devil-Dragon transformation. In this world of ice and snow, there seemed to be no one else other than himself and the Devil's Sect. Since that was the case, he had less to worry about. At this time, Rosen finally discovered Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan, he was clearly very shocked. The reason for that was because he actually saw Su Yan in such a place. The moment he saw Su Yan, killing intent immediately surged in his heart. Back then, it was because of Su Yan that he had an accident in his mission. Although his failure was not necessarily the real reason for the failure of that ruin. However, in the Devil's Sect, failure in the mission would definitely result in great punishment. Although he did not receive too much punishment this time because of the protection of the seniors of the Ghost-Killing Hall, to him, this was already a great humiliation. Therefore, his resentment towards Su Yan was extremely deep. Of course, there was another person, Meng Yang. That kid who liked to sneak attack was too detestable. If he fell into his hands one day, he would definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death. Of course, the current Meng Yang was already wanted by the Devil's Sect. After all, he was related to the life and death of the Venerable One. Su Yan, you actually managed to come out alive. He was practically gnashing his teeth as he spoke. Chapter 606. Upon hearing this question, Su Yan frowned. He had indeed seen the three Venerables and even witnessed the fall of the bald Venerable One. However, at this moment, he heard that the three Venerables had fallen. He couldn't be more clear about the meaning of this sentence. The three Venerables had all fallen. However, the frenzied Saber Venerable and Shui Tianlang had clearly only schemed against one Venerable One. How did the other two Venerables die? Duanmu Longhu. At this moment, this name flashed across Su Yan's mind. Although it sounded ridiculous, Su Yan was certain that this was Duanmu Longhu's doing. This Duanmu Longhu was truly shocking. Su Yan was already deeply wary of him, but at this moment, he realized that he had underestimated him. This guy's strength was simply terrifying. Two Venerables had fallen into his hands. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly at that time and wanted to kill him directly. Otherwise, he might have become a cold corpse by now. This fellow's strength was truly frightening to the extreme. The next time he met this guy, he had to be careful. Otherwise, he might accidentally die in his hands. However, at this moment, Su Yan would not answer the other party's question. After all, Duanmu Longhu was indeed not his friend. However, to the devil sect, Duanmu Longhu was definitely a landmine. As a landmine, it would be more powerful if it was hidden. Therefore, Su Yan did not want to expose him so early. Of course, there was also the matter of Meng Yang. Su Yan had already treated this crazy clown as his true friend. No matter what, he would not betray his friend. Therefore, he simply shook his head and said, "Are all the people from the devil's sect as nonsensical as you?" As he spoke, the scorching sun sword in his hand had already begun to emit sword chi. After sensing that the people from the devil's sect had entered this place, he had been waiting here for the devil's sect's arrival. The reason why he was waiting for the devil's sect's arrival was definitely not to quarrel with these guys, but to kill. Therefore, in the next moment, Su Yan had already begun to attack. His target was not Meng Yang or the guy who suddenly appeared, but the other disciples of the devil's sect. To anyone, these disciples were powerhouses. However, in front of Su Yan, the difference was too great. The sword in Su Yan's hand flipped, and a powerful and terrifying power was emitted. This immediately made these people tremble in fear. They felt that they had been targeted by a terrifying devil. Luosun was furious and shouted, "Su Yan, you're courting death." They had entered this mysterious ice domain for the mission. Therefore, he would definitely not allow these disciples to die at this time. Otherwise, their mission might fail. He absolutely could not tolerate such a thing happening. However, Su Yan's speed was so fast that even if he wanted to block it, it was already too late. The thunderous sound of the sword whistling directly flashed, and then the sword directly slashed down. Just as the sword light descended, a head immediately flew into the air. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. At this time, all the disciples of the devil's sect who saw this scene were already shocked. They never thought that Su Yan's attack would be so terrifying. In an instant, the shadow of death had already shrouded their hearts. Even if they were from the devil's sect, in the face of such a sure-death situation, they could not help but feel terrified. Su Yan laughed sinisterly. This was only the beginning. Since these people were from the devil's sect, they could not blame him for being merciless. At this moment, his long sword swayed, and his whole body moved forward again. The oppressive sword chi surged, and it was simply suffocating. Seeing that a second life was about to be lost in Su Yan's hands, it was at this moment that the person who was slightly stronger than Rosen suddenly shouted, "Shura Soul Shadow, suppress and kill." The moment his voice fell, a dark purple shadow suddenly appeared under his feet. This shadow directly spread to the surroundings, and in just an instant, it had already surrounded everything in the surroundings. From the appearance of this light screen to the formation of this light screen only took a moment. After the appearance of such a terrifying power, Su Yan immediately felt a wave of powerful energy pressing down on him. It was as if this terrifying power was going to take away his life directly. Even for him, a trace of panic could not help but flash through his eyes at this moment. After all, anyone would panic if more than half of their power was taken away in an instant. He knew that the reason for this was definitely because of the Shura Soul Shadow that the unknown powerhouse had displayed. However, this power was really strange. He did not have any way to deal with this power at all. At this moment, if he forcefully resisted, he was afraid that he would be in danger. Although it seemed that he could directly kill this devil sect disciple in just one more second, Su Yan did not have the slightest bit of reluctance. He directly put away his sword, turned around, and left. At this moment, he directly transformed into the devil dragon's wings. At the same time, he urged the sword dragon to suddenly tear apart this purple light shadow, and then directly left. It wasn't until he left the area that he felt his body relax a little. Shura Soul Shadow, that's Shura's power. Back then, he was trapped in the Shura Palace, and Lin Hualu was lost in the Shura Palace. Lin Hualu's life was unknown, but Su Yan still could not forget her. Lin Hualu was the first person that Su Yan was attracted to. When he was in the other world, Su Yan was obsessed with swordsmanship and focused all his energy on the cultivation of the Grand Supreme Sword technique. Moreover, he was already a world-renowned top-notch sword sage at such a young age. His position was really too high, and no one had the confidence to get along with him. Moreover, he died young, so he did not have the time to have a girl that he liked. After he was reborn, his soul also followed suit. Until now, Su Yan still remembered the first time he met Lin Hualu. Her red dress that fluttered in the wind was so beautiful that it was out of this world. He really wanted to see Lin Hualu again, but gradually, he had too many fetters, too many concerns, and too many ill-fated relationships. This was also the reason why Su Yan only treated Wuxia Xianxia as a younger sister. Come to think of it, other than Yun Wanqing, who was currently staying in the 5 prefectures Heaven and Earth organization, the other girls who followed him did not seem to have a good ending. In his previous life, Su Yan never believed in fate. He firmly believed that man could conquer nature. However, the funny thing was that in this world, even though he was stronger, he was even more afraid of fate. Perhaps fate had already arranged everything. At this time, he once again came into contact with Shura's power. Perhaps one day, he would be able to enter Shura's world. If possible, he also wanted to find Lin Hualu. Although the hope had become very slim, Su Yan did not want to give up. However, his thoughts returned. The power of Shura's soul shadow was really strong. Even now, when he stepped into it, he immediately felt that the power in his body was directly sucked away. This kind of terrifying thing simply made one's heart tremble. Such a terrifying power. However, Su Yan quickly calmed down. He had always been a person who was good at thinking. Although this guy used such a terrifying power, it's obvious that it's not his own power. Therefore, even if he used it this time, he might not be able to use it again next time. Su Yan's gaze was very calm. Then, he continued to think, but no matter what, there's no need to doubt the power of this power. This time, I made a prompt decision to rush out. Next time, I have to be careful. Otherwise, if they set a trap like this, I'm afraid I'll have to give up my life here. This was not impossible. As long as these guys set a trap in advance, Su Yan would unknowingly step into it and be bound by this powerful power. At that time, Su Yan would probably become a turtle in a jar. However, although the opponent had such a divine object, Su Yan would not back down. He came here to find Wuxia Xianxia, but in fact, he was like a headless fly after entering this place. He had no direction at all. The arrival of the Devil's sect might be an opportunity. Since these guys came here, they naturally had a purpose. They wanted to find something valuable, so it was very likely that they would be able to find Wuxia Xianxia's whereabouts. Therefore, Su Yan was determined to follow them. Although Su Yan escaped directly earlier, Su Yan had taken out the soul of the green bat demon from the square seal in that instant. As long as this thing existed, Su Yan would be able to see their every move clearly. Of course, before this, Su Yan would definitely not alert the enemy. The reason why Su Yan had chosen to face them head-on was to test them out. He wanted to know how powerful the Devil's sect was this time. If he did not even know this information and barged in when the experts of the Devil's sect were here, he would probably suffer a great loss. And at this time, he already had an understanding. At least, the move of the Shura's soul shadow was his reward for this trip. Next, he was going to play the role of a venomous snake. At this time, Rosen's expression became very ugly. In front of him, Su Yan had once again killed a disciple of the Devil's sect. Moreover, even after using the Shura's soul shadow, Su Yan still could not stay. Damn it, this damned guy, I actually let him escape. Damn it, damn it! He roared angrily. His anger had reached the extreme. Chapter 607. Damn it, Shura's soul shadow can even trap venerables, but it couldn't trap this guy. Damn it, I'm not reconciled to this. His eyes were full of anger, but it couldn't change the fact that Su Yan had left. At this time, the man said, "Don't worry, although he escaped, Shura's soul shadow is not just for show. This time, he must have been seriously injured. It's impossible for him to recover in a short time. Let's ignore him for now. As long as we can take out the divine sword buried here in this period of time, then this guy will definitely die." After hearing this, Rosen's eyes flickered. Finally, he said, "Okay, Yiksha, we'll do as you say. Now, we'll immediately go to find the whereabouts of the divine sword." Divine sword? Su Yan was shocked. He had heard of the green bat demon, so he heard the conversation between the two people clearly. He didn't expect that this time, the two people came for the divine sword. If this place was also the battlefield of the ancient war, then it was not strange that there was a divine sword here. After all, there were 7 holy sages who participated in the war. Holy sages were probably the most powerful and top forces in the world. Since they had participated in the war, the situation at that time must have been very fierce, even tragic. Moreover, to fight against such a terrifying existence like the Devil Clan, there must be a divine weapon, so it was not impossible for a divine sword to appear. Back then, Xue Dong had probably entered this place to obtain this divine sword. After all, a genius like him probably also hoped to get a real divine weapon. If he didn't know, it would be fine. But now that he knew that there might be a heaven-grade weapon in this place, Su Yan didn't need to be polite anymore. He looked directly into the distance and focused his mind on the green bat demon that had already started to leave. Of course, other than that, he didn't act rashly. The man called Yiksha was right. At this time, he was indeed injured, and the injury was not light. The power of Shura's soul shadow was really strange. It was forcibly extracting the source of power. If Su Yan hadn't made a decision in an instant to directly use the devil dragon's wings and summon the sword dragon at the same time, he might really die here this time. But fortunately, he was safe and sound now. In that case, this injury didn't seem to be able to do anything to him. He only needed a few hours to recover. Therefore, Su Yan simply extinguished his thoughts at this time and just waited. Moreover, he felt that no matter how stupid the people of the devil sect were, they would be on guard against him at this time. Therefore, it was meaningless to appear now. At this time, Su Yan began to sit cross-legged, and then operated his qi to heal his injuries. And also in the distance, Yiksha directly shook his head, and then said, "It seems that this guy is really seriously injured. Before he left, I deliberately pretended to be weak, but I didn't expect that this guy didn't fall for it at all. Either he's scheming, or he's already seriously injured. Let's go, let's continue on our way." This Yiksha, as Su Yan expected, had already made arrangements, but unfortunately, Su Yan didn't go there at all. Luosan also sneered and said, "This brat is indeed cunning. No matter what, we can't let our guard down. But now, we have more important things to do. This matter must be completed. The last time the palace lord let him go, it was already a great kindness. If this mission failed again, then he was really afraid that he would really be hopeless. So no matter what, he had to complete the mission." Later, he and Yiksha discussed for a while and continued to move forward. The foundation of the devil sect was really rich. Su Yan came here with nothing in his hand, but these two guys actually had a map of this place. Although because of the strange environment here, the map may not be accurate, but at least it could determine the direction for the two of them, and not let the two of them take a wrong path. At this time, in the sky, light and shadow were flowing. These backlights were moving on their own, as if they were high and mighty masters, coldly looking at the people below. Rosen raised his head from time to time. He didn't know why, but he always felt that there was something mysterious in this backlight, and this thing made him feel very uncomfortable. Even now, he had an idea, that was, to directly destroy this backlight. But Yiksha had already held him down, and then directly said to him, "Don't get excited, don't touch this damn backlight." According to the palace lord, this backlight was created after the fall of a devil god-level devil. The devil chi in it is simply terrifying. If you and I touch it now, it's simply courting death. A devil god-level expert. An ordinary demon king was equivalent to a human venerable realm expert, and his battle prowess was even higher than a venerable realm expert. Then how powerful was the devil god? In the human race, probably only the holy sage could fight against the devil god. The war here back then was truly incomparably tragic. Even the devil god had fallen. Rosen calmed himself down, and then said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It's just that these 2 times, Su Yen, that little bastard, has aroused my killing intent. You also know that I cultivate the bloodthirsty ghost killing method, and now I'm on the verge of a breakthrough." Hearing Rosen's words, Yiksha was startled at first, then directly said, "Oh, you're actually on the verge of a breakthrough? This is truly rare." In the ghost-killing palace, he, Yiksha, could already be considered a senior, while Rosen was just a rising star. Furthermore, his talent was extremely good, so he had always been good to Rosen. It was just that he never thought that Rosen would actually advance again in such a short period of time. This guy was really a genius. Could it be that he really had talent that did not belong to Wang Baichuan and the others? Yiksha said happily, "Rosen, cultivate well. If you can break through the 4 dragons realm, the sect master will definitely be very happy. It just so happens that Hua Yunlong is already dead, and it seems that the devil sect is still missing a son of devil. When the time comes, I will ask the sect master to push you up." Even someone as profound as Rosen was shocked when he heard this. The son of devil was the most important identity in the entire devil sect. Once one became the son of devil, they would receive huge benefits. This was not only a change in cultivation resources, but also a change in status. If he could really do it, it would be extremely attractive to him. At this time, Yiksha said again, "It has been too long since my ghost-killing palace has produced a true genius, so Rosen, you must remember to live on." Rosen and Yiksha continued to walk forward, but the disciples behind them remained silent. Although the rules of the devil sect were not strict, there was one that was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and that was that the strong came first. Rosen and Yiksha were the 2 people with the strongest cultivation in this group. When these 2 people were talking to each other, they didn't have the qualifications to speak at all. This group of people walked for almost 3 days before arriving at their destination. At this time, the sky had already changed, and snowflakes were falling bit by bit. There was clearly not a single dark cloud in the sky, but snow still fell like this. The group of people from the devil sect finally stopped in front of a huge cave. If one had to use a word to describe this cave, it would be grand. Just by standing at the entrance of the cave, one could already feel the awe-inspiring pressure. It could be imagined that once one entered, the power inside would definitely be even more terrifying. As expected of the legendary Devil's Cave, it is truly overflowing with killing intent. If I were to cultivate here, my bloodthirsty ghost killing method would probably be able to greatly improve. Rosen said directly. The most important thing about his bloodthirsty ghost killing method was the word kill. If he could cultivate in this cave and absorb the terrifying killing intent inside, then his strength would indeed be able to rapidly increase. This was definitely not a lie. Yiksha said, "Let's go, it's more important to do things first. If this matter is completed, this place can become my devil sect's back garden. What else do you have to worry about?" Hearing this, Rosen's face immediately revealed a smile, and then said, "All right, I will listen to senior brother's arrangements." Rosen said humbly. Yiksha nodded, and then a light shadow directly appeared in his hand. It was a small fireball. The fireball floated quietly, and in the end, it attracted an inscription. Yiksha smiled and gently pushed the fireball toward the inscription. At this moment, the entire inscription seemed to have come to life, and it directly swallowed the fireball. Then, on the inscription, golden words flashed one after another. Su Yen shared his vision with the green bat demon and immediately discovered that the words engraved on this lowly inscription were the words of the Stupa sect. The powerhouses of the Stupa sect had indeed participated in this great battle back then. The Stupa sect was also very powerful back then. Even my devil sect at its peak was almost unable to contend with them. However, this does not matter. After all, it is just the dust of history, and it cannot be put on the table. In the past, the Stupa sect could be said to be the devil sect's greatest enemy. But now, this greatest enemy had long disappeared, and his devil sect was still flourishing. This was a kind of victory. At this time, the golden inscription was getting brighter and brighter. In the end, it directly transformed into a chain in front of it. The shimmering chains were the existence that bound the gate. Yiksha Jianghu had obtained the method to break it with great difficulty, so he came directly. Chapter 608. The Pagoda sect used to be a fighting force on the battlefield. Since this devil's den was sealed by the seniors of the Pagoda sect, there must be some powerful or even taboo power inside. At this moment, all the disciples of the devil's sect were ready to make a move. If they could find an opportunity here and directly improve their cultivation, it would be an excellent thing. No one wanted to live under someone else, especially in the devil's sect where competition was fierce. If they could improve their cultivation, they would have a chance to stand out. The golden light finally dissipated slowly, and then a huge door appeared. The door gradually opened, and a thick and heavy murderous aura came directly from inside. Even though a long time had passed, this aura was still so heavy. Although he was only relying on the perception of the green bat demon, Su Yen could still feel the power and horror in it. At this moment, rays of light flashed in the sky. This kind of power made people feel at a loss. Rosen and Guisha nodded, and then said to a disciple behind them, "You lead the way." After hearing this, the disciple's face immediately changed. He knew very well that entering this place at this time meant that there was no chance of survival. What right did he have to be the one to lead the way here? The two of them made this decision to make him a scapegoat. However, the rules in the devil's sect were very strict. He knew that if he did not agree at this time, the two of them would immediately attack and kill him. One was immediate death, while the other might give him a little chance of survival. Naturally, he could only choose the latter. He took the lead and stepped into the devil's denver. His heart was beating endlessly. The fear of death shrouded him like a shadow, making his breathing very slow. 10 minutes later, he was still walking unscathed, but his heart was beating faster and faster. Gradually, he began to hallucinate. The disciple suddenly felt that countless malicious spirits had appeared around him. These malicious spirits roared as if they wanted to tear his flesh and blood directly. Such fear had already made him unable to adapt to it. In the end, he suddenly screamed and fled towards the exit in extreme fear. However, at this time, a fierce look flashed across Gisha's eyes. He waved his hand and a shadow flashed directly. It was a long whip, and the whip lashed the disciple's body fiercely. Gisha's eyes were cold as he said directly, "Who allowed you to leave? Go back." At this time, Guisha was simply terrifying. The murderous aura he released hit the disciple's body fiercely. The disciple snorted and his whole body trembled. Right now, he really wanted to leave this place, but in the face of such a powerful force, he had no courage to leave at all. Finally, he turned back again and headed toward that mysterious space. The other disciples could clearly see that this person's Gisha's disciple's eyes. His eyes were filled with intense fear. They could imagine the terrible torture to him at this time. This Gisha's was. However, none of them dared to speak. Was it cruel? Of course, it was cruel. But so what? This was the law of survival in this world. Especially those from the Devil sect. In the face of such power, they had no choice. If they could stand in Luo Sun and Yixia's position today, then they might be able to do the same. That was the biggest tragedy. At this time, the disciple had already begun to tremble. The threat of death behind him and the fear of the unknown in front of him deeply tortured his heart. He had already begun to collapse, but under the drive of fear, he still continued to move forward. At this moment, a dot of light suddenly appeared on this dark road. The dot of light was inconspicuous, like ashes that had yet to be extinguished after being burned, floating in the air. This speck of light stained his clothes. No one noticed this inconspicuous spot of light, but at this moment, the Devil sect disciple could no longer hold himself back and frantically tried to escape. Something even stranger happened. As he fled, his body actually began to burn with flames. He began to howl in grief and began to run. His body began to dissipate bit by bit under the burning flames. In the end, only a skeleton was left. At this time, Gisha's whip moved again. There was a sudden explosion, and an ear-piercing sound erupted. Then the person's corpse directly dissipated in the air. A disciple died just like that. One had to know that this disciple's cultivation was not weak. He had already stepped into the dragon realm. The Devil sect was really cruel. With such strength, he was only used as cannon fodder and was directly abandoned. At this time, more flames began to rush out from the darkness. Retreat! Guisha directly ordered. The disciples immediately retreated. These flames left the cave. At this time, everyone could clearly see what these flames were. Bats, they were actually bats one after another. However, these bats were very strange. Their bodies were very small, almost the size of a wasp. And the shining light was emitted from their heads. It was this little bit of power that made people's hearts tremble. This kind of horror was not something that normal people could understand. At this time, everyone realized that the flames on the disciple's body were caused by these inconspicuous little things. One had to know that he was a dragon realm expert. Even if he did not deliberately use his cultivation method, there would still be a protective chi around his body. This was the strength of the dragon realm. Not to mention animals, even if a spirit sea realm expert attacked with all his strength, it would not be easy to break this defense. However, these little things directly caused this disciple to die, and die so miserably. At this time, the disciple's charred bones were lying in the snow, and the bones were still emitting black smoke. No one wanted to be contaminated by these terrifying flames because it was really too dangerous. At this time, Guisha made his move. His long whip moved again, and the purple phantom continued to emit explosive sounds. The powerful force almost drowned out everything. This terrifying force directly turned into a purple pattern. When this pattern appeared, it directly strangled these bats. Under the terrifying power, these bats finally could not withstand it and were directly strangled. Countless Biao Fu directly fell at this time. Su Yan took in all of this. There was a solemn look in his eyes. These bats were actually very similar to the green bat demons, but they were smaller than the green bat demons. More importantly, they had more powerful killing power than ordinary green bat demons. He had seen the entire process with his own eyes. At that time, the disciple was moving forward, but the first bat appeared and landed on his clothes. In just an instant, the bat began to bite his body. In just the first instant, his body began to burn. Terrifying flames began to burn directly. These flames were erupting from his body. It could be said that while he was running, his body had already begun to burn. In the end, this disciple directly burned to death. Such a horrifying scene simply caused people to be endlessly shocked. At this time, the benefits of the Devil sect's exploration were also reflected at this time. If they did not explore and entered from the beginning, then many of the devil sect's disciples would have suffered. After all, such power was really too terrifying. The devil's den was not large, and it was not convenient for dodging. At this time, Gisha's purple shadow-like pattern was constantly harvesting the lives of these bats. Soon, these things all died in the hands of Guisha. Gisha's face was full of seriousness. He actually lost a disciple so easily. This was really beyond his expectations. But at this time, he had no choice but to continue forward. His eyes looked to the side and then fell on another disciple. He said, "Next, it's your turn." Probably because the death of the previous disciple was too terrifying, the person in front of him had begun to tremble. But at this time, Rosen smiled gently. He opened his 5 fingers and directly grabbed him. "Humph, are you afraid or angry? I'm asking you, are you afraid or angry now?" The disciple did not dare to speak. Rosen continued, "You have to remember that you are not strong enough now, that's all." "Huh, if you were strong enough, the person who went to explore now might be me, Rosen. So don't talk nonsense. Go in. If you can survive, then you are the hero of the devil sect. But if you unfortunately die, then you can only blame yourself. I came here like this. What right do you have to get preferential treatment? Get the hell in there." He shouted and kicked the disciple. It had to be said that the devil sect was really cruel. Su Yen could see the anger and unwillingness in the disciple's eyes. But Su Yen had to admit that what Rosen said was actually not wrong. In the end, it was still the difference in strength. If this disciple was strong enough to surpass Rosen, then the one who went to explore now might be Rosen. But this disciple was obviously much luckier. There were no accidents along the way. It was not until he reached the end of the road that he breathed a sigh of relief. Guisha smiled gently and then directly went forward. Chapter 609. Su Yen stood up. After recuperating for a while, his injuries had mostly healed. The power of the Shura's soul shadow was indeed powerful, but Su Yen had fought with the real Shura in the Shura's palace, so he was no stranger to such power. Moreover, his body looked abnormal at this time. After swallowing the demon core, his body had been tempered by this terrifying energy. Now, he was comparable to the real demon king. Moreover, he had the blood of the great demon dragon, so he was very powerful. The speed of recovery of his injuries was far beyond his imagination. Now, he decided to enter the demon's den. He wanted to see what else existed in this demon's den. Moreover, the current devil sect, no, it should be said that the Yiksha and Rosen did not have much energy to care about him. After all, those terrifying things were enough to give him a headache. After passing through this long corridor, it was actually another endless world of white snow. Sure enough, it's as marked on the map. This damned place really allows entry but not exit. After the people of the devil sect passed through the corridor, they immediately found that their companions behind them had disappeared. This place was exactly the same as before. If it weren't for the fact that one of their disciples had died, it would even make people think that they had just entered this place. At this time, Su Yen had also arrived at the entrance of the demon's den. He glanced at the charred corpse, then finally decided to go forward. If he had barged in here alone, it would have been a huge problem. But now, with this group of people from the devil sect leading the way for him, it was much easier for him. At the very least, he could completely ignore these bat demons and the like. Su Yen quickly passed through the demon's den. At the end of the demon's den, he saw a white world. At this time, Su Yen was careful. He directly summoned the spider demon from the square seal and then let it guard this place. After everything happened last night, he stepped into the demon's den. At this time, the people of the devil sect were in trouble again. Because in front of them appeared rows of soldiers with solemn expressions. Every soldier was incomparably serious, but there was no light in their eyes. Ghost Trident took a look and immediately realized that these guys didn't have any signs of life. In other words, this was no ordinary human, but a puppet. Ice puppet. More importantly, each of these ice puppets was holding an icy blue long sword. The long sword swallowed and spat out cold light, incomparably awe-inspiring. Rosen said, "What is this thing?" Pretending to be mysterious. "Let me go and meet them first." The moment he finished speaking, Rosen had already made his move. There was no doubt that Rosen's strength was terrifying. One had to know that although he had failed his mission in the mysterious ruins, his strength had increased once again, directly breaking through to 4 dragons. He was fully deserving of being called a proud son of heaven. At this moment, he had already made his move, and his momentum was immediately great. The bloodthirsty ghost-killing technique was an offensive technique to begin with. At this time, when Rosen used it, a cold light immediately bloomed. The light was piercingly cold, and the powerful light bloomed at this moment. The scarlet light swept across, and the ice puppets were directly destroyed by him. He frowned. Of course, it wasn't because these puppets were strong, but because they were too weak. These puppets had an extremely powerful aura. In his opinion, even if he made his move, it would take a lot of effort. But in reality, when he made his move, these puppets didn't move at all. It was as if they were just ordinary clay sculptures. This change shocked him, but at this moment, these puppets were actually so easily destroyed by him. In an instant, stone fragments flew everywhere. It was too easy. One had to know that the small group of bat demons had already brought them a lot of trouble, and they had even lost a dragon realm fighter. But these ice puppets were actually so easily destroyed by him. At this moment, Ghost Trident's voice was heard. "Rosen, be careful. Something doesn't seem right." Ghost Trident's voice was somewhat hesitant. It was obvious that he wasn't sure what had happened, but to be able to make him lose his composure like this, the current situation definitely wasn't good. Rosen knew Ghost Trident's character well. He knew that he was a person who was calm in the face of changes, but now, he actually revealed such a surprised expression. Clearly, something extraordinary had happened. At this moment, the ice that had previously been shattered into pieces suddenly floated up at this moment. Countless pieces of ice began to combine and then began to stack up bit by bit. In the end, an 8-meter-tall giant appeared. In his hand was a long sword with a cold light. The aura emitted from his body was simply terrifying. Everyone had seen with their own eyes that this giant in front of them was made up of countless pieces of ice, but now, they actually felt the aura of life from this ice giant, as well as a dense killing intent. This thing was alive. Rosen raised his eyebrows, and a sense of danger directly attacked him. He couldn't care less and directly disappeared from where he was. The moment he disappeared, an extremely terrifying power had already appeared and directly swept the place where he was originally standing. This kind of extremely terrifying destructive power had already caused him to be extremely shocked. His face was as gloomy as water because he didn't expect such a power to be so terrifying. If it wasn't for Ghost Trident's reminder, which made him straighten up at the most critical moment, he was afraid that this blow would be enough to take his life. After all, judging from the previous sword strike, the terrifying power was simply incomparably shocking. The ground where he was originally standing had already cracked and the glacier shattered. At this moment, this giant seemed to have identified Rosen. At the same time that Rosen avoided this sword, his huge body had already turned again, and a terrifying power directly erupted at this time. Countless violent forces surged out at this time. Under this sword, frost wrinkled, like a cold storm. Such a terrifying power made Rosen feel the threat of death. This huge frost swordsman actually had a power that could threaten his god. At this time, he could only continuously retreat and dodge because he knew that his current strength was definitely not a match for this frost puppet. Damn it, this place is really strange. Previously, he was still wondering why it was so simple, but now he realized that in this damned place, there was no such thing as simple. Facing such a frost giant, those devil sect disciples had already lost their effect. After all, although they were powerful, the gap between them and the frost giant was still too big. At this time, the long whip in Ghost Trident's hand shook, and then a purple light directly rushed at the giant. Almost at this moment, the stone giant's neck was wrapped around. Ghost Trident suddenly exerted force and directly pulled back, and the powerful and terrifying frost giant's movements immediately stopped. "Rosen, come back," he directly roared. Seeing that the opportunity had come, Rosen naturally did not dare to stay any longer. He roared angrily and directly approached this side. That damn thing was really too strong. However, just as he was about to retreat, the frost giant suddenly erupted with extremely terrifying power. At this time, the powerful power directly exploded, and Ghost Trident's long whip was directly broken by it. Ghost Trident's expression instantly became very ugly. This long whip was his life item, and it had been with him since he started cultivating, but he did not expect that it would be directly broken today. For a moment, the color of the world seemed to have changed. At this time, the powerful power at this time was constantly exploding, and the light that was obtained by the darkness made people speechless. Ghost Trident was already furious. At this time, he wanted to directly kill this damn thing, but at this time, he seemed to have no other choice at all. Because at this time, this huge frost swordsman's combat strength was too terrifying. "Rosen, step back a little." Ghost Trident's expression was very ugly. At this time, he finally prepared to fight that mysterious Shura soul shadow again. The purple light began to spread under his feet again, and then the powerful power directly spread out, and almost instantly, it had covered everything in it. The Ice Soul Swordsman was naturally enveloped by this purple domain. However, the Ice Soul Swordsman's huge body was still frozen in place, as if he did not move at all. That powerful power seemed to be no obstacle to him at all. At this time, Su Yen was still in the demon's den. When he saw the purple Shura soul shadow appear again, he stopped and did not continue to move forward. He was in too much of a hurry before, and he did not have time to carefully feel the power of this purple feather. Because at that time, he knew that once he slowed down, he might be directly trapped in it, and there was no way to break free at all. But at this time, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The green bat monster was still on Rosen's body, and no one knew, but it could let Su Yen observe everything. This dark purple power was indeed terrifying, and this power did not come from the person called Ghost Trident himself. What he activated was just a power transmission channel. After the appearance of this purple domain, the energy would be continuously transmitted over. When the mysterious and unfathomable energy from another world descended, it would immediately erupt with an extremely terrifying pressure. It would even directly suck the energy out of Su Yan's body. Chapter 610. At this moment, Su Yan was rejoicing in his misfortune. He wanted to see what these guys from the Devil's sect were going to do next. He was very clear that the real core of the Devil's sect this time was not Rosen, but that Yiksha. As long as this Yiksha was defeated, then everything would be fine. However, since this ghost was able to become the person in charge of the Devil's sect this time, he would definitely not be so simple. At the very least, Su Yen did not think that the Shura soul shadow would be his trump card. The huge frost swordsman was still wreaking havoc, simply rampaging, ignoring everything. At this time, Su Yen found through the green bat demon that the Yiksha did not panic at all, as if all of this was simply within his expectations. Luosen once again soared into the air, dodging this terrifying sword strike. At this time, in the purple domain, the light appeared again. That light gradually turned into a shadow, and in the end, it turned into an extremely powerful and terrifying giant beast. This was a very ferocious giant beast, and it did not seem to be a creature of this world, because its body was filled with a strong Shura aura. Shura giant beast. This was an existence from the Shura world. It turned out that this so-called Shura soul shadow could not only devour power, but also summon such a powerful giant beast from the Shura world. As soon as this giant beast appeared, its eyes fell directly on the Ice Soul Swordsman. The Ice Soul Swordsman was more than 8 meters tall, and in terms of height, it was a bit taller than the giant beast. However, this giant beast had a huge body, and the aura all over its body was very terrifying. It directly pounced on the Ice Soul Swordsman. Simple and violent, the Ice Soul Swordsman directly slashed out with his long sword, and the terrifying sword chi broke through everything, and the cold air made people's hearts feel cold. Even Rosen did not dare to face this terrifying power, but the summoned Shura giant beast did not dare to ignore it at all. The cold directly descended on his body, and the places that were affected by the cold directly turned into white frost, and even condensed into ice, but the huge body of the Shura giant beast did not stop at all. It just crazily moved forward, wanting to shatter everything. Boom! The Shura behemoth finally slammed into the Ice Soul Swordsman and sent him flying. Of course, he also paid a great price. Half of his head was cut off, leaving only an incomplete body. The Ice Soul Swordsman stood up again, but at this time, the Shura behemoth had already rushed over. The Shura behemoth inherited the most terrifying characteristic of the Shura, and that was that it did not fear death in battle. It did not care how heavy its injuries were. All he cared about was defeating his enemies and killing them. At this time, Su Yen was even more entranced. This was a very rare opportunity. Back in the Shura hall, he fought with the Shura. Every Shura was very powerful. However, they were not the real Shura. Maybe they were just clones, or maybe they were just projections. Lin Huatu disappeared, and the most likely reason was that she was taken to the Shura realm. Therefore, it would be best if he could learn more about the Shura at this time. At this time, the battle between the two sides had become extremely fierce. The true power of the Ice Soul Swordsman had been completely unleashed. Countless ice and snow continued to sweep, and the violent cold wind drowned the entire world in an instant. However, no matter how fierce the wind was, the Shura behemoth did not care at all. It seemed that it only knew one thing, and that was to keep on attacking. Although it relied on this madness to send the Ice Soul Swordsman flying again and again, its body became more and more damaged. The powerful sword chi and the terrifying ice storm continued to destroy its body. It made its body become more and more damaged. In the end, only half of its body was left. At this time, the huge sword directly fell directly. The terrifying sword chi directly penetrated its body. This terrifying Shura behemoth finally stopped struggling and died completely. Meanwhile, the Ice Soul Swordsman's extremely strong aura rose up. It was a terrifying beast that did not know fatigue, and it directly attacked the people of the Devil sect. However, at this time, Yiksha sneered and said, "What an interesting puppet. I don't know how it was formed, but it can actually kill the Shura behemoth. However, do you think this is the end?" The moment his voice fell, shadows appeared again one after another. Shura behemoths, there were actually 3 Shura behemoths. The 3 Shura behemoths that appeared again each had a different appearance from before, but the strong Shura aura flowing in their bodies would not change. When the 3 Shura behemoths appeared, they directly rushed toward the Ice Soul Swordsman. Although the Ice Soul Swordsman was powerful, it was still unable to compete with the 3 Shura behemoths. After killing another Shura behemoth and seriously injuring another Shura behemoth, its body was directly torn in half by the Shura behemoth. The huge ice sword had already been shattered. At this time, Yiksha had already walked in front of the Ice Soul Swordsman and said, "What an interesting creation. It seems that I still need to take you back. After all, if I can analyze your composition, perhaps my power will increase again." At this time, he had already begun to move. His palm began to condense a mysterious handprint. Almost at the same time, 3 tentacles suddenly appeared in the purple domain. These terrifying tentacles were like iron chains, directly wrapping around the Ice Soul Swordsman's body, and in an instant, the Ice Soul Swordsman was tightly bound. Then the purple light flickered, and the Ice Soul Swordsman actually began to sink into the purple domain. This guy was really ambitious. He actually wanted to analyze the composition of the Ice Soul Swordsman and then create a new puppet. However, the Ice Soul Swordsman was indeed powerful. If it weren't for the Shura behemoths, it would be very difficult for the Devil sect to break through. At this time, Su Yan was hesitating whether to make a move or not. After all, he also had some thoughts about the puppet. The Black Dragon King once gave him a puppet, which was later given to Xianxia. However, the last time they met, Xianxia had already returned the puppet to him. He really wanted to know which one was stronger, his puppet or this Ice Soul Swordsman. But at this time, the Ice Soul Swordsman's body suddenly erupted with a blue light, and then an extremely powerful force began to shine. As soon as this power appeared, Yiksha's expression immediately changed. Damn it! He already knew what the Ice Soul Swordsman was going to do. Self-destruct, this puppet actually wanted to self-destruct. This was the prey he had set his eyes on, and he almost got it, but at this critical moment, he lost his prey. However, at this time, he already had a guess in his heart. Although this conjecture was a little bold, he was now more and more certain that there was a mastermind behind this place. And that mastermind was manipulating everything. It was because of him that the Ice Soul Swordsman suddenly self-destructed at this time. In fact, he really didn't want the truth of the matter to be as he guessed, because if this was the case, then they would have to face a mysterious and powerful enemy. Damn it, this thing actually self-destructed. Rosen said directly. At this time, Yiksha nodded and said, "This place is strange, we have to be careful. I don't know why, but I already feel a bit uneasy. I keep feeling that someone is watching us along the way." Yiksha's words made Rosen frown, and then he said, "Could it be that kid called Su Yan?" Su Yan was surprised. The green bat demon was only a soul beast in the square seal. If he didn't reveal himself, he was almost silent and undetectable. But these two people could feel this vague existence. However, at this moment, Ghost Fork shook his head and said, "That kid isn't nearby, but I can't be sure if this is related to that kid. In short, let's hurry on our way." "Right, tell them to prepare everything on the east bank." Rosen nodded. They continued forward, and the demonic sect disciples seemed to have something in their hands. At this time, Su Yan fell into deep thought. To be honest, he didn't feel anything at first, but now he actually agreed with Yiksha's feeling. It was as if there was a pair of eyes silently watching them. It was like a pair of mysterious eyes in the heavens, making it hard to fathom. But in the end, he put away the worry in his heart. After all, the demonic sect people were taking the lead, and he was just following. Even if there was a mysterious crisis ahead, he had enough time to deal with it. These guys from the demonic sect seemed to have finally arrived at their destination and began to arrange. Every demonic sect disciple was holding something in their arms. They pierced this thing into the ground and began to arrange handprints and formations. Su Yan looked carefully through the green bat demon's eyes. At this time, he had realized that this seemed to be a mysterious formation. And it was an extremely destructive formation. Although he didn't know how powerful this formation was, he was sure that the destructive power of this formation was definitely not something he could face head-on. What is the purpose of these demonic sect bastards? Su Yan finally decided not to intervene and wait for the changes here. Luo Sun and Ghost Fork carefully inspected each of the arrangements. Chapter 6:11. Ghost Fork took a deep breath and said, "That's good. Since the preparations are complete, then it's time to make a move. I'm really looking forward to seeing how powerful my sacred sovereign's divine artifact and divine sword will be." Ghost Fork chuckled. At this time, Su Yan's eyes suddenly released a golden light. Originally, he heard that it was only a divine sword, but now it seemed that it was far from the case. There was actually a divine weapon of the devil sect buried here. Yes, this is not something we can imagine. Once the devil soul is destroyed and this ice field explodes, the Supreme Elder will teleport here and take away the divine weapon. This is a very important time, and there is no room for mistakes. You and I will check the surroundings again. Once we are sure that there is no change, we will directly detonate it. This so-called devil soul destruction was very similar to the bomb in Su Yan's previous life. Su Yan did not show up at this time, but waited. He wanted to see how powerful the divine sword and the divine weapon of the devil sect were. Of course, he was more looking forward to another thing, and that was whether Xue Xingchuan would be here. Since this place was so dangerous, Xue Xingchuan naturally did not come here for a stroll. It was very likely that there was an extremely extraordinary existence here that attracted Xue Xingchuan. To be able to make this quasi-venerable come here, it was probably the divine sword. Therefore, where the divine sword was, it was very likely that Xue Xingchuan could be found. At this time, their appearance gave Su Yan a chance. Although this was only Su Yan's guess, it was enough. At least it gave Su Yan a clear direction. This was enough for Su Yan. At this time, in the place where they buried the devil soul destruction, a powerful force began to rise directly. The gathering of the terrifying energy was really terrifying. Even the demon king in the ruins would be directly killed by such power. This was the foundation of the devil sect. This method was truly terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were fixed on the distance. At the same time, he secretly circulated his power and covered his entire body's aura. Where the demonic soul of annihilation was, the powerful energy became even more terrifying. The endless light had already reached the peak of the mountain. This terrifying power was almost capable of destroying everything. All the powerful lights continued to flicker. Between heaven and earth, the endless brilliance had finally condensed to the extreme. A gale appeared, and the surrounding ice and snow began to be pushed away by this incomparable gale. Such a terrifying annihilation demonic soul was simply going to destroy the world. At this moment, everything had been condensed to the extreme. The people of the devil sect were all retreating. If one was engulfed by such power, they would definitely die. Even if they thought highly of themselves, it was impossible for them to have the courage to face such a powerful destructive force. Finally, this silent world was broken by a sudden sound. The terrifying sound suddenly exploded, and endless power suddenly burst out, directly reversing the direction of the sky. Su Yan buried himself in the snow. At the same time, he covered his head with his hands. At this moment, the boundless power was constantly rioting. The terrifying light had already engulfed everything between heaven and earth. Su Yan tightly covered his ears, enduring this terrifying sound. He only felt that the terrifying sound had turned into the most terrifying devil, wanting to tear him apart. Even Su Yan was so unbearable, then the disciples of the devil sect were even more so. Among them, a few disciples were shaken to death by this sound. And there were a few who were even more miserable. They were slightly slower by half a beat and were immediately destroyed by such a violent sound wave. Their entire bodies were directly destroyed in an instant, and not even a little residue was left. Luo Sun and Yiksha also buried themselves in the ground. At the very beginning, they already knew that this power must be very terrifying, but they didn't expect that it would be so terrifying that they couldn't resist at all. Even if they were as strong as they were, in the face of such power, they couldn't withstand a single blow. Fortunately, they were already prepared at this time. Otherwise, they would also die. This was the demonic soul destruction. The demonic soul destruction of the devil sect was indeed incomparably terrifying. It was no wonder that when the elder handed this thing to them, his expression was so solemn. Such a power erupting at the same time was enough to directly blow up a venerable. A venerable had always been a symbol of invincibility. Unless it was a venerable, it was almost synonymous with invincibility. Of course, Cui Tianlang was an exception. But now, there was actually something that could threaten the life of a venerable. If this matter were to spread, the devil sect would immediately exist at the heart of the storm. The appearance of this demonic soul destruction was definitely one of the most significant changes in this world. At this moment, countless lights began to shine in the sky, and the violent power was even more terrifying. All the power of the entire world had gathered and didn't dissipate for a long time. Finally, the terrifying sound of the explosion finally stopped, as if everything had finally dissipated. However, Su Yan still didn't make any rash moves. After all, he had transmigrated from another world. Although he didn't know what the principle of this demonic soul destruction was, he was sure that it was very similar to explosives. Since that was the case, the end of the first explosion was definitely not the end of the whole process. He deeply understood that something even more terrifying was still to come. Therefore, he continued to hide himself deeply. At the same time, he was already on guard. Once something happened, he would immediately make adjustments. However, at this moment, the devil sect's disciples didn't know. After all, this demonic soul destruction was just developed by the sect. When the sound of the destruction completely dissipated, they thought that it was over, so a portion of the disciples immediately walked out. However, they had only taken a few steps when they immediately revealed a look of despair. At this moment, the ground in front of them that had been bombed began to crack. Cracks spread directly, and the extremely terrifying destructive power was actually trying to devour them. Seeing that the situation was not good, these disciples immediately soared into the sky. After all, the land was extremely dangerous at this time, and they were afraid that they would be devoured at any time. Only the sky could give them a sense of security. Unfortunately, they were still too naive. At this moment, an extremely hot wave of air rushed into the sky and immediately turned into an extremely terrifying whirlwind, forcibly dragging them down. Under such a terrifying power, they couldn't move at all. They were directly pulled to the core of the terrifying energy and then directly destroyed. This was really a terrifying thing. Just this destruction had directly devoured more than half of the devil sect's disciples who had come here. The shadow of death shrouded everyone's heart. In such a situation, everyone's heart became heavy. At this time, they didn't dare to act rashly. Not to mention them, even Rosen and Ghost Fork were the same. Although they had long expected that this power would be very powerful, they didn't dare to imagine that it would be so powerful. Such terrifying energy, even a venerable one probably couldn't do it. They really wanted to go out and see what was going on in that place at this time, but a bloody example happened in front of them, so they didn't dare to act rashly. But at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed. Ghost Fork and Rosen both saw this figure. At this time, the figure actually went directly to the place where the devil's soul was originally buried and destroyed. Rosen directly shouted, "Su Yan, how dare you!" He immediately saw that this person was actually Su Yan. This damned guy was really like a lingering spirit. He was actually following them. At this time, rays of light constantly flickered in the sky, and the backlight became even more dazzling. Su Yan didn't pay attention to these two people at all and directly walked into the cave. The reason why there was such a terrifying explosion before was because after the explosion, there would naturally be an extremely terrifying airflow. These airflows would naturally cause a second explosion, but now, this terrifying power had passed. That was why he dared to directly attack the magic tool here. At this time, Rosen and Ghost Fork were still feeling lingering fear. After all, so many people had died before them. Even as powerful as them, they still felt lingering fear. It was also because of this fear that they had some misgivings in their hearts. However, in the end, Ghost Fork still chased after him. This time, it was an order from the sect. Last time, it was mainly for the sake of one of the three devil's children, Hua Yunlong. But this time, it was related to the rise and fall of their ghost-killing hall. The devil sect was powerful, but the battles within were naturally even more terrifying. The ghost-killing hall's position in the devil sect had never been high. It had always been an executive unit, but not a decision-making body. This was because the ghost-killing hall's strength was not enough. But this time, the exploration of this place was their hope of rising up. Therefore, this time, even Ghost Fork had taken action, and even took out this secret weapon, the Devil's Soul Destruction. If at this time, Su Yan was the first to arrive, then no matter what, it would not be justifiable. The moment Ghost Fork moved, Luosan no longer had any reason to hesitate and directly followed after him. The three of them directly turned into streaks of light and flew in. Su Yan directly used the Devil Dragon wings, he had already rushed into the ground. Chapter 6:12. Female Literature. When he entered this underground world, he immediately felt a somewhat familiar aura. He would never forget this feeling, it was the Revenant world. The real battlefield of the Great War that year was actually in the Revenant world, and the 7 great saints had sealed the Gate of True Void. However, with the collapse of the ruins last time, the Gate of True Void had begun to loosen, and even showed signs of collapse. According to the Black Dragon King, with the passage of time, the real Revenant world and the real world would eventually reconnect, and for the real world, this was the arrival of a huge disaster. In this underground world, Su Yan had already felt the aura of the Revenant world. Although it was very faint, this feeling was definitely not wrong. He even felt the aura of the Revenant spider here. At this time, he already felt that the 2 people behind him had already chased after him, Rosen and Ghost Fork. Su Yan, who was an immortal sovereign, wanted to stop and kill these 2 people, but he did not do so, because he still remembered that these 2 people once said that when the goal of destroying the Devil's Soul was achieved, the Ghost Killing Hall's Venerable would be teleported in. Compared to these 2 guys, the Venerable was the biggest threat. His strength had greatly improved, but it was absolutely impossible for him to compete with the Venerable. He still clearly remembered the terrifying power of the Venerable. At that time, when the bald Venerable directly attacked him, he did not even have the strength to resist. If Cui Tianlang did not make a move at the end, he and Meng Yang would have died in the hands of that guy. It was precisely because of that experience that he had already become wary of the Venerable. If he could avoid meeting them, he would try his best not to, otherwise, he would only think about it himself. After all, he did not dare to guarantee that he could defeat the Venerable in the state of Devil Dragon transformation. No, it should be said that he could escape from the hands of the Venerable. At this time, the Devil Dragon wings directly unfolded, the Devil Dragon wings that were surrounded by flames erupted with incomparably powerful power. His entire body was like lightning, constantly flashing. The 2 people behind him were very angry, because at this time, Su Yan's speed was too fast, even they could no longer catch up. "Damned brat, don't run if you dare." His furious voice rang out, wanting Su Yan to stop. However, Su Yan was no fool. How could he stop at such a critical moment? He simply ignored it and charged straight into the depths of the underground world. In the end, Ghost Fork and Rosen finally stopped. Looking at Su Yan, who was already far away, the 2 of them couldn't wait to swallow Su Yan whole. Damn it, this brat, he was hit by Shura's Soul Shadow's soul attack, but he was able to recover so quickly, how hateful. Yiksha was already flustered and exasperated, and Rosen was even more so. Last time, he had already suffered a loss at the hands of Su Yan. Who would have thought that it would be the same this time? Could this be the so-called fate? Ghost Fork, what should we do now? Rosen finally asked. At this time, Ghost Fork said, "This brat's speed is too fast, and his fighting strength is extremely strong. If we let him do as he pleases, he might destroy our plan. Right now, I'm afraid that the Venerable One has already started to teleport, and is preparing to enter this place. The Venerable One is unable to stay in the outside world, but he can directly enter this underground world. Let everyone go down, we don't expect them to be able to restrain this brat, but we need to be able to grasp his approximate location, and then the 2 of us will take action. I also have Shura's Soul Shadow in my hands, as long as we can trap this guy, he will naturally die. Of course, let the others search for the whereabouts of the Divine Sword, this matter concerns the life and death of my Ghost Killing Hall, it is definitely not a joke." In a short moment, Ghost Fork had already made his decision. It had to be said that his decision was very correct and also very reasonable. After all, Su Yan's strength was simply too strong. If they wanted to kill Su Yan in this place, the only way was to interfere with Su Yan's progress. All the disciples of the devil sect received the order and chased after Su Yan. They had to ensure that they could find Su Yan. No one noticed that just as they entered this underground world, the ray of light in the sky seemed to have changed. He seemed to be even closer to the ground. At this moment, he was constantly moving forward. The scenery in front of him was constantly changing. Right now, he could be said to be extremely excited, because at this moment, he had already found the direction to move forward. Furthermore, he was very sure that there was no mistake. At this moment, the very supreme sword soul was guiding him forward. In this world, if there was anything he absolutely believed in, it would be the very supreme sword soul. He felt the joy coming from the very supreme sword soul. To be able to make the very supreme sword soul like this, there was only one possibility, and that was the divine sword. The very supreme sword soul was condensed from his cultivation of the very supreme sword scripture. It had unfathomable power. It was a pity that his cultivation of the very supreme sword scripture was still too shallow. It was impossible for him to display this true power. Even so, he believed that as long as he continued to cultivate, this power would definitely become even more powerful. At this moment, the power of the very supreme sword soul surged. That mysterious brilliance made Su Yan's heart flutter. However, at this moment, a strange head suddenly appeared in front of him. It seemed to be the head of an eagle. This was not a phantom. The demonic dragon wings on Su Yan's back suddenly flapped, and two flames directly bombarded the eagle's head. However, what he did not expect was that the head suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the flames directly. Such terrifying power was simply unimaginable. Although this attack was not the strongest, it was still very terrifying. However, this guy had actually blocked such an attack in an instant. Moreover, while blocking this attack, the head also launched a counterattack at Su Yan. An extremely terrifying mental power directly stabbed at Su Yan, as if it wanted to directly pierce Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Su Yan smiled coldly and then said, "You're courting death. Soul-suppressing seal, suppress." If it were ordinary means, Su Yan would have had some scruples. However, he was the least afraid of soul attacks. As long as he used such an attack, he could immediately resist it. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body was constantly shaking. The fierce brilliance was simply unimaginable. Above his palm, a golden light directly shot out. That light was a seal, the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal fell from the sky, and that soul attack was directly suppressed without any suspense. His soul is so powerful, it's actually so powerful. It's even comparable to mine. No, there's also an imprint in his soul. That's actually a sword chi. At this time, Su Yan was already overwhelmed with shock because he actually saw a sword chi imprint here. At this moment, Su Yan was both surprised and delighted. This soul is being controlled. If I'm not mistaken, the one enslaving this soul is that divine sword. He was happy because this situation proved that the divine sword was nearby. However, he was shocked because the divine sword had the ability to directly enslave a powerhouse. How terrifying was that? He knew that every divine sword was very terrifying. Just like the God-Slayer sword that was quietly lying in his crimson sword case at this moment, which contained an extremely terrifying will of destruction. He did not even dare to touch it. However, this divine sword directly enslaved the soul, which meant that the sword had given birth to its own consciousness. At this moment, that soul was still struggling to break free from the suppression of the soul-suppressing seal. As it struggled, the shape of the soul continued to change. However, how could Su Yan give it a chance? At this moment, a mysterious light burst out from Su Yan's eyes. What was reflected in the light was also a sword shadow. The revered sword soul. At this moment, the revered sword soul actually took the initiative to attack. The revered sword soul directly pierced into the soul of the eagle head. Su Yan saw that when the revered sword soul entered the eagle head soul, the sword shadow directly attacked the revered sword soul. That sword shadow was so powerful that it actually blocked the revered sword soul. It even wanted to directly devour the revered sword soul. Humph, arrogant. Su Yan directly activated the revered sword mantra. With the support of Su Yan's power, the revered sword soul suddenly went berserk and finally defeated the defense of the sword light. At this moment, that sword shadow was shattered. Then, the revered sword soul actually directly devoured the sword soul. So terrifying, so domineering. This was like the power of a child of destiny. The violent energy impact was still brewing, and the mysterious power was also sinking. Finally, that sword imprint was directly devoured, and the revered sword soul returned to Su Yan's soul. However, at this moment, a pair of cold eyes appeared in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. That pair of eyes was really beautiful. They were simply the beautiful eyes of a woman who could topple the world. However, at the same time, those eyes were really cold. So cold that it was terrifying. This pair of cold eyes only flashed for a moment, but it was unforgettable for Su Yan. Su Yan was naturally not infatuated with that pair of eyes. He was just shocked. Could it be that this divine sword has already cultivated into a human? This idea was really too inconceivable. However, when he thought about it carefully, it was not impossible. One had to know that there were demon races in this world. Although there were not many powerful demon races in this world at the moment, there were powerful giant demons in history. Every one of these powerful giant demons could transform into a human form. This was something that was undeniable. Chapter 613. Female literature. Since the demon could transform into a human form, then the divine sword could also succeed. However, if a sword cultivator could transform into a human form, then how terrifying would that sword be? If it were anywhere else, Su Yan would not even dare to imagine it. However, it was different now because this was the netherworld. Back then, the most terrifying war had broken out here, and that was the invasion of the demons. The top powerhouses of the human world, the most terrifying demon gods of the demon clan, and the greatest heroic spirits of the netherworld had all gathered here, and an unprecedented battle had broken out. Under such circumstances, anything was possible. Naturally, the great ancestor of the Shui family would not have suddenly made him come here. Those guys from the Devil's sect would not have made a move so easily if they had not found some clues. At the very least, those 108 extremely terrifying demonic souls of destruction were definitely a big deal. Even a super powerhouse like Cui Tianlang would have been destroyed if he had been caught in such a terrifying power. There was no chance of survival at all. If it had not been for those 108 demonic souls of destruction, Su Yan would not have been able to come here at all. He would not have even been able to sense the existence of this underground world. If he had guessed correctly, the appearance of this divine sword was one of the conditions that had been triggered. At that moment, the regal sword soul had directly devoured the will of this divine sword. Su Yan could feel the regal sword soul growing stronger. Could it be that the regal sword soul's strength could not only rely on one's own cultivation, but also rely on devouring sword souls to achieve this goal? At that moment, he suddenly recalled some clues. When the regal sword soul had just been born, there had been an undetectable fluctuation. Now that he thought about it, it was most likely that the regal sword soul had sensed the existence of the Godslayer sword and wanted to devour the Godslayer sword soul. However, devouring the Godslayer sword was something that Su Yan did not even dare to imagine. This sword was so overbearing that Su Yan did not even dare to imagine it. Back then, the person who could control the Godslayer sword was probably an invincible super powerhouse. It was even very likely that he was a super existence on the same level as the great demonic dragon. Only such an existence could use such a divine sword. From the looks of it, that Senior Shuexingchuan probably came for that divine sword as well. At this moment, Su Yan was even more certain of his conjecture. He could sense the location of the unknown divine sword, and he could even sense that the unknown divine sword was quietly watching him. But at this time, Su Yan felt relieved. He sorted out his emotions and calmed himself down. Since he had already come to this place, there was no reason for him to give up halfway. He continued to walk forward, and at this moment, another soul appeared. This was the soul of a standing wolf. His soul was far more complete than the soul of the giant eagle that he had killed earlier. Naturally, his strength was also much stronger. However, this time, he did not directly attack. Instead, his gaze fell on Su Yan. The wolf soul did not move, and Su Yan did not do anything either. At this moment, the wolf soul unexpectedly turned around and walked away. This action was really beyond Su Yan's expectations. Originally, he thought that he still needed to fight with this guy, but now it seemed that this guy was just leading him forward. Although the wolf soul was very powerful, in the end, he was just a soul enslaved. So the person who wanted to see him was naturally not the wolf soul, but the divine sword. Sure enough, the divine sword has already transformed? What a bizarre world, interesting. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate and directly followed the wolf soul. As the wolf soul moved forward, it kept growling in a low voice. However, Su Yan suddenly did not care. Just as Su Yan continued to move forward, the disciples of the Devil's sect encountered a huge problem. Naturally, they also encountered the souls enslaved by the divine sword. Although these disciples of the Devil's sect were not ordinary people, their souls were even more terrifying. It must be known that the souls that could exist in this world of the dead must have been incomparably great existences when they were alive. Even if they had fallen now, their strength could not be underestimated at all. What's more, the soul with the divine sword intent was really terrifying in terms of soul attack power. Without the existence of the soul calming seal, perhaps even Su Yan would suffer a big loss, let alone them. At this time, Su Yan's power was gently operating. His gaze fell on these souls, and his whole body was filled with a mysterious aura. At this time, the souls in the sky were gently jumping, and that mysterious power was constantly running. Between heaven and earth, everything was constantly jumping, as if the souls were immersed in it. At this time, Ghost Fork and Rosen's complexion had already turned ugly to the extreme. Disciples were constantly falling, and they could sense the fall of each disciple. Damn, this group of trash, what are they doing? Didn't I already tell them not to get close to Su Yan? Could it be that they can't even find his figure? This group of trash. Rosen was already extremely irritable. Although he kept cursing and calling them trash, he knew in his heart that these people were the core disciples of the Ghost Killing Hall. The death of every disciple was a huge loss to the Ghost Killing Hall. If the Ghost Killing Hall wanted to escape from the Devil sect, they couldn't do without these disciples. In the previous explosion of the soul-shattering destruction, many disciples had already died, and now, these disciples were once again dying in large numbers. In this way, if they finally obtained the divine sword, it would be fine, but if they failed in the end, it would be a huge loss. Su Yan, damn you, Su Yan, I will definitely pull out your tendons and skin you alive. He said angrily. However, at this time, Ghost Fork shook his head and said, no, this time it shouldn't be Su Yan. These disciples have already spread out, no matter how powerful Su Yan is, it's impossible for him to kill all of them at the same time. Ghost Fork suddenly sighed and said, forget it, Rosen, when we set off, we were already prepared. There will definitely be a lot of people who will die here. If they die, then they die. They are just cannon fodder to begin with. Ghost Fork's tone was so calm. With so many people dying, it was impossible for him to not care. However, so what if he cared? Death was death, they could no longer come back to life. At this time, the most important thing was to find the location of the divine sword. I have already given the order for everyone to gather and avoid this place as much as possible. Rosen, I have a premonition that this time, it will become incomparably dangerous. If possible, then try your best to survive. Rosen was not used to such a tone. In his impression, Ghost Fork would never say such a thing. He said, "Don't joke around, your strength is far stronger than mine. Even if you want to live, you should be the one to live." At this time, Ghost Fork suddenly laughed out loud. "Everyone says that my devil sect is heartless, but for you, Rosen, to be able to say such words to me today, I, Ghost Fork, can die without regrets. Hee, you are a genius, a true genius, even compared to the 3 sons of demons, you are not inferior. All you need is time." Ghost Fork continued, "Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Right now, the most important thing is to directly find the divine sword. I only said these words because of my feelings, don't be so pretentious. Let's go, we must find the divine sword before Su Yan, and then wait for the arrival of the second elder." Rosen directly said, "Second elder, the one who came this time, is actually the second elder?" There were a total of 9 elders in the ghost-killing palace, and above the 4th elder, there were all paragons. As for the first elder and the second elder, they were extremely powerful existences. They were incomparably powerful, and the reason why the ghost-killing palace was able to maintain its current position in the devil sect was because of the contributions of the 2 elders. And this time, the mysterious second elder of the ghost-killing palace had actually personally come. Alright, I'll go look for Su Yan first. You wait here for the other disciples, and after you make arrangements for them, you can come and pick me up." After Ghost Fork finished speaking, he directly walked forward. Ghost Fork's cultivation was above Rosen's, and at this moment, he had already sensed a powerful aura appearing in front of him. He believed that Su Yan would definitely be in that place, and even the divine sword would exist. Their ghost-killing palace had secretly found out about the divine sword, and had been preparing for many years to seize the initiative, but Su Yan, who had appeared out of nowhere, had brought them too much trouble. Just as Rosen had thought, this damned Su Yan seemed to be purposely going against them. Furthermore, he clearly knew that their opponent was definitely not just Su Yan. As time passed, more and more people would receive the news of this place. The other branches of the devil sect would definitely know, and at that time, the sect master of the devil sect would even come. As for the Taihang sword faction and the people from the Fierce Flame sect, they would probably interfere as well. After all, they had suffered such a huge loss at the hands of the devil sect last time, so there was no reason for them not to make a move. As for the devil sect, they had lost 3 venerable ones, so when the 3 sects met this time, a war would definitely break out. Although it was not to the extent of fighting to the death, this battle would definitely be incomparably terrifying. Therefore, no matter what, his ghost-killing palace could not become cannon fodder. In fact, the actions of the ghost-killing palace were also dancing on the tip of a blade. If they could arrange everything properly before everyone arrived, and then find the divine sword, then they would leap up. If they failed this time, the ghost-killing palace would definitely become the target of public criticism. At that time, not to mention the other 2 sects, even the other branches of the devil sect would not show any mercy to them. For the sake of the ghost-killing palace, he definitely could not allow himself to fail. Chapter 6:14. Female Literature. Su Yan quickly stopped. It was not that he did not want to move forward, but that Lang Hun blocked his way. Lang Hun stood there motionless, his eyes were firm. Moreover, Su Yan could see that if he wanted to take another step forward, Lang Hun would attack him crazily. As the saying went, since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Since he was already here, Su Yan wanted to see just how elegant this divine sword was. At this time, Su Yan's red sword case suddenly went berserk. Su Yan's face changed. The Godslayer sword was agitated. If not for the red sword case being very magical, the Godslayer sword would have already rushed out. Divine swords had spirits. The unknown divine sword could give birth to its own will and even create a sword slave. Then, the God-Slayer sword would not be inferior. But at this time, Su Yan absolutely could not let the God-Slayer sword come out. Once the God-Slayer sword left the red sword case, it would immediately be out of his control. He never doubted the power of the God-Slayer sword. This terrifying divine sword could even directly kill him. The red sword case released a blazing light. Under the suppression of the red sword case, the sword finally gradually calmed down. After a while, Su Yan suddenly felt an aura coming from behind him. Su Yan turned his head. The person who had just arrived also happened to look at him. Su Yan. These two words were not affectionate at all. There was only incomparable anger and dense killing intent. The person who came was Ghost Fork. He followed this aura and found Su Yan. But at this time, he did not act rashly. Because he saw Lang Hun on the side. From Lang Hun's body, he felt an extremely powerful aura. He immediately knew that Lang Hun's fighting strength was definitely not below his. If he fought with him, he might even die in his hands if he was not careful. Moreover, he felt an extremely powerful sword will from Lang Hun. He was unable to determine the relationship between Su Yan and the wolf spirit. If there was no relationship between the two, then it would be the best. However, if there was a relationship between the two, then it would be a huge threat to him. Just as he was feeling bewildered, a mechanical voice came from the wolf soul's throat, "Kneel." As these two words were spat out, they brought with them a heavy pressure that pressed down on Su Yan and Ghost Trident. A huge will appeared and actually wanted to suppress Su Yan and Ghost Fork at the same time. Su Yan smiled coldly. He had always been on guard against the wolf soul. Now that the wolf soul had suddenly launched an attack, he did not panic at all. Although Lang Hun's soul power was strong, Su Yan was not necessarily weaker than him. He did not even use the soul-suppressing seal, but directly used his own strength to fight against Lang Hun. The power of the Supreme Sword Soul's tip directly broke through everything. As for Ghost Fork, he was also an expert of his generation. He was indeed worthy of being the strongest person in the younger generation of the Ghost Killing Hall. The purple evil light in his eyes flashed gently, and actually suppressed this will. Su Yan had never fought with this Ghost Fork before, but according to Su Yan's estimation, this Ghost Fork was definitely very strong. It would even be to the point where he would find it hard to estimate. He really couldn't underestimate such an existence. Of course, their enemy at this time was the wolf soul. At this time, the Ghost Fork sneered and said, "A mere sword slave puppet actually wants me to kneel down. What a joke. And Su Yan, you have always gone against my Ghost Killing Hall. Today is the day you die." Su Yan did not take his words to heart. Ever since he came to this world, he had traveled all the way. Who knew how many people wanted to kill him, but until now, he was still fine. On the other hand, those who wanted to kill him had already died. He had never been afraid of those who wanted to kill him. Even in his previous life, from the moment he began to wield the sword, he already knew that the brave would win in a narrow path. That was all. He directly said, "Ghost Fork, if you want to kill me, then do it. Why talk so much nonsense?" At this time, the wolf's soul was in front, but the two of them had the intention to kill at the same time. The power in Su Yan's hand gradually began to circulate, and his gaze began to become resolute. In between the sword, an extremely powerful brilliance had already flown out. A powerful and terrifying power directly erupted. This time, Su Yan actually made the first move. A cold light also erupted from Ghost Fork's eyes. He did not expect Suya to make such a choice. However, this was exactly what he wanted. He also let out a roar, and then his entire body rushed forward. Between the two, the most intense battle began. The extremely powerful force continued to surge, and the terrifying radiance immediately blossomed with an extremely strong aura. The battle between the two continued to escalate, and Su Yan's power continued to riot at this time. In the previous world, his sword light was already known for its speed, and at this time, under the support of various techniques, his sword was even faster. The reason why he was able to fight those who were above his level was because of his speed. His power directly erupted, and the terrifying light power continued to attack. This endless power simply made people's hearts tremble. But the strange thing was that the wolf's soul that had released the pressure earlier, actually stopped at this time. The current him was like a person watching the fire from the other side of the river, watching the life and death battle between Su Yan and Ghost Fork. Just as Su Yan and Ghost Fork were engaged in a life and death battle, the outside world had already begun to have a huge commotion. Su Yan's guess was not wrong. The reason why the Ghost Killing Hall was able to come here was because they had already discovered the clues very early on, so they could be one step ahead. The reason why they took action recently was partly because of the success of the demon soul annihilation, and partly because of the strange movement of the divine sword. According to the calculations of the Ghost Killing Hall master, the birth of the divine sword was at this moment, so they had to make the first move to gain the upper hand, and did not hesitate to pay a huge price to obtain the divine sword. Originally, according to the Hall master's calculations, the time for the divine sword to be born had not yet arrived, and they would definitely be able to make it in time to act at this time. But unfortunately, the birth of the divine sword was actually brought forward. It was on this day that the backlight floating in the world of ice and snow suddenly soared into the sky. At this moment, the backlight directly turned into endless sharpness and pierced through the entire world. That powerful and terrifying light pierced through the world of ice and snow, and then shone into the real world. At this time, almost half of the 9 provinces continent had already discovered the commotion here. In the Devil Sect's Ghost Killing Hall, a shadow shrouded in darkness opened his eyes. His eyes were as deep as hell. It was actually brought forward. Could it really be the will of the heavens? The reason why he dared to do this was because he had calculated the time when the divine sword would appear. However, at this time, the time when the divine sword would appear had directly changed. This change was fatal. He knew very well that the current Ghost Fork and the others simply did not have the time to complete the real arrangements. I hope that everything is in time, he muttered to himself. In that pair of deep eyes, the darkness became even deeper. Just as he was worrying, an elder had already stepped into the teleportation array. He was the second elder of the Ghost Killing Hall. The second elder of the Ghost Killing Hall was extremely young, to the point that people felt that he shouldn't be an elder at all, but a disciple who had just entered the sect. However, this second elder had an illustrious reputation, and was a first-rate fiend. Half of the Ghost Killing Hall's position was obtained by him. In the 3 major sects, Chui Tianlang was very similar to him, and even had the reputation of Ghost Wolf Double Fiend. However, his cultivation was even higher than Chui Tianlang's, so everyone believed that his strength was above Chui Tianlang's. This time, the Ghost Killing Hall had personally taken action. One could imagine how much importance they attached to this operation. At this time, the teleportation array had already been activated. Light flickered, and the space began to become chaotic. Space teleportation array. Ghost Fork and the others took the lead to enter the world of ice and snow, and then blasted open the underground world in order to establish a teleportation array in the underground world, allowing the second elder to directly enter. This was because as long as one was a venerable realm expert, or even an existence above the 8 dragons, they would be rejected by the laws of the world of ice and snow. However, after directly entering, they could use it at will. The teleportation array was about to be activated, but at this moment, a voice was heard. "Gung Gui, where are you going? Do you want to take me with you?" As soon as this person appeared, the second elder frowned slightly, and a fierce murderous aura immediately filled the air. If it wasn't for the fact that he was currently in the teleportation array, he would have already attacked and killed this person. That person was also from the Devil Sect. He was an elder of the Yen Luo Hall. The Yen Luo Hall was the branch hall where the son of the devil, Hua Yunlong, was previously. This guy had obviously heard some news and came to cause trouble. The second elder's name was Gung Gui. He looked at the elder who suddenly appeared and said directly, "Zhan Yan, you'd better not seek your own death." His indifferent words were clearly filled with murderous intent. He naturally also felt the sword chi that shot into the sky, and naturally guessed that something must have happened, so he immediately went. If he was delayed at this time, it would really be a big deal. However, this guy just had to appear at this time. This elder called Zhan Yan said fearlessly, "If it was in normal times, would naturally be afraid of you, but now you don't have the ability." "Humph, Gung Gui, your ghost-killing hall found traces of the divine sword, but you didn't report it. Could it be that you want to betray the sage sect?" Chapter 6:15. Female Literature, Take one more step and I'll kill you. Gung Gui's eyes flashed with a thick murderous intent. He was not joking when he said those words. Zhan Yan stopped in his tracks. Though he thought that this guy wouldn't dare to do so, Gung Gui was famous for his bloodthirstiness. He was a complete madman, just like Cui Tianlang. So many elders thought that this guy wouldn't dare to do anything to them back then, yet they all died to his sword. Though he was inside the formation right now, if this guy really wanted to kill him and didn't care about anything else, Zhan Yan would be a bit scared. However, right at that moment, a voice sounded. "Gung Gui, your murderous intent is quite strong. I wonder if you can kill all of us with my help." Another elder appeared. This was the number 1 elder of the Sanluo Temple, a 3-origin venerable. No matter how powerful Gung Gui was, there was no way he could have killed the two of them. Gung Gui's expression turned ugly, but he still said, "I'll try." The atmosphere between the two sides became tense. The formation flashed even brighter. The first elder shouted, "Zhan Yan, don't be intimidated by his aura. Go." Zhan Yan knew that if he waited any longer, the formation would activate. It would be too late then. In the end, their real purpose of coming here was not to go against Gung Gui, but to snatch the teleportation array and directly attack the underground world. Gung Gui's expression turned ugly. Even someone as strong as him wouldn't be able to handle these two. Plus, if he were to take action now, it would affect the formation. Once that happened, he wouldn't be able to enter the underground world. Alas, there was nothing he could do right now. Right at this moment, a black shadow descended. It was as if the color of the world had changed. A world of darkness shrouded the two honorable ones. An old voice sounded out, "Since the two of you have come to the ghost-killing palace, please follow this old man to have a seat." The voice was very old and very calm, but when it entered the ears of the two venerables, they were horrified and even began to tremble. These two were venerables. The elder from Sanluo Temple was a 3-origin sovereign, but he was trembling right now. "Ghost Killing Hall's number 1 elder, you actually didn't die." When they shouted out this name, they even began to tremble. The number 1 elder of the Ghost Killing Hall was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. According to legends, he was a person who had survived the ancient war. Of course, no one believed that the ghost-killing palace still had the so-called first elder. The reputation of the second clan elder Gung Gui was also very strong, so everyone felt that this was just a trick by the ghost-killing palace to deceive others. However, he didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen at this time. The legendary first elder actually appeared directly. His strength was indeed terrifying. The two of them could only tremble in front of him. "Gung Gui, it's all up to you." Gung Gui's expression became even more solemn. The first elder had finally made his move. The first elder was a legend of the ghost-killing hall. However, he had spent a lot of his life force since the ancient era. Strictly speaking, he could only be considered a living dead. Although his attack this time was able to intimidate everyone, it was also a huge loss to the first elder. Gung Gui nodded and glanced at the two elders. This seemingly casual glance contained a terrifying murderous intent. The teleportation device finally activated and he disappeared on the spot. At this time, a flame soared into the sky from the Blazing Flame sect. I didn't expect the legend to be true. There really is a divine sword in that place. Is another divine sword about to appear in the 9 provinces? Haha, the demonic sect and the ghost-killing hall are really taking the lead. But this time, my Blazing Flame sect will also participate. The Blazing Flame sect's sect master's voice resounded throughout the entire Blazing Flame mountain. In the Taihang sword faction, the mysterious sect master said to the master standing in front of him, "The divine sword has appeared." This sect master has calculated that this sword is a first-class evil sword. Therefore, we can't let it fall into the hands of the demonic sect. Remember, don't be greedy. Senior Shui, please remember this. Everyone present was a top figure in the Taihang sword faction. Each of them was a venerable. At this time, the Taihang sword faction's sect master said this to the Shui family's ancestor. He could clearly see that the Shui family's ancestor was determined to obtain the divine sword. At this time, the Shui family's ancestor shook his head and said, "Sect master, let's not beat around the bush. This old man is already on the verge of death, so no matter what, I have to give it a try." Sect master said that this sword is an evil sword, so it can't be wrong. The Shui family's ancestor paused here. His words were from the bottom of his heart. Although this young sect leader was a latecomer, his strength was well known to all. The Shui family's ancestor was the most powerful person in the Taihang sword faction. However, he was not confident that he could defeat this sect master. He could not even see through the sect master's realm. Therefore, when the sect master said such words, he naturally understood what the sect master meant. However, just as he said, he was already on the verge of death. This old man will fight with his life. I only hope that I can subdue this sword. No matter what happens to this old man in the end, I hope that everyone will give me face and protect the Shui family for 100 years. A family that had prospered for 1,000 years had no successor. Once their protector died, their decline was inevitable. The power struggle within a sect was also extremely cruel. The Shui family's ancestor was anxious, but he could not win against fate. Therefore, he had to use his life to buy time for the Shui family. The Wang family's ancestor and the Feng family's ancestor didn't say anything after hearing this. The Shui family was one of the 3 great families. Its wealth was unimaginable. Righteous sects naturally wouldn't do such a thing, but it was inevitable for them to seize resources. Without the support of vast amounts of resources, a family would naturally decline. Therefore, he had to fight for 100 years for the Shui family. At this moment, the sect master said, "Senior Shui, don't worry. As long as I'm still the sect master for 100 years, the Shui family will have no worries for 100 years." The Wang family's ancestor and the Feng family's ancestors' expressions didn't change after the sect master made such a promise. However, they were not happy. After all, this was a distribution of benefits that concerned their own inheritance. However, it was a pity that they could not say anything. At this moment, the Shui clan's ancestor let out a long howl, and then he directly charged into the sky towards the place where the divine sword was shining. The other exalted ones followed after him. The Shui family's ancestor was very calm at this moment. He had done all he could. If the Shui family still disappeared in the dust of history in the end, there was nothing he could do. Of course, he had already made a backup plan, which was Su Yan. To be honest, letting Su Yan go there was just a chess piece he didn't place. He didn't know if it would succeed in the end, but he still did his best to try. At this moment, it seemed that the effect was not bad. The appearance of the divine sword caused a far greater commotion than the last time. Therefore, not only the 3 great sects, but also a few sects that were more remote had sent experts. Of course, at this moment, it seemed that the ghost-killing hall still had the biggest advantage. At this moment, in the ruins, the battle between Su Yan and the ghost fork became even more intense. This ghost fork was really strange. His body carried a thick Shura's power, as if he could communicate with the Shura world. However, at this time, Su Yan's terrifying fighting strength had gradually been displayed. Even if he could communicate with Shura's power, Su Yan's sword was becoming faster and faster, and his powerful aura was gradually being released. After devouring the demon core of the Demon King, a large portion of the power was hidden in every corner of his body. As the battle continued, this power was gradually forced out, causing Su Yan's fighting strength to become even more terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan was already suppressing his opponent. As Su Yan's opponent, he was gradually unable to contend against Su Yan. However, although he had obtained an absolute advantage, Su Yan was still not careless. He could not forget the Shura's soul shadow that the ghost fork had used. That was definitely a terrifying killing move. At this time, the divine sword's radiance was becoming brighter and brighter. This world was already covered by terrifying sword chi. Whether it was Su Yan or the ghost fork, they both felt heavy. Perhaps it was because of this that the ghost fork did not take out his real killing move. At this time, the wolf soul spoke again, "Kneel down and welcome the arrival of my lord." This thought spread out again, the terrifying power immediately became even more intense. The huge aura actually forcibly interrupted the battle between Su Yan and the ghost fork. At this time, whether it was Su Yan or the ghost fork, they were already extremely shocked. This wolf soul spoke twice, but the power contained in it was like heaven and earth. This meant that there was only one possibility, and that was that the power given to him by the divine sword had become even stronger. Thinking of the divine sword, Su Yan thought of the pair of cold and beautiful eyes that disappeared in his sea of consciousness. At this time, a brilliance directly flashed. That violent power directly swept across. Wolf soul howled, and Su Yan and ghost fork were actually directly forced away. The two of them finally stopped with great difficulty, but to their horror, they discovered that in front of them, a silver moon-like radiance suddenly flashed. Chapter 6:16. Girls' Literature. The silver light is so holy, whether it is Su Yan or ghost fork. For a moment, both of them are a bit absent-minded, as if they are bewitched, they can't even speak. It is at this time, two silver lights floated towards Su Yan and ghost fork. These two silver lights are like withered leaves floating, unknowingly, they have already arrived in front of the two people. At this time, the revered sword soul in Su Yan's sea of consciousness directly shook. A powerful force constantly flashed at this time, Su Yan's whole body shook, immediately shaking out of the previous absent-minded state. At the same time, he also clearly saw that silver light. It is that sword intent. That is the sword intent that he saw in the eagle's soul before, it is also this sword intent that directly controls this soul. And at this time, this sword intent once again came towards him. And this sword intent is much more powerful than the previous one. Su Yan immediately understood the intention of this sword intent, it wants to turn him into a slave. This beautiful mini-sword really made Su Yan afraid to the extreme. At this time, he didn't even think, directly fled to the back, trying to avoid this sword shadow. At the same time, the scorching sun sword directly appeared in his hand, sword fish dragon dance. He let out an angry roar and slashed out. Crimson flames flew out and destroyed everything in its path. At practically the same time, Ghost Fork also broke free. At this moment, Ghost Fork's entire body was covered in cold sweat. From this, it could be seen that even though he broke free from the sword intent, it was even more strenuous than Su Yan. He. A sweet bell-like laughter sounded. Su Yan's guess is not wrong, this guy has really transformed into a human. Divine sword into a human, is really terrifying to the extreme. Su Yan took a deep breath, but did not do anything else. He was waiting. He knew that since he was already here, it was probably impossible for him to escape because the ghastly aura emanated by the sword was simply terrifying. This kind of aura is almost comparable to Shui family's old ancestor. Sword slaves, you. Under the silver light, an extremely petite woman floated in the air. She looked at Su Yan and Ghost Fork before lightly pointing out, and 2 rays of energy shot towards Su Yan and Ghost Fork. Right at this moment, numerous sword servants suddenly appeared behind Su Yan and Ghost Blade. These sword servants were in the form of souls, yet they possessed extremely formidable strength. After they appeared, they directly pressed down on Su Yan and Ghost Fork. At this moment, both Su Yan and Yiksha were unable to move. Sword slaves, you. The bell-like voice sounded again, but when it entered the ears of the 2 people, it sounded like the voice of a demon. Su Yan desperately circulated his strength, wanting to break free. The aura of the great demonic dragon erupted. At the same time, the power of the soul-suppressing seal began to circulate. Under such power, those soul sword slaves finally began to loosen up. When Ghost Fork saw that Su Yan actually began to break free from those soul sword slaves, he was very surprised. Su Yan's realm is lower than his, even lower than Rosen, but his battle strength is simply terrifying, even heaven-defying. He believes that if Su Yan's realm is higher, perhaps even the most terrifying son of devil in the devil's sect wouldn't be able to do anything to Su Yan. However, although he is surprised by Su Yan's strength, he will not choose to sit still and wait for death. At this moment, he has already begun to circulate his power. Purple domain appeared again, Shura domain. Shura beasts, knock these soul sword slaves away from me. Ghost Fork directly roared. In the purple domain, 1 by 1 giant beasts appeared again. After these giant beasts appeared, they immediately rushed towards the soul sword slaves. However, at this moment, Ghost Fork was shocked to discover that he actually lost control of Shura beasts. And Shura beasts began to howl in pain, then their bodies actually dissipated. Ghost Fork felt very clearly that these soul beasts were directly dismembered by the mysterious sword shadow that just appeared. This sword shadow is actually so powerful, and this is only the beginning. At this moment, his Shura domain is disappearing. From the time he controlled this move until now, such a thing has never happened, so at this moment, he is completely panicking. At this moment, a ray of light began to appear in the sky. It is the power of space. Ghost Fork was originally in despair, but when he saw this ray of light, his heart once again ignited with hope. Space transmission, it must be Martial Uncle Gung Gui, it must be Martial Uncle Gung Gui. No one doubts Gung Gui's strength, so he believes that when the second elder of Ghost Killing Hall arrives, he will be able to save him. Holding on to this belief, he burst out with his last bit of potential to resist the attack of this ray of light. However, it was a pity that he had underestimated this power in the end. Everything was still trembling at this moment, as if it was going to destroy everything. Martial Uncle Gung Gui, save me. Ghost Fork used the last of his voice to roar. At this moment, the light of space dissipated, and a huge ghost shadow appeared. As soon as the ghostly figure appeared, it immediately displayed a terrifying aura. The ghostly figure directly stretched out its palm and tore at the group of ghostly figures. That terrifying power is constantly trembling at this moment. This kind of power is truly terrifying. Even the silver light at the mountainside is being forced back bit by bit. At this critical moment, the ghost shadow finally managed to snatch Ghost Fork out. Then the ghost shadow dissipated, and the second elder Gung Gui's figure appeared. At this moment, Su Yan just broke free from several soul sword slaves and saw the scene of Gung Gui's appearance. So powerful. He was shocked. The aura of this person who suddenly appeared is really terrifying. Moreover, this person is obviously a big shot of Ghost Killing Hall. The Ghost Killing Hall probably hates him to the bone. The appearance of such a big shot is definitely not good news for him. Perhaps this big shot will kill him as soon as he appears. Martial Uncle, he is Su Yan. Kill him. At this time, Ghost Fork escaped from death, and the first thing he did was to directly ask Gung Gui to kill Su Yan. Ghost Fork has already fought with Su Yan, and also saw Su Yan resist this silver power. He deeply knows how strong Su Yan is now, and also understands his potential. If Su Yan is allowed to continue to grow, he may be even more terrifying than the Taihang sword faction's leader in the future. Having such an enemy is definitely not a good thing. A strange expression flashed across Gung Gui's face. He did not expect that his martial nephew would actually ask him to kill this brat. However, Gui Sha has never been a reckless person. Since he said so, he must have his reasons. Moreover, this brat is just a dragon realm brat. To him, killing this brat is just a piece of cake. What a rare genius. He lightly snorted, and then directly stretched out his hand. The moment he stretched out his hand, the huge ghost claw appeared again. The terrifying ghost claw can shatter all obstacles. At this moment, Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. This is an aura of despair. At this moment, there is no way he can block this aura. Even if the power of the great demonic dragon erupts, it will be useless. However, in the end, he is not willing to die like this. At this critical moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He did not care so much and directly grabbed the silver sword intent in front of him, and then suddenly slammed it into his sea of consciousness. This is a helpless action. He deeply understands that he can't block such a powerful force. It is just that he can't do it, but it does not mean that others can't do it. He inserted the sword intent into his body, which means that he will become the sword slave of this unknown divine sword. Of course, Su Yan does not want to do this, but at this moment, he has no other way to avoid this terrifying attack. The silver sword intent directly entered his mind, and then the endless silver light directly ignited his deep and dark sea of consciousness. The extremely overbearing silver light seemed to want to wipe out everything about Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan directly gritted his teeth, and then dragged his perception and dragon soul into the square seal. Su Yan's action is naturally very dangerous. After all, if he really becomes the sword slave, he will completely lose himself. However, if he is hit directly by the ghost claw, he will undoubtedly die. Therefore, he has no choice but to make this choice. He is betting that the square seal and the soul-suppressing seal can protect his soul and resist the erosion of the sword intent. At the same time, he is betting that this divine sword will save him. This was truly a nerve-wracking gamble. Only this time, Su Yan ultimately made the right bet. As soon as the sword intent entered his body, the silver light directly protected his body. The ghost claw slammed into the silver light, and the terrifying ghost claw was directly torn apart. The silver sword chi is simply terrifying to the extreme. The power of such a light is simply unimaginable. Gung Gui frowned. He has suffered a small loss in this fight. What a decisive guy. Just this sword intent entered his sea of consciousness, and he became the sword slave. He is already a walking corpse. He would rather die, he whispered softly, and then his attention fell on the silver light. Divine sword, it is truly an incomparably powerful divine sword. Its terrifying power is actually above my expectations. His expression became very solemn. He knew that the divine sword in front of him, which has transformed into an exquisite woman, will be his greatest enemy. He said to Ghost Fork, "This is the boundary-breaking rune. Take it and then meet with the disciples outside. Leave this place as far as possible. The turmoil that will happen here will be beyond your imagination." Chapter 6:17. Female literature. If things had developed according to the original plan, then everything would not have been so chaotic. But now, everything had changed. The premature appearance of the divine sword had forced the ghost-killing hall into an extremely awkward situation. As a result, the ghost-killing hall was now under great pressure. If they were not careful, the ghost-killing hall would be annihilated. What was worse was that the divine sword's power was beyond their imagination. The divine sword had already transformed into a human form. Even the divine sword of the Taihang sword faction had not reached this level. If they could obtain this sword, then the ghost-killing hall would definitely be able to take advantage of the situation. But to obtain this sword was easier said than done. But Gung Gue was not someone who would give up so easily. For this, the first elder had woken up from his deep sleep. He knew very well that the ghost-killing hall had no way out this time. At this moment, he had focused all of his attention on what was in front of him. Gung Gue had an illustrious reputation and had killed countless people in his life. No matter what kind of enemy he faced, he would not panic in the slightest. However, at this moment, his eyes were filled with solemnity. Because at this moment, he saw how powerful this enemy was. This person's body was emitting an absolutely terrifying aura. She clearly had the appearance of a beautiful girl, but he felt that the person standing in front of him right now was an ancient giant beast, or a terrifying demon god. "Divine sword, enter my hand," Gung Gue said softly, and then he directly displayed his power. The huge ghost figure appeared again, and the ghost claw that had been shattered by the sword chi was restored to its original state. His gaze was so calm as he looked straight at the woman that the divine sword had transformed into. At this moment, the woman gently opened her mouth and said, "You, sword slave." The divine sword was clearly not used to speaking, but these few words had already revealed her inner thoughts. She wanted to make Gung Gue her sword slave. This divine sword had enslaved many souls that had survived since ancient times. Then, it had turned its attention to Su Yen. At this moment, it was even more interested in him. Gung Gue was not angry after hearing this. He only said, "I want to control you, and you want to enslave me. Then let's fight. I'm really looking forward to it. I really haven't fought with the divine sword before, so I don't know how strong you are." Under normal circumstances, Gung Gue would not have been so rash when facing such an enemy. At the very least, he would have probed and estimated his opponent's strength. However, it was different now. The sword chi of the divine sword had already soared into the sky. Experts from all over the world would definitely flock over after noticing it, even though the existence of the laws of the world of ice and snow would bring them trouble. However, with so many venerables attacking at the same time, the world of ice and snow would probably collapse. At that time, he would become even more passive. Therefore, the most important thing for him to do now was to shatter all obstacles in this place and take control of the divine sword. If one wanted to control the divine sword, the most direct way was to defeat it and then completely control it. His body suddenly moved forward, and his entire person turned into a black shadow. Along with his movement, the phantom behind him also made its move. A terrifying whirlwind blew up, and a violent and terrifying power suddenly erupted, pressing down on the woman formed by the divine sword. Monstrous Ghost Claw. His aura was like a monstrous wave that reached the sky. The violent power became even more terrifying at this moment. Gung Gue's fame was all because of him. The number of people he had killed was more than Cui Tianlang. The Frenzied Blade Venerable was a two-origin expert, but the power that Gung Gue displayed was absolutely superior. The Frenzied Blade Venerable was already an expert, but Gung Gue was clearly stronger. Faced with Gung Gue's violent aura, the woman formed by the divine sword remained calm and indifferent. The moment he arrived in front of her, she stretched out a finger and gently tapped it. At the tip of her finger, an extremely terrifying power was directly displayed at this moment. A terrifying radiance enveloped the entire world. Under the cover of this power, everything began to tremble. Such a radiance was almost enough to destroy the world. Such a terrifying power simply made one's heart tremble. Gung Gue became even more serious. In the next moment, the two powers collided. Gung Gue's ghostly figure was like a mountain, but when the sword chi fell, the mountain began to collapse. Suppress! Gung Gue suddenly roared, and the two words turned into a thunderous sound. A power flew out from his palm, and the terrifying power constantly rotated until it finally turned into a terrifying vortex. The vortex pressed down and then appeared above the divine sword's head. The vortex continued to rotate as if it wanted to destroy everything. However, just as it descended a little, it was immediately blocked by a ray of light. The powerful silver radiance blocked everything. Bloodthirsty ghost kill. Gung Gui's eyes began to glow with scarlet light as he used the ghost killing hall's most powerful technique, the bloodthirsty ghost kill. It was also the bloodthirsty ghost kill, but in his hands, the power was simply terrifying. When this terrifying power was displayed, his aura skyrocketed again, as if his aura had increased several times out of nowhere. The appearance of this violent power immediately suppressed the silver light. In an instant, Gung Gui had advanced triumphantly. Divine sword, choose to submit. Gung Gui opened his palm, and a pattern was drawn between his palms. If one looked carefully, they would find that it was actually an eyeball. However, this eyeball was a little too terrifying. The light emitted by the seemingly ordinary eyeball was simply terrifying. It was as if the eyeball could destroy a world. Ghost Emperor's Eye of Destruction, annihilate everything. He roared furiously, and that beam of light pierced forward like a long nail. The boundless and violent power wanted to annihilate everything. The moment the eyeball exploded with power, the divine sword finally trembled. Although it was very slight, it was the first time it had trembled since it appeared. At this moment, the powerful light completely bloomed at this time, and the terrifying power began to sublimate. The powerful aura was so oppressive that it made people unable to speak. It was also at this moment that Su Yan's whole body trembled. Yes, the power of this sword intent has weakened. This is a good opportunity. Su Yan took the initiative to bring the sword intent into his sea of consciousness. The domineering sword intent immediately spread out, wanting to take control of his sea of consciousness. Su Yan relied on the soul-suppressing seal and the square seal to hold on. He had indeed won the gamble of the sword of life and death. After the divine sword confirmed that his sword intent had invaded his sea of consciousness, it had treated him as a sword slave, so it had protected him. However, this was only the beginning. The strength of this sword intent was very painful for Su Yan. Even with the soul-suppressing seal and the square seal, he could barely defend himself, but his sea of consciousness was still falling bit by bit. If the entire sea of consciousness was taken over by the silver light, Su Yan would not have the power to turn the tables. However, an opportunity had now presented itself. Although he could not see what was happening outside, he could guess that the second elder must have begun to make his move. That guy was truly a terrifying figure. A casual attack from him was probably more powerful than the bald venerable one from back then. Perhaps only such a terrifying person could cause the divine sword to waver. He had found a glimmer of hope. At this moment, a strong radiance flashed in his eyes, and a powerful force burst out directly at this moment. It's time to counterattack. Such an opportunity could be said to be rare. Although the second elder called Gung Gui was very powerful, Su Yan knew that the power of the divine sword was even more terrifying. Although he could restrain it now, in the end, this force could not be resisted. Therefore, if he did not take advantage of this time to get rid of it, he would not have another chance. Regal Sword Soul. Su Yan summoned the Regal Sword Soul directly. The Regal Sword Soul was his foundation and his main force. When the silver light had just invaded, the Regal Sword Soul was already ready to make a move. However, Su Yan suppressed it. This was because he knew very well that although the Regal Sword Soul was powerful, it was not the right time. If the divine sword's intelligence was really brilliant, then the appearance of the Regal Sword Soul would only attract more of its attention. Su Yan could not forget the pair of cold eyes when it first devoured the sword essence. Therefore, he hid the revered sword soul deep within his own soul. However, it was different now. At this time, the divine sword was obviously restrained by the second elder called Gung Gui. It was the best time for him to make a move. Therefore, his sword soul directly burst out at this time, and a violent power appeared directly, almost destroying everything. This terrifying light was constantly sublimating at this time. The entire sea of consciousness suddenly became quiet. Su Yan understood that this was only a temporary calm. He was afraid that after this, the berserk power would immediately erupt. As expected, in the next moment, a terrifying power appeared directly. The violent power was like the roar of a devil. This kind of power was almost trembling. The silver light became even more dazzling. At this time, Su Yan's soul-suppressing seal and four-sided seal began to exert power at the same time. The regal sword scripture was frantically operating to support the regal sword soul. The Buddha's infinite technique was also constantly vibrating at this time. The terrifying light vibrated and began to fight with the silver light. At this time, Su Yan's entire sea of consciousness began to roll. The violent power had become so strong that it could not be supplemented. Chapter 618. Female literature. The divine sword itself was fighting with Gung Gui. After Gung Gui's ghost emperor Eye of Destruction appeared, it began to suppress her. And at this moment, her body actually trembled slightly once more. Her cold eyes flashed with a trace of confusion and disbelief. Of course, it was accompanied by anger. As her opponent, Gung Gui naturally caught on to this point. Although he did not know what was going on, it was definitely a good thing for him. Ghost Emperor Eye of Destruction, Annihilation. The divine sword trembled, and its power became chaotic. That was a rare opportunity. Once again, he activated his power and triggered a second wave of raging power. At that moment, the terrifying power trembled, causing changes to occur in the entire world. Everything around him began to be annihilated under that raging power. Huge rocks shattered and turned into dust, and the ground began to crack continuously. Subdue. He shouted again, and those two words reverberated throughout the entire world. That terrifying power seemed to want to destroy everything. The silver light shrank intensely under that power again. Subdue. The echo reverberated like the sound of the heavens. At that moment, Su Yan heard those two words in his sea of consciousness. What terrifying power! Looks like that guy is starting to use his power. That's good. I'll break free of his control in one go. At that moment, the Buddha's infinite technique and the regal sword cannon were activated at the same time. The golden light began to counterattack, and the regal sword soul suddenly expanded. Countless lights began to move toward the regal sword soul. Be it the silver light or the golden light, they all began to enter the regal sword soul. A hint of viciousness flashed in Su Yan's eyes, and then he shouted, "Heaven and earth are immeasurable, infinite light, gather." His voice drifted like thunder. Within the silver light, the silver sword will finally appeared. Su Yan faced the sword will directly, and he could feel anger from it. That guy was just a human, and yet he dared to resist his power at that moment. That was simply courting death. His power trembled at that moment, and a powerful light suddenly burst out. The silver sword will pierce straight at Su Yan. Su Yan knew that the time for the final battle had come. He immediately activated fright on his soul. The regal sword mantra transformed into mysterious characters. These words revolved around the sword intent, wrapping it up. At the same time, it was the same for the Buddha's boundless technique. The simultaneous eruption of the two scriptures was already Su Yan's strongest trump card. Under the circulation of the scripture, the sword intent began to tremble. In the end, the sword intent began to thin, as if it was about to dissipate. It was at this moment that the shape of the sword intent changed. In the end, it turned into that woman. Su Yan didn't know why, but the moment he met the woman's cold eyes, he became nervous. Regal sword soul, suppress with all your might. Su Yan knew that this was a matter of life and death. He absolutely could not hold back anymore. All of his power surged madly. Under the pressure of the huge power, the woman was directly shattered. The silver power was directly devoured by the regal sword soul. The moment the sword intent disappeared, Su Yan immediately knew that he had finally resolved the crisis and regained control of his body. At this moment, his consciousness returned. It felt so good to be in control of his own body. This experience was too dangerous. If possible, he definitely did not want to go through it a second time. At this moment, his eyes moved and immediately fell on the battlefield. The battle between Gung Gui and the divine sword had shaken him to the core. So strong. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that someone was looking at him. It was the woman that the divine sword had transformed into. Su Yan had just broken free from the other party's control. He did not want to continue facing this existence. It was impossible for him to retreat outside, because at this moment, his back was filled with terrifying power. Unless he wanted to experience how strong the power generated by the battle between the two of them was with his own body. Therefore, there was only one way for him to go now, and that was to continue moving forward. Su Yan's body swayed and then suddenly moved forward. If he remembered correctly, the divine sword had come out from this place. Su Yan had no idea what was in front of him, but he could only move forward. He directly stepped into this place. At this moment, he could feel a chill rushing towards him from behind. Oh no! A strong sense of danger came. Su Yan knew that the woman wanted to kill him. However, now that he was like an arrow on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. His entire body shook, and he disappeared from where he was. Then, he turned into a stream of light and moved forward. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of the air being torn apart was heard. A bright sword aura directly appeared. The moment this sword aura appeared, Su Yan was immediately frightened. He knew that this sword aura could threaten his life. Supreme sun-shattering slash. At this moment, he suddenly shouted. Then, a powerful force was directly released. When this force appeared, it directly turned into a stream of light and moved into the distance. Then, it directly collided with this sword aura. The terrifying recoil directly exploded and blew Su Yan backward. However, at this moment, Su Yan could no longer care about his injuries. He directly used this force and suddenly retreated backwards. Finally, he completely entered the cave. At this moment, the scene that happened was naturally seen by Gung Gui. It's that kid. Gung Gui's heart moved. He obviously didn't expect that Su Yan, who was supposed to be a sword slave puppet, could actually break free from the control. This was something that no one had expected. After all, the power of the true God's sword made even him feel apprehensive. Although he had the initiative from the beginning of the battle until now, if one looked carefully, one could see that this divine sword didn't seem to have used its true power at all. Such an existence must be extremely powerful, but at this moment, Su Yan actually broke free from the control. No wonder Ghost Fork is so afraid of this kid. At this moment, he finally understood why Ghost Fork wanted him to directly kill Su Yan. Such a person was indeed very terrifying. If he was allowed to grow, he would probably be a huge hidden danger in the future. However, he couldn't care less about Su Yan now because he knew very well that subduing the divine sword was the most important thing at this moment. Ghost Emperor Seal, subdue. A sharp ghost howl directly burst out. The thick roar of evil ghosts had already filled the entire world. In an instant, countless dead souls appeared. The ghost-killing hall was most proficient in ghost-type spells. At this time, when it was used in this underground world, it directly achieved the effect of twice the result with half the effort. Because the gate of real void had become loose, the boundary between the ghost world and the real world had become no longer solid. His move was to summon endless dead souls and evil ghosts, and then form an indestructible seal. The stronger and more evil ghosts that could be summoned, the better the seal's effect. I can actually summon so many evil ghosts. The heavens are really helping me. Although he didn't know why this was happening, the appearance of 10,000 ghosts at this moment was definitely a good thing for him. The endless evil ghosts roared and gradually condensed into a dark mark, which directly suppressed the divine sword. The dazzling and resplendent silver radiance had already been compressed bit by bit, and the powerful force was directly suppressed at this time. Seal, seal, seal. Even someone like Gung Gui was close to madness at this time. Sealing the divine sword and then bringing it back to the ghost-killing hall would truly be a success. Wasn't the ghost-killing hall paying a huge price for this item? At this time, seeing that he was about to succeed, he naturally had no reason to not be excited and happy. Everything had been settled. In the end, they were the final victors. However, at this moment, an extremely bright light bloomed directly, and the intense light rushed into the sky. Humph! A cold snort was heard. It was a clear and crisp sound, but when it fell into Gung Gui's ears, it was like a thunderbolt had struck his sea of consciousness. At this moment, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. F***ck off. As soon as the words were spoken, an extremely powerful force was emitted. It was the voice of the woman transformed from the divine sword. Gung Gui would never be mistaken. At this time, an extremely powerful force directly burst out from the silver radiance. This kind of power made his heart tremble. He had never thought that there could be such a powerful force in this world. Boom! At this moment, the seal that was about to close was directly cut off. The violent force was like a crazy python, and the seal formed by countless evil ghosts was directly destroyed just like that. At this moment, Gung Gui's face was ashen. How could this be? He kept muttering to himself. Even now, he still couldn't understand why such an unforeseen event had happened. The seal of 10,000 ghosts was finally swept clean. At this moment, he saw a beautiful and angry face. The woman transformed from the divine sword gently raised her hand at this time. Her hand was very beautiful, as smooth as jade, and it was very moving. He couldn't think of a better adjective to describe this beautiful hand. It was at this moment that her hand descended. A huge sword shadow directly appeared in the air. The sword shadow fell, and the terrifying power of the sword made Gung Gui feel despair. There was no way he could take it. He knew very well in his heart that there was no way he could take such a power. If he really wanted to take such a power, he was afraid that the next moment would be waiting for him to die. Therefore, he could only choose to escape and retreat. At this moment, his eyes flashed with an even more intense look of despair. He had failed. Chapter 619. Female literature, however, under his survival instinct, his body still reacted. He dodged to the side and immediately left the place. At this moment, Su Yan was constantly increasing his speed. In this cave, he saw countless swords. It was just like the scene he had seen in the sword well in the burial sword tomb. Countless swords were lying on the ground. Su Yan glanced over, but his heart was a little more alarmed. This was because he could see that these swords were all dead. Many of the swords had been broken. Even the swords that were not broken had lost their luster. They were like bodies that had lost their souls and could only become scrap metal. Of course, the sword chi here was also very heavy. However, this sword chi was more of resentment and was filled with an aura of endless resentment. Such a terrifying power caused Su Yan to feel a burst of fear in his heart. And so, the deeper he walked, the more desolate he felt in his heart. No, this was not just desolation, but also a kind of sadness. At this moment, his gaze was even more focused on the front. Judging from the attitude of the divine sword earlier, it seemed that the divine sword was very concerned about this place. At this moment, Su Yan realized that there had been a change in his surroundings. The long swords in this place had actually begun to tremble. Countless long swords trembled as if the end of the world was about to come. In the next moment, these swords had already leaped up and directly surrounded Su Yan. Being surrounded by countless swords was definitely not a fun thing to do. If he was not careful, he would directly become a hornet's nest. These swords were originally dead swords, but at this moment, they actually leaped up. This was obviously the control of the divine sword's mind. The divine sword did not want Su Yan to go inside. However, the more it did not want Su Yan to go inside, the stronger the thought in Su Yan's mind became. He directly increased his speed to the extreme. At the same time, he channeled his sword qi and broke through with all his strength. The terrifying power continued to collide, and a gap was directly created in the dense sword net. Boundless sword light flashed, and a terrifying power descended, immediately shattering hundreds of broken swords. A sword without a soul is just a pair of scrap metal. You want to use this to stop me? You're dreaming. In an instant, Su Yan's aura had reached its peak. A huge aura spread out and then broke through. You are courting death. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. A terrifying sword qi chased after Su Yan. The speed of this sword qi was so fast that even Su Yan was frightened. In the face of such a terrifying sword, he had no choice but to stop his body. However, at this moment, the terrifying sword essence in front of Su Yan suddenly disappeared. Su Yan turned around and saw that Gung Gui had attacked again. This was the first time that the second elder of the Ghost Killing Hall had failed. This was a huge blow to him, but he was definitely not willing to lose just like that. At this moment, the divine sword directly focused its attention on Su Yan. It was a good opportunity for him to attack. Gung Gui condensed his own power. Outside his body, drops of blood began to flow out. The blood floated into the air, and the crimson blood flashed with an extremely shocking color. The drops of blood began to squirm, and it was extremely strange. Blood soul burning spell. He shouted in a deep voice. Countless blood droplets rushed directly toward the divine sword. It was these blood droplets that instantly surrounded the divine sword, and then released an extremely terrifying light. This light continued to riot, and finally formed scarlet lightning. When Su Yan saw this scene, his first reaction was to be pleasantly surprised. Although the second elder was his enemy, he had helped him a lot at this time. For him, this was a heaven-sent opportunity, so he absolutely could not let go of it. The demonic dragon wings on his back stretched out, forming an extremely terrifying gale. Taking advantage of this gap, he instantly entered. Seeing that Su Yan had already entered, the divine sword finally became angry. At that moment, she simply ignored him and turned her gaze to Gung Gui. You, sword slave. It was still a calm voice, but this calmness contained a terrifying coldness. This coldness made Gung Gui's whole body tremble. At this time, Gung Gui realized that they had underestimated the divine sword. Although the divine sword had only recently begun to break out of its seal, it already had supreme power. Even among the 10 great divine swords of the 9 states, there was probably not a single one that could take human form. Therefore, this sword was very likely to be the head of the divine swords. At the beginning of the battle, Gung Gui thought that he could subdue it. However, as the battle continued, he realized that the divine sword's power was almost endless. For some unknown reason, the divine sword was unwilling to use all of its power. However, as its power increased, the divine sword's power also became more terrifying. The powerful power became more and more violent. He used the blood soul-burning curse, but it was actually unable to trap the other party. As soon as her voice fell, sword chi rose one after another. At this time, the sword intent that appeared became even more terrifying. The blood soul-burning curse that he used was directly cut apart bit by bit. As the blood soul-burning curse was cut apart, cracks appeared on the surface of his skin. He was a 3-origin venerable, but at this time, he was actually unable to control his own body. He was even shocked to find that countless sword chi seemed to have appeared in his body. The sword chi continued to expand, wanting to directly cut his body apart. The powerful Gung Gui had a great reputation in the demonic sect and even in the cultivation world of the 9 states. However, at this time, he was like a doll. Countless rays of light attacked and directly surrounded him. Under the terrifying rays of light, his consciousness dissipated bit by bit until finally, he lost his last bit of consciousness. The divine sword incarnation lightly floated in front of him. At this time, Gung Gui was lying on the ground, completely silent. The divine sword incarnation gently pointed, and Gung Gui's body directly floated up. Sword slave. Her voice sounded again, and then her feverish hair danced. A short thread turned into a small sword, and then directly drilled into his body. Not long after, Gung Gui directly stood up. At the beginning, his body was still somewhat shaky. It was obvious that he was not used to this kind of power. But in the end, his gaze finally became firm. Great God, your servant is at your service. At this time, the incomparably arrogant Gung Gui actually became so respectful. The divine sword incarnation gently smiled and then said, "Capture." Gung Gui had already become her servant. Although it was only a few words, he understood the divine sword incarnation's meaning. He directly said, "Don't worry, I will definitely capture that kid." Gung Gui's entire body turned into a stream of light, and then rushed in the direction of Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan had already heard two things. He stared blankly in front of him, and even his body began to tremble slightly. This was because at this time, he saw an extremely terrifying existence. To be more precise, it was a light shadow. It had a pair of huge bat-like wings, and at the same time, it seemed to have a tail that was swaying. A demon. Moreover, this was definitely an extremely terrifying demon. Its strength was definitely above the demon king that Su Yan saw last time. This was because although it was only a shadow, Su Yan's heart was already somewhat fearful. What was even more terrifying was that at this time, the Buddha's heart, the demon dragon's heart, and the demon lord's finger bone in his body were all trembling. Of course, this trembling was not out of fear, but of resonance. To be able to make these existences resonate, the identity of the existence in front of him was already obvious. A demon god. This was the most terrifying demon god. Su Yan did not know where this light shadow came from, but he was already filled with deep fear of this light shadow. Of course, at this time, his pupils contracted. Previously, his gaze was attracted by this terrifying light shadow, so much so that he did not notice that there was another person under this light shadow. This was a middle-aged man. At this time, he was shrouded in this dark shadow and was so inconspicuous. It was also because of this that Su Yan did not notice him at first. When he saw this man, Su Yan immediately confirmed his identity, Xue Xingchuan. He and Xue Dong were 80% similar, but of course, there were also differences. It was impossible for Xue Dong's face to have such vicissitudes of life, and it was also impossible for him to have such tranquility. Xue Xingchuan, he actually saw Xue Xingchuan here. At this moment, Su Yan did not know what to think, but Xue Xingchuan still existed here. He was not dead yet. This was definitely good news. Su Yan took a step forward and walked directly towards Xue Xingchuan. However, just as he took a step forward, he was immediately blocked by a black aura. The moment this aura appeared, it almost bombarded him with internal injuries. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. What a terrifying power! At this moment, he calmed down and observed this dark light screen. Finally, he made a judgment: he's still alive. This was his first judgment. Xue Xingchuan was still alive. Although he was swallowed by this terrifying demonic shadow, if he looked carefully, Su Yan could still see that there was a faint light screen around his body, as if it was blocking this shadow from swallowing him. No, I have to break this barrier, or I won't be able to enter. Su Yan's expression was somewhat serious. It was not easy to break this black screen. Chapter 620. Female literature. Just as Su Yan was deep in thought, a terrifying explosion sounded out. The berserk power set off terrifying ripples one after another. These ripples spread out, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Gung Gui. He immediately recognized this person. It was actually Gung Gui. But this Gung Gui should be fighting against the divine sword. Why would he appear here? Could it be that he had already subdued the divine sword? Impossible. Although this Gung Gui is powerful, that divine sword is clearly even more mysterious and unfathomable. Her power is simply terrifying, and it is very likely that she has already surpassed the five essence venerable. It is absolutely impossible for her to be subdued by Gung Gui. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a word. Sword slave. If Gung Gui did not subdue the divine sword, then the other possibility was that the divine sword had already subdued Gung Gui, and this second elder of the ghost-killing hall had already become a sword slave. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat when he thought of the divine sword's cold eyes. This divine sword would definitely kill him. There was no doubt about this, and he had never doubted this point. Right now, I am facing Gung Gui, I am simply courting death. This won't do. The only way out is to rely on this senior Shuexing Chuan. Su Yan forced himself to calm down, and then began to analyze the situation. His strength was not bad, but it was impossible for him to contend against a powerful venerable like Gung Gui. No, it should be said that if Gung Gui wanted to kill him, it would be extremely easy. However, this place was already sealed off. It was clearly impossible for him to leave this place. Furthermore, even if there was a way out, it was impossible for him to escape from this guy's hands. Therefore, if he wanted to live, he could only try to awaken Shuexing Chuan. Sword Dragon. He directly summoned the Sword Dragon. The Sword Dragon was a flying magic treasure he obtained from the Sword Well, but as his cultivation grew stronger, the Sword Dragon's second ability gradually awakened, which was to break through space. The current situation was already very obvious. If he wanted to live, he could only rely on the Sword Dragon's power and directly break through this black light screen. Only then would he have a chance to come into contact with Shuexing Chuan's body. At this moment, the scorching sun sword shone brightly and condensed into a crimson sword shadow. The sword shadow blasted forward, and at the same time, the dark light screen also released an extremely powerful force, intending to destroy everything. Such a powerful force continued to churn, and the power of the backlash directly rushed into Su Yan's body. The force was so powerful that it actually injured Su Yan in an instant. However, even so, Su Yan did not retreat at all because he knew very well that once he did, it would mean that he had failed. He did not think that he would have a good ending if he fell into Gung Gui's hands. Sword Dragon, break this spatial barrier for me. He roared, not caring about his own injuries. At this moment, blood splattered out. His blood directly fused with the Sword Dragon. The Sword Dragon, which had already begun to wail, actually released a brilliant light at this moment. Then, it began to tremble continuously. Terrifying power flickered at this moment. In the end, everything was destroyed. Almost at the same time, Gung Gui appeared behind Su Yan. Stop and listen to the will of our God. When Gung Gui's voice fell into Su Yan's ears, Su Yan knew that Gung Gui had indeed been controlled and had become the sword slave of the divine sword. His gaze once again fell on the terrifying demonic shadow. He had already speculated that this divine sword was probably related to this existence that might be a demon god. No wonder it was so evil. Fortunately, he had already broken through the black light screen. Before Gung Gui arrived, he directly rushed toward Shuexing Chuan. Gung Gui's speed was indeed incomparably fast. In just a moment, he had already arrived in front of Su Yan. His eyes coldly looked at Su Yan, and then he directly attacked. A huge ghost claw suddenly rushed toward Su Yan. Feeling this terrifying ghost claw, Su Yan only felt that the air around him seemed to have been suppressed. This kind of violent power was not something he could withstand at the moment. Now, Su Yan could only place his hopes on Shuexing Chuan. He took out a token in his hand. This token was given to him by the Shui clan's ancestor. This was the ancestral token of the Shui clan, and it contained the unique bloodline power of the Shui clan. The reason Su Yan placed his hopes on Shui Xianxia was because the Shui clan's ancestor had once said that if Shui Xianxia was still alive, then this token would be able to help him. Senior of the Shui clan, Ancestor Shui told me to come. Hurry up and wake up. He directly channeled his power and forced his body toward Shui Xianxia. Unfortunately, Shui Xianxia was completely indifferent. At this moment, Gung Gui's power had already arrived. A terrifying palm slammed into Su Yan's back, causing him to suddenly fall forward. Gung Gui's palm was definitely not light, and it even contained a trace of killing intent. When he had attacked the black barrier, Su Yan had already been injured. Now, his injuries were even more serious. The token in his hand flew out of his hand. Oh no! It must be known that the power of this token needed to be activated, but before he could use the secret method to activate the token's power, Gung Gui's attack had already arrived. Humph, you still want to leave now? You'll become a sword slave. Gung Gui's other hand lightly shook, and then a faint silver light appeared in his hand. This was also a sword intent. As expected, this divine sword still wanted to enslave him. But at this time, how could Su Yan dare to let this sword intent enter his knowledge sea again? Last time, if Gung Gui had not fought with the divine sword and restrained its power, he would have been able to seize the opportunity and use all his means to break free from this power. Although this sword intent was not as bright as before, the power it contained was even more terrifying than before. If he was hit by this sword intent at this time, he would not have any more chances and would become a sword slave from then on. Su Yan leaned on the scorching sun sword and then half-squatted. He stared fiercely at Gung Gui. At this time, Gung Gui was almost the same as the soul sword slave before, expressionless and just executing the divine sword's power. Huff, huff, huff. Su Yan struggled to breathe, at the same time adjusting his body to make his power flow more smoothly. He deeply understood that this guy in front of him was definitely not someone he could defeat, but even if he could not defeat him, he was not willing to sit still and wait for death. You want to enslave me? That's absolutely impossible. Even if he died, he would not choose to become a sword slave. What was even stranger was that as Gung Gui approached, the powerful pressure became more and more terrifying. Su Yan struggled to stand up, and then activated the scorching sun sword again. After being attacked twice in a row, his spirit chi was almost exhausted, and it was very difficult for him to stand up at this time. However, he would never admit defeat. In this predicament, he had no other choice, so he finally began to communicate with the great demonic dragon's heart. The heart of the great demonic dragon's heart throbbed, and the powerful force once again spread out. Su Yan's expression changed strangely, and the demonic dragon's wings and demonic dragon scales appeared. At this time, Su Yan was in a complete state, because he knew that if he did not use all his power, he would immediately die forever. In the face of death, no matter what it was, he could not care less. His sword became even sharper, and a terrifying sword chi was activated at this time. This was the strength of his life. Gradually, his eyes began to change, and at the same time, the power in his left hand began to be released. A dark golden light floated, and turned into a mysterious rune. At this time, Gung Gui laughed coldly, and then his whole body pounced on Su Yan. As the second elder of the ghost-killing hall, his fighting strength was really terrifying. Just this move alone brought about an extremely terrifying pressure on Su Yan. He pressed down with his palm, and an extremely powerful force directly appeared. The moment this force appeared, it immediately turned into a pitch-black ghost claw, as if it wanted to tear Su Yan apart. Deity Vanquishing Sword. Su Yan shouted in a low voice. The feeling of fighting the deity vanquishing sword in this state was really terrifying. An incomparably powerful force directly swept out, as if a terrifying tornado was constantly gathering. At this time, his consciousness was on the verge of collapse, because under the stimulation of death, the demonic dragon's blood boiled even more, and the Buddha's heart began to jump. The two completely different forces awakened at the same time, turning into two voices that constantly shook in Su Yan's mind. The deity-vanquishing sword finally rose against the heavens, and then directly collided with the terrifying ghost claw. Countless gales even began to tear apart the world. This kind of power was really terrifying, and under the deity-vanquishing sword, the ghost claw actually shattered. It had to be said that Su Yan's true realm was only at the pinnacle of the triple dragon realm, but Gung Gui had already reached the three-origin realm. The difference between the two of them was indescribable, but even so, Su Yan had actually blocked this attack. This result was simply shocking. Of course, that was all there was to it. Although Su Yan had managed to block the attack, he had also paid a huge price. The demonic dragon scales on his body shattered, and the demonic dragon's wings immediately turned into nothingness. Countless wounds had appeared on the surface of his body at this time. Blood flowed out from these wounds, and he was dyed in blood in an instant. Even though he had a heaven-defying battle skill and the demonic dragon's blood, the difference in strength could not be ignored. In the end, Su Yan continued to rely on physical strength to withstand. If it had been the original Gung Gui, he would have definitely been surprised, because this kind of battle strength was really rare. Even the geniuses of the demonic sect would not be able to achieve this. Unfortunately, he was now just a sword slave without any feelings. Chapter 621. Female literature. After taking that hit, Su Yan couldn't even stand up. His injuries were too severe, and that terrifying attack was far beyond what he could have imagined. Strength, this was all because of strength. If his realm was high enough and he was strong enough, he wouldn't be in such a bad situation. If he had the same realm as Gung Gui, no, he didn't need to. As long as his realm was above the 6 dragons, he would be able to better utilize the power of the demon dragon's heart and the Buddha's heart. When that time came, he would have nothing to fear. However, he was merely at the 3 dragons' realm. Therefore, no matter what he did, he could only stop one attack from his opponent. That was all. At that moment, Su Yan's mind was completely blank. He didn't feel sorry for himself, and he didn't have any other thoughts. He just tried his best to struggle. Su Yan was not willing to become a slave, even if he had to die. He was using the cloud mist technique. Even though the effect of the cloud mist technique on him would be greatly reduced, he was still making his final effort. No matter what, he had to try. He couldn't give up hope. Gung Gui was getting closer, and at that moment, Su Yan felt a strange movement come from the crimson fire sword case. The God-Slayer sword. Since Gung Gui had become a sword slave, his body must be filled with the aura of the God-Slayer sword. At such a close distance, the God-Slayer sword in the crimson fire sword case once again felt the aura of the God-Slayer sword and began to go berserk. Su Yan changed his mind. Although he didn't want to provoke the God-Slayer sword or even come into contact with it, he was in a life-and-death situation, so there was nothing to worry about. Perhaps the appearance of the God-Slayer sword would give him a chance of survival. Gung Gui was already in front of Su Yan. His sword intent flowed, and he was already closing in on Su Yan. Just as he was about to release the God-Slayer sword from the crimson fire sword case, a rough voice suddenly sounded. "Get out of my way, you filthy thing." As soon as the voice finished speaking, a beam of sword chi shot out. This was the most stunning and powerful sword chi Su Yan had ever seen. This person's sword cultivation had reached the pinnacle. The powerful sword will moved and directly repelled Gung Gui. Gung Gui was a 3-origin venerable. His battle prowess was even more terrifying, but he was forced back in a very sorry state. Shue Xingchuan. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Shue Xingchuan had woken up? He turned his head with great effort and saw that the middle-aged man who had his eyes closed had already woken up. Originally, his surroundings were ordinary, but at this time, there was actually a huge aura condensing around him. That was an endless amount of sword chi. Such a terrifying sword chi was comparable to the divine swords outside. Xue Xingchuan, the #1 genius of the Xue clan, was also the sword head of the Sublime Flow Sword School. In Su Yan's most dangerous moment, this terrifying figure had finally woken up. He directly told Su Yan, "Brat, you are not a disciple of the Xue family." Su Yan bitterly smiled and said, "Junior Su Yan was entrusted by the Xue family ancestor to come here to find Senior." At this time, Su Yan noticed that the ancestral medallion was in Xue Xingchuan's hand. It must have been the medallion that had awakened Xue Xingchuan. This was truly dangerous. If Xue Xingchuan couldn't wake up, he could use the Godslayer sword as a last resort. However, this was truly too dangerous. Xue Xingchuan looked at Su Yan and smiled, "Junior, you are truly amazing to be able to come here. Don't worry, you used the ancestral medallion to wake me up. To me, this is a life-saving grace." His gaze then fell on Gung Gui. "Gung Gui of the Ghost Killing Hall? I really didn't expect that even someone like you would be reduced to a sword slave. It seems that the power of the evil sword has reached a certain level." Xue Xingchuan stood up and walked towards Su Yan. Su Yan noticed that when Xue Xingchuan stood up, everything around him started to change. Bolts of black lightning shot out from the black shadow. These bolts of black lightning seemed to want to kill him. However, Xue Xingchuan said, "You are just the shadow of a dead demon god. You want to imprison me here forever? Since I have woken up, it is time for your shadow to break." At this time, he raised his hand. In his palm, countless cyclones started to condense. A violent power crazily rose. Then, a long sword appeared in his hand out of thin air, condensing chi into a sword. Just this move alone was enough to make Su Yan admire him. This kind of method of creating something out of nothing was truly amazing. If he could be like Xue Xingchuan today, then he wouldn't need to be afraid of anything. Of course, he also understood that it was impossible to reach for what was beyond one's grasp and achieve it overnight. However, this didn't matter at all. As long as he persevered in his cultivation, there would be a way. However, the most important thing now was to survive. At this time, he had witnessed Xue Xingchuan's power with his own eyes. Xue Xingchuan's power was truly terrifying. It was no wonder that he was praised by the Xue family's ancestor. This kind of power was truly terrifying. The demonic shadow began to disperse under his sword. In the end, it completely disappeared. At this time, he shifted his gaze to Gung Gui. "Someone as powerful as you can only be a sword slave. I'm sure you must be very unwilling to accept this. Since that's the case, let me send you on a journey and help you break free." As his voice fell, he directly slashed out with his sword. That terrifying sword light flashed again, and at this time, it actually displayed an extremely violent aura. At this time, a trace of uneasiness flashed in Gung Gui's eyes. Then, the terrifying ghost shadow pounced from behind him and guarded him tightly. The terrifying sword chi fell on the ghost shadow, erupting with an earth-shattering aura. Such a powerful force spread out and swept through the surrounding rocks and mountain walls. Countless broken swords were shattered by such an attack. At this moment, the light in the sky was constantly swaying. This kind of power was truly terrifying. At this time, the ghost shadow had become extremely dim, as if it would dissipate at any time. From this, it could be seen how powerful Xue Xingchuan's sword was. Nonetheless, Gung Gui was indeed terrifying. After forcefully withstanding the sword attack, his complexion only dimmed a lot, but there was no other abnormality that really appeared. However, at this time, he finally turned around and left, as if he was no longer willing to face Xue Xingchuan. This greatly surprised Su Yan. Su Yan could see that Gung Gui clearly still had the strength to fight. Moreover, he had already become a sword slave, so he probably didn't know what fear was. Perhaps he would die in the next moment, but at this time, he would still charge forward without any regard for his life. But now, he decisively retreated. You still want to leave? At this time, Xianxia had no intention of letting him go. At this moment, he attacked again. With a slight movement, he immediately triggered endless sword qi. This sword qi directly turned into a sword cage, trapping Gung Gui inside. However, at this time, Gung Gui's eyes burst out with a cold light. It was a scarlet light, like the light of destruction. This light flickered, and immediately, countless cold lights appeared. The cold lights twisted and immediately tore through everything. This kind of violent power was truly awe-inspiring. In the darkness, a pair of mysterious eyes seemed to have begun to descend. These were the mysterious eyes of the Ghost Emperor. Su Yan carefully observed. Like Shura's power, this was definitely not a power that belonged to this world. It came from the netherworld. It was very likely that the owner of this pair of eyes was a super expert from the mysterious world. At this time, Su Yan suddenly noticed something strange. At this moment, Gung Gui's entire body began to sway, as if he was having a seizure. When the Ghost Emperor's eyes appeared, it didn't attack Xianxia. Instead, it directly pierced the scarlet light into Gung Gui's body. Even Suya was dumbfounded by this. At this time, Xianxia said, "Ghost Emperor's eyes. Gung Gui, you've actually raised your cultivation to this level. I don't know if you can break free this time." As if he had seen through Su Yan, Xianxia directly said to Su Yan, "This Ghost Emperor's eyes is a great secret of the Ghost Killing Hall. He can summon the mysterious Ghost Emperor and then communicate with his own power. In other words, he can sacrifice himself to the Ghost Emperor. Now that the will of the Ghost Emperor's eyes has descended, it's obvious that it has discovered the power of the evil sword in his body, which is why it reacted this way." Hearing Xianxia's words, Su Yan also understood some of the reasoning behind it. In short, Gung Gui originally cultivated the secret of the Ghost Killing Hall and was a follower of the Ghost Emperor. But now, the evil sword had forcefully pierced his sword intent and twisted his faith. Previously, under the stimulation of Xianxia's power, he instinctively wanted to summon the Ghost Emperor to protect himself. Whether he can break free or not will depend on his own fate. Xianxia stopped attacking. This prodigy of the Xue clan seemed to have some friendship with the person in front of him, which was why he wanted to help him. The light of the Ghost Emperor's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Gung Gui was in extreme pain. In his eyes, the silver light and scarlet light were constantly alternating. However, it was at this moment that a powerful sword intent suddenly descended from afar, piercing towards the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor's shadow was directly hit by the sword intent and began to dissipate. Chapter 622. Female Literature. The Divine Sword's true body had arrived. That woman had appeared not far away. She was the one who had released the sword intent earlier. This divine sword was truly terrifying. Her sword intent was even more terrifying than Xianxia's. The Ghost Emperor had been destroyed by her attack, turning into green smoke and dissipating. At the same time, the red light on Gung Gui's body had also disappeared. Silver light had completely taken over his body. The divine sword's gaze fell on Xianxia and finally stopped. Xianxia only smiled coldly. It was obvious that he did not care about the Ghost Emperor. "Evil sword, back then you sealed me here, but you were unable to kill me. Instead, you allowed me to break out of the seal. Today, it seems that it's time for us to settle this." Xianxia walked out, the light in his eyes frowning. At this moment, he had already raised his aura to the extreme. Su Yan did not know what had happened back then, but Su Yan could roughly guess what had happened. At this moment, both sides were preparing for battle. At this moment, anyone would feel immense pressure. Su Yan had originally thought that it would be an extremely terrifying battle, but he did not expect the divine sword to turn around and leave. Even Gung Gui did not stop and left with her. As she left, her gaze fell on Su Yan. That gaze, other than being cold, had an indescribable meaning. Xianxia was not surprised. He only said to Su Yan, "It seems that the evil sword has a deep grudge against you. What did you do to her?" Su Yan, it was clear that the evil sword wanted to do something to him from the beginning. But before Su Yan could answer, Xianxia continued, "No matter what, you must be careful. The evil sword's formation is related to the demon god during the ancient war. Her power is extremely terrifying. What she is showing now is not her full power, so her retreat is actually a good thing for me." Seeing Xianxia's current appearance, Su Yan finally understood. It turned out that this senior was just putting on an act. However, this senior was truly amazing. Even his act was so convincing. Xianxia no longer paid any attention to Su Yan and directly walked out. "Alright, brat, we should leave. If I'm not wrong, there will be many experts coming soon. At that time, it will be troublesome." Although Xianxia had just woken up, he was still able to determine the situation. If the divine sword had not encountered something special, it would not have retreated so easily. Back then, he had a deep grudge with Xie Jian. Xie Jian had sealed him here, but his body was also injured. If conditions permitted, Xie Jian would have already attacked him. However, the strange thing was that Xie Jian actually let him go at this moment. Moreover, Xianxia had already sensed a few signs. The world of ice and snow outside had already begun to fall into chaos. This was a sign that many experts had descended and were beginning to directly attack. "We have to leave this place. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid you'll die here." Su Yan nodded silently, then said, "I'll have to trouble you, senior." At this time, he was already heavily injured. He could not even get up. If he wanted to leave this place, he could only rely on Xianxia. Xianxia did not waste any time. He directly carried him and said, as expected, after sensing the divine sword's aura, these fellows swarmed over like a swarm of bees. "Huh, the divine sword? I'm afraid these fellows are all here to die." Xianxia's words shocked Su Yan. He knew that these fellows that Xianxia mentioned were most likely venerables. But now, according to what Xianxia said, these venerables were all here to die. This was simply unimaginable. "Senior, do you know something?" Su Yan asked directly. "Know what?" "I don't know anything." After he finished speaking, he directly leaped up. As expected of a senior expert. Above their heads was clearly a thick rock wall, but he did not care at all. He directly exerted his strength and broke it layer by layer. That valiant strength made Su Yan feel incomparably ashamed. Xianxia was right. The world of ice and snow outside was completely chaotic. Powerful and terrifying forces were fiercely oppressing this world. Because of the gate of true void, this world was actually very fragile. If the power of a venerable forcefully barged in, it would cause an impact. Therefore, venerables were generally unwilling to set foot here. Because once the world of ice and snow was attacked, it would definitely counterattack. Even venerables would not be able to withstand such a counterattack. But now, the aura of the divine sword had attracted all of their cultivations. The power of the counterattack was naturally strong. But at this moment, there were so many of them that they didn't care about this aura at all. Powerful and violent forces continued to attack, turning this place into a land of disaster. The sky was constantly twisting, as if the gravel was about to collapse. Countless glaciers began to shatter like glass shards. They could not withstand such a terrifying force at all. Everything between heaven and earth was heading toward destruction. These venerables were all first-class experts. At this moment, almost all of them had arrived here. The Devil Sect, the Taihang Sword Faction, the Blazing Flame Sect. Each of the venerables displayed their own methods. It was simply terrifying. Such a violent force caused the world to begin to tremble. At this moment, Su Yan looked at this doomsday-like scene and was shocked. Powerful, this was really too powerful. Perhaps this terrifying power would cause this world to collapse in the next moment. A cave. There's actually an underground world. The divine sword's light is emitted from here. Immediately, a venerable discovered the huge cave created by the devil's soul destruction. At this moment, all the venerables were shocked and directly rushed down. The Shui family's ancestor had already sensed the divine sword's aura. Among everyone, he needed the divine sword the most. This was because the others only obtained the divine sword to become more powerful, but he wanted it to survive. The powerful aura directly rushed towards the cave. In the sky, the experts of the three major sects had already begun to attack. The venerables of the Devil's sect were jointly suppressed by the Blazing Flame sect and the Taihang Sword faction. After the previous incident, the Taihang Sword faction and the Blazing Flame sect had already joined forces to fight against the Devil's sect. In addition, the Devil's sect was already very powerful. Naturally, both sides would join forces to eliminate them directly. At this moment, the entire world was trembling non-stop. Everything was heading toward destruction. This terrifying force made one's heart tremble. It even gave one an extremely surreal feeling. Su Yan had already left the cave under Shui Xingchuan's protection. At this moment, he finally could not help but ask, "Senior Shui Xingchuan, since this sword is an evil sword and is even related to the devil god, why don't you let the experts join forces to destroy it directly?" No matter how powerful this evil sword was, with so many experts joining forces, they should be able to destroy it. However, at this moment, Shui Xingchuan shook his head. Then, he looked at Su Yan and said, "You're too naive. Do you think that they would believe me if I told them this? Alright, you'd better not meddle in other people's business. First, you should quietly recover from your injuries. I can't take you out of here now, and no one knows what's going to happen next." Su Yan knew that Senior Shui Xingchuan was right. Right now, he could not even take care of himself. After all, his cultivation was too low. There was no way he could care about these things. Alright, I understand. After he finished speaking, he immediately began to circulate the power in his body. At this moment, even Shui Xingchuan was surprised when he started to circulate his enormous power. What an interesting kid, to be able to explode with such power. He's only in the 3 dragons realm, but he doesn't lose to an ordinary person in the 7 dragons realm, or even the 8 dragons realm. What a freak. And the special state he used just now was able to withstand Gang Gui's attack. What a surprise. He was well aware of how powerful Gang Gui was. Back then, before he disappeared, he had exchanged blows with Gang Gui. The two of them were almost evenly matched. Now, his strength had increased. Although he was confident that he could defeat Gang Gui, he still had to admit that this guy was terrifying. However, Su Yan had actually blocked his attack. Moreover, after blocking the attack, he did not die. He only lay down on the ground. In his opinion, this was already an extremely rare thing. Such strength could only be described with one word: terrifying. At this moment, the clouds in the sky became heavier and heavier. This heavy pressure made it hard for people to breathe. While the many venerables were fighting, the world changed again. At this moment, an incomparably bright light rushed directly into the sky. Sword rays directly stood in the sky. These swords were incomparably huge, connecting the sky and the earth. It was simply daunting. Su Yan's heart was filled with love. He didn't know how he should describe this scene. Sure enough, this evil sword is scheming. No wonder the strength he displayed before was so weak. It turns out that he wanted to accumulate strength and explode at this moment. Su Yan did not understand, but Shui Xingchuan had already spoken. Look, after these swords are all connected, doesn't this place look like a birdcage? Shui Xingchuan asked calmly. However, at this moment, Su Yan was so stunned that he almost forgot to circulate his cultivation method. A bird cage. It was not just similar, it was practically a bird cage. This place had actually become a huge bird cage. What was this guy trying to do?